Volume 4, Chapter 178, The World of the Arrogant Giant, Part 4, That's enough. Umbarak nodded his head belatedly. That should be sufficient. Then it's settled. Taesan returned to the village. Umbarak, having taken care of the injured, returned to his domain with the soldiers. Due to the sudden increase in the strength of the monsters and the ensuing aftermath, Umbarak stayed up all night with wide-open eyes. When everything was somewhat settled, he sought out Taesan. I apologize, I was too flustered at that time, therefore I couldn't show proper manners. Umbarak bowed his enormous body. Thanks to you, no one had to die. I express my gratitude. Considering the strength of the monsters, it wouldn't have been strange if some giants had died on the battlefield. However, thanks to Taesan, everyone's life was saved, which was very grateful for a lord. However, his eyes were complex when he looked at Taesan. May I have a moment to talk? Feel free. The giant sat down. Nevertheless, due to the difference in their sizes, Taesan had to lift his neck to face him. We are giants. We believed that there was no one stronger than us in the world. Taesan was strong, but they thought his strength couldn't match theirs. That's why they thought they had to protect him when taking him to the rift. But it was a vain thought. A foolish judgment. Umbarak chuckled bitterly. Firstly, your strength qualifies you to meet our king. As I said before, closing the rift is impossible without the strength of a great warrior. You have shown that strength, so now it's my turn to help. Taesan nodded his head. Umbarak continued. However, it might take some time. The royal palace is far and the king is busy. That's fine. He had anticipated waiting a few more days from the start. After a moment of silence, Umbarak spoke. How did you become so strong? By continuously fighting and winning, Taesan answered. Umbarak, with a complex look, asked again. Outside. Are there many as strong as you? There aren't many, but there are quite a few stronger than me. Umbarak's eyes shook greatly. Stronger than you? For now. He would catch up eventually, but at the current moment, the leaders of the guides were beyond his power to contend with. Umbarak let out a hollow laugh. What are we even fighting for? A sense of futility and the shock of his known and believed world crumbling overwhelmed him. Staring blankly at the ground, he spoke. In the distant past, there was a giant who headed to the labyrinth, a warrior stronger and bigger than anyone. He went into the labyrinth, and for a long time there was no news of him. We thought he had conquered the labyrinth, but Umbarak smirked bitterly. If what you say is true, then that's not the case. He must have fallen in the labyrinth. I was surprised too. I heard that you fought with gods. Compared to that story, the current giants seemed too weak. We know that story too. It's about how giants from all over the world gathered to defeat a transcendent being who tried to trample the world. The level of power Taesan knew about the transcendent beings made it seem nearly impossible. The idea that the descendants who achieved such a feat couldn't even handle a B-class monster was laughable. Everyone thought that story was just a legend. No one really believed it, but if it's true, it means we have forgotten something. Umbarak, stroking his chin, asked, You said you were brought to our world by the god of magic. That's right, but we don't know anything about magic. Not just me, but most giants don't. When you think about it, it's strange. Umbarak furrowed his brow. A long time ago, I read an almost decayed ancient text. It mentioned giants who practiced magic. It was something he had forgotten until he heard Taesan's words and managed to recall. Umbarak realized something was amiss. The existence of such a text suggests that we once dealt with magic, but now no one knows about it. Why? Umbarak was puzzled, but Taesan had a guess. Every time magic is cast, it has some negative effect. Knock knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Come in. A very flustered maid entered the room. Umbarak stood up. What's the matter, my lord? The maid swallowed and said, The great warriors have arrived. Umbarak looked noticeably confused. It's only been a day since I contacted them and they're already here. It was too fast. The messenger wouldn't have even reached the royal palace yet. The speed was incomprehensible. The maid nodded. Yes. And not just one, but 4 of them. Umbarak's eyes widened. Umbarak hurriedly ran out. Following him to the reception room of the lord's castle, Taesan saw 4 giants. All the giants were blindfolded. Seeing them, Umbarak hurriedly knelt. Great warriors. The blindfolded giants looked at Umbarak for a moment and then turned away. Although they were blindfolded, there was no discomfort in their gaze when looking at Taesan. Human. Our king has summoned you, Taesan nodded. The great warriors, leaving behind Umbarak's hospitality, prepared to leave for the royal palace immediately. Umbarak had no choice but to calm his regret. I'm sorry. I couldn't even properly treat a great warrior like you. With a regretful face, Umbarak handed Taesan a small ore. Of course, it was small from his perspective, but it was the size of Taesan's torso. This is a precious ore that can only be found in our world. It can be alloyed with any ore and is harder than steel yet elastic. Take it. Can I accept this? You saved our lives. This is a small price to pay for that. Umbarak smiled warmly. He saw off Taesan as he departed. I wish I could see you again, little warrior. The great warrior and Taesan left the city behind. How long will it take to get to the royal palace? It doesn't matter. The blindfolded great warrior extended his hand and a mystical aura began to envelop them. It was magic. The great warrior clenched his fist and their bodies leaped through space. We have arrived, human. The surrounding scenery had completely changed. Taesan found himself inside a building so vast he felt like an ant. Taesan frowned. I heard you had forgotten magic. According to Umbarak, the royal palace and his domain were quite far apart, yet they had leaped that distance in an instant. It was a spatial leap incomparable to Taesan's blink. The great warrior casually responded, we paid a price for that. We blindfold and limit our senses to prevent interference. The great warriors began to retreat one by one. Before they disappeared, they left Taesan with a final message. Our king is waiting for you inside. Taesan was left alone in the vast corridor. The ghost muttered, that was fast. Seems quite urgent, doesn't it? It's not bad for me. Taesan approached the massive door and pushed it gently. Creak. The door, making a noisy sound, opened to reveal a vast hall inside. At the end of the hall on a throne sat an aged giant. The giant, appearing very weary, still radiated an undeniable powerful aura that filled the hall. Taesan instinctively knew. The giant before him was an immortal. Naturally, Taesan took a combat stance. Having bad memories associated with immortals, it was a natural precaution for him. Seeing his stance, the giant king spoke softly. There is no need for caution. I have no intention of harming you. He leaned his chin tiredly. Rather, I am thankful to the god of magic for this opportunity. The giant king showed no signs of hostility. As Taesan relaxed, the king continued. That gauntlet looks familiar. His gaze turned to the gauntlet Taesan was wearing. The gauntlet which the god of magic said he used himself had its mystical seal unlocked. Long ago, there was the strongest being in our world. He was more brutal than anyone, but no one dared to stand against him. The giant king spoke as if he were an old man recounting an ancient tale. And there was one among us, the weakest and the size of a human. Everyone ignored and mocked him, but he didn't give up and grew stronger. Eventually, he overthrew the tyrant, shattered his gauntlet, and forged it into his own trophy. Now it's all an old story. Who the strong one was remained unclear, but it was possible to guess who the weak one was. The god of magic. The god of magic was a giant. The giant king, gazing intently at Taesan, murmured, indeed, you are an agent of the gods, otherwise the god of magic wouldn't have sent you here. Agent? The gods each have their own domains. Even for gods, it's not easy to interfere in other domains, especially those who reside in the labyrinth. Taesan was aware of this fact. Until he conquered the gods' battleground, the gods of the labyrinth left the gods of the outside world alone. I heard they disappeared after occurring once a long time ago. To reappear now, those fastidious beings must really approve of you. The giant king stood up. Are you curious why we became so weak? Once we even defeated a transcendent being, but now we are so frail. Taesan nodded. The giant king left the hall and headed somewhere. Taesan followed. Despite the immense height difference between them, Taesan could easily keep up, perhaps due to some magical adjustments within the castle. The giant king spoke. We were mighty beings, not only physically strong but also close to the mysteries. This reached its peak when the smallest giant became the god of magic. The magic possessed by the god of magic was of a different caliber. This was evident from the magicians of Vekveta who claimed to use magic. Their most advanced magic was merely elementary in the labyrinth. We were strong. We even repelled a transcendent being who tried to trample us and make us his subjects. But you know well how we are now. Quite, barely able to defeat B-class monsters, certainly not weak but nowhere near their past glories. We lost our magic. Only those born with it can sacrifice all senses and receive my protection to block interference. You must guess why. The high gods, Taesan muttered. The advancing giant king gave a bitter laugh. The high gods are cunning. Judging it difficult to destroy us with power alone, they made us forget our strength over the span of 1,000 years. Soon, they arrived in front of a transparent curtain deep within the royal palace. Look at this. Inside the curtain was a massive black sphere. Numerous tendrils writhed on the sphere, creating a repulsive sight. A monster has appeared. The monster itself isn't very strong, the giant king said. But the problem is the wave it emits. The giant king furrowed his brow in pain. A faint power seeped through the transparent curtain from the writhing monster. Thousands of years ago, this monster descended into our world. Since then, it has exerted influence over the entire planet, hindering our use of magic. The giant king suddenly turned his gaze to Taesan. The closer you get to this monster, the stronger the wave it emits. Even the strongest and most exceptional giants, except for me, would collapse approaching this far, but you seem fine. It doesn't bother me much. The giant king laughed at Taesan's words. Our ancestors sealed this monster with magic and built the royal palace over it, managing the monster generation after generation. But even in its sealed state, we couldn't completely eliminate the monster's wave. Even I, an immortal, can only suppress it with power. Yet you, a human still immortal, are unaffected by these waves. Don't you find that strange? Chapter 179, The World of the Arrogant Giant, Part 5. I don't know about that, he had always been like this. Even when he encountered an apostle or met a god, he wasn't greatly shaken mentally. The Giant King laughed. What an amazing ability. It seems you don't fully understand it either. The Giant King spoke softly. Anyway, it's fortunate that we can get help from such a being, otherwise we are doomed to destruction. The Giant King turned his gaze towards the flickering monster. You must have realized something strange about the monsters on your way here. They were too weak. At best, they were C-class. Even ordinary giants could easily defeat them. They weren't capable of destroying the world. Taesan guessed the reason. Is it because of that monster? The high gods have a limit on how much they can interfere in a world. Most of that was used on that monster. That's why they can't send monsters above a certain level. The Giant King laughed bitterly. But we are getting weaker. Even for me, it's overwhelming just to suppress the monster's waves to let the great warriors use magic. The Giant King was immortal. He transcended the limits of life, but he looked so aged. Taesan asked, why don't you just kill it? The monster certainly had a terrifying presence, but Taesan thought the Giant King could kill it. However, the Giant King shook his head. If I could, I would have done it several times. The Giant King raised his hand and clenched his fist. Crack! Then thousands of magic arrows were driven into the monster inside the barrier. The Giant King calmly watched the arrows that were piercing the monster so much that its form was unrecognizable. This monster is designed to be unkillable by giants. The monster writhed and stood up. Its damaged flesh began to crawl and merge back together. The monster is making us forget magic, but it can't be killed by a giant. Over time, it will even corrode our bodies. It exists solely to kill us. Taesan realized why the god of magic had sent him here. That's why I'm asking you, please kill it. The Giant King's flickering eyes turned to Taesan. You are not affected by the monster's waves. You're not a giant, so you can inflict effective damage on the monster. That's probably why the god of magic sent you. Please, human, Taesan nodded. All right. He had come here for that very purpose. Though different from his initial expectations, defeating the monster seemed like it would clear the quest, so there was no reason to refuse. Above all, his opponents were the high gods. The thought of giving them a hard time, they who were trampling on the earth, made Taesan happy. Taesan agreed. The Giant King smiled. Thank you, I will ensure you are amply rewarded. So what should I do? Just kill it, that won't do. The Giant King shook his head. This monster is not only killing us but also serves as a kind of limit. The moment you touch the monster, the high gods will open the space and call forth more monsters. You can stop them, can't you? The Giant King was immortal. He had power incomparable even to the leaders of the guides of sin. He could easily crush a monster with his fingers, but the Giant King smiled bitterly. I cannot touch the monster. The Giant King pointed at the monster with his finger. Waves were still violently emanating from the monster. If I release the seal suppressing the monster, it will spread its waves more intensely and widely. Then everyone, except for me and the great warriors, will go mad. I must prevent that, so even the immortal's power is not enough. If it were a simple monster, I would have eradicated them all long ago. The high gods are cunning and sly. Taesan knew this well enough. He had suffered from them in his previous life. So how do you plan to stop the monsters? Taesan had to focus on defeating this monster. The Giant King replied, that's why we need to gather those who can withstand the monsters. The Giant King commanded the great warriors. Except for Habrium, the three of you go to each territory and summon the lords. Tell them their king has summoned them. Tell them to prepare for battle. The great warriors left in silent agreement. It will take some time to gather everyone. It's not much of a reward, but take this. The Giant King waved his finger. A mystical power flowed out and settled in Taesan. You have learned the beginner rune magic White Rune Shield. Beginner rune magic White Rune Shield. Mana consumption 30, proficiency 1%. Mystical runes are inscribed on small shields summoned around you. The mystery contained in the shields is quite insignificant. Taesan's eyes shone. The Giant King spoke. It's our magic. It may be inferior compared to the god of magics, but it will be useful. You can spar with Habrium for practice. Got it. Taesan followed the Giant King's words. Taesan continued training with the great warrior while the giants gathered in the castle. The warrior's power was weaker than his, but the level of magic was significantly higher, making it a decent sparring match. Taesan's proficiency in magic slightly increased, and he roughly grasped how to use the White Rune Shield. And then, as time passed, all the giants finally arrived. Everyone's here. Umbarak murmured as he looked around at the gathered giants. He recognized quite a few faces. All of them were lords of their respective territories. Not just small territories, but even those managing lands 10 times his size were present. About 100 such lords had gathered. What in the world is happening? Umbarak narrowed his eyebrows. A human had come to his territory, then suddenly strong monsters appeared and the human defeated them. Following the human's request, he sent a message to the giant king, but before it even arrived, 4 great warriors came to take the human away. Just when he thought it was all over, a great warrior returned after a few days, saying the king had summoned him and told him to follow. With so many events unfolding in such a short time, Umbarak was still struggling to fully grasp the situation. Taesan, who had personally met and somewhat understood the situation, felt this way, thus it was even more so for the other giants. They waited in anticipation for their meeting with their king. Creak, the door opened, the giant king appeared. The giants hastily bowed. "We greet our king," the giants shouted in unison. In their eyes, looking at the giant king, there was only admiration. The strongest giant who had protected them for hundreds of years was their king. However, there was also a hint of doubt in the eyes of the giants. Seeing their king in person was a very rare event, happening only once every few years. And now that they all gathered like this, it was natural for them to be curious. The giant king, looking down at them, spoke, "I have something to tell you all." The giant king began to speak about the monster established in the castle, how they had forgotten magic, and that he was trying to kill the monster. The giants were confused upon hearing the story. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? We have forgotten magic, that can't be." The giants denied their king's words. The interference had not happened overnight but over 1,000 years, and the giants had slowly forgotten the existence of magic itself. Anticipating this, the giant king turned around. "Follow me." The giant king headed towards where the monster was. As they got closer, the giants' faces began to contort. Some couldn't bear it and collapsed on the ground. "This is as far as we go." Ugh, some of them even vomited. A terrible force shook their brains and ravaged their bodies. Eventually, they couldn't go any further. The giant king returned to the battlefield with them. Those who had barely regained their senses gasped for air. Something strange and terrible was inside the castle. The giant king said, "Do you believe it now?" Huff, the giants barely nodded their heads. They couldn't be sure about magic, but they understood that something was attacking them. "That was enough. You are strong ones. That's why you became lords." The giants revered strength. To rule a territory, one had to be at least stronger than any of their subjects. All of them had the power to defeat B-class monsters. "Will you help me fight those who interfere with us?" "Yes," they all shouted energetically. Their eyes were ablaze with fighting spirit. The giant king smiled satisfactorily. "That's right," the giant king explained one by one. To kill the monster in the castle, the seal must be broken. But if the seal was broken, monsters would pour out. That's why he called them to stop it. Upon hearing this, Umbarak quietly asked, "Your Majesty, are we the only ones gathered? If I release the seal, the monster will spread strong waves, and I must focus on blocking them. However, those weaker than you will still be affected by the monster despite my protection. They would be of no help. Then will your Majesty deal with the monster in the castle?" "No, I have to concentrate on blocking the waves. Someone else will handle that." The giant king turned his gaze. "Come out," Taesan appeared. The giants were taken aback at the sight of him. "A human? Why is a human here?" Only Umbarak looked calmly while the rest showed agitation and distrust in their eyes. "He will defeat the monster. But your Majesty, he is a human." The giant fell silent. His gaze towards Taesan held the answer. The giant king smiled. "I'm asking you. I'll need to repay you later. Don't worry. I'll generously repay you once everything is over." Taesan stepped forward and waved his hand at the one who had raised an objection. "I don't feel like explaining. Just come at me." The giant looked at Taesan with an ambiguous gaze. "Human, you seem to have some strength, but it's not enough to match us. We are the strongest race." "Be quiet." Taesan frowned and stamped his foot. In an instant, as Taesan charged, the giant was startled and shielded himself with his arms. Taesan swung his fist. Crash, cough, the defense broke and the giant flew far away, crashing into a wall. Everyone's eyes widened. Taesan spoke with an indifferent face. "If you want to check, then come at me, all of you. I'll step back." Umbarak withdrew. The giants' eyes gleamed. They moved their bodies. And the next day, no one dared to open their mouth about Taesan's presence. Umbarak approached Taesan with a grin. "Nice to see you again like this." "Hello." "Heh, so there's such a monster inside. Surprising." "It seems your words were right." Umbarak muttered with a strange expression. "Then did the god of magic directly entrust you with this task for our sake?" Taesan nodded. Umbarak smiled bitterly. "We who have forgotten magic. The high gods and the god of magic, so many things happening. So has the god of magic been watching over us all this time?" "Probably." Taesan had been pondering over this as well. Why couldn't the god of magic descend here? It was likely due to the interference of the high gods. Then, if the interference of the high gods disappeared, would the god of magic descend here? Depending on the situation, that could be a strategy. Taesan was assessing the situation. And the next day, all preparations were complete. Chapter 180, The World of the Arrogant Giant, Part 6. The giants held their weapons with stern faces as a chilling wind passed by them. "Are you ready?" Taesan nodded in response to the giant king's question. The giant king turned his gaze toward the giants. Giants, we are the strongest race. No one has ever been able to oppose us, not even the great transcendence could withstand our power. His voice, quiet but full of strength, spread among the giants. Their eyes began to gleam fiercely. Prepare yourselves, let's trample and tear apart the filthy beings who dared to mess with us. Yes, a short shout echoed. The giant king waved his hand. A massive power dug into the palace, and soon the seal of the monster was broken. Clank. The giant king clenched his fist. A huge barrier formed around the palace, and a strange, dense aura surged wildly. Crack. The aura aggressively pounded on the barrier. The giant king's expression became serious. At the same time, the sky split open. A vast space appeared as if a hole had been punched through. From it, a tremendous aura emerged, causing the giants to grip their weapons tighter, and Taesan grimaced. A huge hole in the sky. It was exactly like the rifts that appeared on Earth. Crack. Monsters fell from the sky, stumbling as they landed on the ground. Taesan examined the monsters but found none too strong. They were all around B grade. The problem was their number, which exceeded hundreds. Squirm. The monsters slowly approached the giants. The giant king spoke to his warriors. Then I entrust this to you. Understood, your majesty. The warriors stomped the ground. The giants shouted and charged at the monsters. The giant king turned his gaze to Taesan. Then, human, I ask of you, please save us. Leaving the giant king's words behind, Taesan entered the palace. The moment he stepped into the barrier, the monster's aura tried to devour him. Get lost! Taesan effortlessly trampled over it and moved forward. The palace was engulfed by the monster's aura, rendering visibility to less than an inch ahead. Yet Taesan, with his empathetic eyes and enhanced senses, navigated his way with familiarity. Outside, giants and monsters were locked in fierce combat. HMPH, Umbarak slashed his sword, bisecting a monster. Ha ha ha, he erupted in laughter. The dormant sense of combat within him awakened. Not just him, but the other giants too engaged the monsters with maniacal laughter. However, their strength was not particularly impressive. The battle between the monsters and giants was evenly matched, with the giants occasionally being overpowered. The turning point in the intense battle fell to the great warriors. One great warrior, blindfolded, soared in the sky and gestured with his hand. Like a grand wizard, his movements opened a foreign space and beams of light descended. Boom. The monsters that were directly hit vanished without a trace. Another warrior unleashed invisible blades, slicing through dozens of monsters at once. The observing giants were in awe. Is this magic? They had forgotten this power due to the monsters. And now they could reclaim it. Their eyes blazed with determination. The monsters were swiftly subdued. Taesan reached the location of the monster, Gurgle. As Taesan approached, the monster reacted. Its writhing tentacles slowly extended towards him. Taesan fixed his gaze on the monster, emanating a dreadful aura. Mental domination, judgment in progress. Instant death, judgment in progress. Frenzy, judgment in progress. Madness, judgment in progress. All judgments successful. Such judgments had not occurred even when he faced an S grade before. The strongest monster Taesan had encountered in this life was a grade. However, the monster before him was far beyond that, S grade or higher. Under normal circumstances, this monster would not have been something that Taesan could face as he was now. However, Taesan gripped his sword. The opponent is an unbeatable enemy. Skills and mental judgments sharply increased his stats. Feeling the enhanced strength, Taesan gripped his sword tighter. This monster, unlike Earth's monsters, specialized in fighting giants. And its most powerful ability, the mental wave, didn't affect Taesan. The condition of not being able to kill giants was as good as non-existent for Taesan, a human. Then what remained was the monster's physical ability. That was something Taesan, in his current state, could definitely break through. You have activated essential understanding. Suddenly, his vision cleared. Information about the monsters came in, crackling like noisy interference in his mind. Exact details were unknown, but he could grasp the general aspects. The monster's health was unbelievably high. It was several times that of the A-grade monster he had faced before. Taesan looked at the writhing tentacles emerging from the monster's body. That was the monster's main mode of attack. Woo. While Taesan was analyzing the monster, it suddenly trembled. Its rippling waves assaulted Taesan's mind. The shockwave that had been flipping the giants' brains and pounding their hearts now focused on Taesan. It doesn't work. Taesan shook his head, clearing it. Realizing its mental attacks were ineffective, the monster moved its tentacles. Taesan stomped his foot. At the same time, the tentacles struck down. Boom. The tentacles pounded the ground, dominating the space. Taesan swung his sword, slicing through the tentacles, and evaded the unstoppable attacks by leaping off the ground. Swiftly reaching the tentacles, Taesan drove his sword into them. Crunch, the sword stuck into a tentacle, but it didn't penetrate deeply. Realizing their sturdiness, Taesan maintained a distance, dodging the swinging tentacles, and charged again. Boom, the tentacles struck down. Taesan raised his sword. You have activated strong blow. Crunch. He cut down the flailing tentacles one by one as he advanced. Soon he stood right in front of the monster. You have activated vital point designation. He targeted the junction where the tentacles connected to the monster and drove his sword into it. Crunch, the sword penetrated deeper than before. Taesan twisted the sword in place. The tentacle fell away. Taesan backed off. It wasn't difficult. The monster was originally designed to kill giants. Although it surpassed an S-grade in mental aspects, its physical abilities were not much different from those of an A-grade monster. The tentacles, sharp as thorns, aimed directly at Taesan. Taesan didn't dodge. You have activated random blink. Taesan's body moved through the air. He had already marked a spot near the tentacles. The moment he teleported, he brought his sword down like an axe. Crunch. The tentacle shook violently. As Taesan continued to strike, the tentacle fell away. Rumble, the tentacles attacked again. Taesan raised his sword. You have activated flow. The trajectories of the tentacles twisted, crashing into the ground and walls. He deceived all the attacking tentacles and moved again, swinging his sword. Taesan eliminated the tentacles one by one. As the number of tentacles decreased, facing the monster became easier. And the same was true outside. Uaya, a giant, roared fiercely, gripping a monster tightly. The monster made uneasy noises before being torn in half. The giant flung the monster's carcass aside, shouting, "This is nothing." It was an overwhelming victory for the giants. The great warrior's help was immensely significant. Their attacks felled dozens of monsters at a time, turning the numerical disadvantage from the giants to the monsters. And so, they almost completely cleared the monsters. The watching giant king muttered softly, "Is this only the beginning?" Boom, a massive wave spread from the sky. Amidst their shouts, the giants hesitated for a moment. From the rift, monsters began to fall again. And the monsters that appeared were clearly stronger than those they had dealt with so far. "No matter," one of the giants charged, shouting. A monster in front swung its long arm. The giant confidently held up his shield. Crunch. The shield crumbled and the giant was thrown back. These monsters were significantly stronger than the B-grade ones. If Taesan had seen them, he would have classified them as A-grade. Hundreds of A-grade monsters rushed in at once. The giants held their weapons with stern faces. Crunch, Taesan shook off the tentacles. Only 3 remained now. He was almost done. Woo, a space opened above the monster. Dark, dense energies poured down like a waterfall, beginning to inhabit the monster. "Well, that figures. Again with this, again, aren't they tired of it?" The ghost muttered in disbelief. The high gods used every means to kill Taesan. It was no different here. Taesan wasn't flustered as he had anticipated such a change at least once. Crack. The severed tentacles of the monster wriggled, growing back with small thorns on them. Simultaneously, the thorns on the tentacles shot out like arrows. PFFFT, the thorns stuck into the ground. Taesan leaped, swinging his sword. Crack, the thorns were sliced all at once. But again, more thorns shot out from the tentacles, targeting Taesan. There were too many thorns to deflect with a sword. Taesan quickly decided there was no need to use 2 swords. Instead of a sword, he pulled out the shield of Aegis. Clink, the thorns pounded the shield. There was a rebound, but it was bearable. No damage was taken. Taesan exerted force in his feet. You have activated the white rune shield. Boom. A bright white shield materialized in front of Taesan. The incoming thorns pounded against the shield. It didn't last long, but it afforded Taesan enough time to move. Crack, Taesan swung his sword, shattering the thorns like brittle straw. However, the tentacles continued to produce more thorns. Cutting the thorns proved pointless. He needed to sever the tentacles that were producing them. To accomplish this, he had to approach the tentacles just as before. Sizzle. Dozens of tentacles spread out simultaneously, and thousands of thorns hurtled towards Taesan. Taesan exerted force in his feet. You have activated Apostle Transformation Lakaratas. You have activated Marba's Pitch Black Wave. Boom. A black wave surged through the intervening space. The waves rose greedily, rushing towards the thorns. The thorns were engulfed and obliterated by the waves. The black wave continued unabated. It devoured everything in its path as if to envelop it all. Taesan directed the waves as he charged forward. The monster gathered its tentacles and fired thorns in unison. The thorns became stuck in the black wave. The wave hesitated for a moment, then surged forward even more fiercely. Boom, the wave exploded. In an instant, thousands of thorns were annihilated. Thud, Taesan stomped his foot. Suddenly, now ahead of the tentacles, Taesan raised his sword above his head. Chapter 181, The World of the Arrogant Giant, Part 7, Kuong. To block Taesan's approach, the monster fiercely slammed down its tentacles. But the disappearing pitch-black wave clung greedily to the tentacles, creating an opening for Taesan. You have activated Vital Point Designation. You have activated the White Rune Shield, targeting the vital point on the tentacles. The white shield once again floated around Taesan, blocking the incoming spines. Taesan thrust his sword. 24/5 damage to the monster. Quagic. The sword was stuck in the tentacle. Taesan then exerted force. Quaduck. The tentacle was crushed and severed. At the same time, the white shields shattered. The tentacles flew at him, but Taesan did not dodge and directly thrust his sword into another tentacle. Your first attack nullification has been activated. The spines that were stuck returned. In that gap, Taesan also cut off another tentacle. Though he managed to cut off 2 tentacles at once, there were still dozens of tentacles remaining on the monster's body. Taesan moved calmly. Quagagagek, thousands of spines were stuck. As it was impossible to dodge all attacks, first attack nullification was activated again, but Taesan was not flustered. He slowly figured out the monster's weakness, and during the process, Taesan realized one thing. This thing relies on sight. Whenever Taesan's body was obscured by the debris from the floor and walls or by dust from the battle, the monster's attacks showed a bit of a gap. After experimenting a few more times, Taesan realized that the tentacles had eyes somewhere. If he could just block the view, the attack would become easier. Realizing this, Taesan immediately activated a skill. You have activated Decarabia's twisted vegetation. Kugagugung, roots burst out, consuming the space. The monster began to break the roots by shooting spines. Before the roots were completely destroyed, Taesan also activated the deer walking on the wind path along with a small spark. Flames spread through the wind, burning the roots. Thick smoke spread out, obscuring the view with the burning roots. The tentacles stopped shooting spines and hesitated, and Taesan seized this opportunity. With his enhanced senses and eyes of harmony, such obstacles were no hindrance to him. Quagic, Taesan dropped another tentacle. The spines were shot too late. You have activated random blink. The spines split the air. Taesan, who had already marked another spot, dropped another tentacle. As time passed, the number of tentacles decreased, and with that, the number of shooting spines also decreased. Taesan continued to move. The monster was certainly strong. The movements of the tentacles were faster and stronger, and the bursting spines were too numerous to dodge completely. But finding its weakness, it wasn't a level Taesan couldn't attack. After the battle, Taesan was able to drop almost all the tentacles. The remaining tentacles shot spines. Taesan lifted his shield with a bored expression. The spines fell away. That was closer than I thought. Only one attack nullification was left. Almost all of his magic power was consumed, and the duration of his rage mode was also running out. It might have been dangerous for Taesan if it had lasted a bit longer, but he managed to secure victory within the time limit. It's over. Taesan approached the monster and thrust his sword into it. The monster's body shook violently. Taesan pulled out his sword. The sphere's body split in half, spilling black liquid. Slowly, power began to drain from the monster's tentacles. Sensing the end, Taesan turned his back on the monster and stepped outside the sealed area. And then he felt a huge power behind him. Taesan quickly distanced himself from the monster. A rift in space appeared above the monster, and as before, a deep and dense power poured out from there. This is, Taesan groaned. The monster's body, empowered, trembled. The body, torn like rags, began to return to its original state. The torn-off tentacles grew back. In a matter of seconds, the monster had returned to its original state. What is this? The tentacles moved again. They rose to the sky like lifting arms, and thousands of spines were shot at once. Taesan hastily stamped his foot. Outside, the situation was not much different. The giants fought for their lives, defeating the monsters. Great monsters were tough for them to handle, but with the great warriors, they managed to win little by little. Truly strong, Umbarak murmured in awe. Each time a great warrior attacked, a monster difficult for them to handle was taken down. It was a power worthy of awe. Just as the giants were looking forward to victory, Wuong, the waves spread out again. Monsters poured out from the crack in the sky. Again, the giants were taken aback, not expecting the monsters to appear 3 times. It wasn't just them, even the great warriors were shaken by the current scene. Dozens of grade A monsters appeared again, and behind them a monster resembling a slime wriggling on the ground was also seen. That is, the watching giant king frowned. This is too much. Wuong, the slime-like monster, trembled. Then the mucus making up its body was shot out like bullets. The giants quickly took up weapons and shields, but it was no use. Quaduck, the mucus shattered all their defenses and pierced through their bodies. Numerous giants fell without being able to resist at all. A great warrior quickly flew forward. He waved his hand, dropping a pillar of light. Koong, the light struck the mucus monster directly. It was an attack that had obliterated any monster it faced until now. However, the monster seemed unharmed and flung mucus at the great warrior. The great warrior created a barrier for defense, but the mucus penetrated even that barrier, grazing his forearm. For the first time, the great warrior groaned. A small hole was punctured in his forearm. This is dangerous. Having healed the wound with magic, the great warrior looked at the monster through magical sight. It was significantly stronger than any monster that had appeared until now. He turned his gaze to the other great warriors. 4 of them surrounded the mucus monster, raising their hands. Kung, a massive magic force pressed down on the monster. It was a kind of sealing magic that restrained movement and inflicted continuous damage. The 4 great warriors combined their strength to suppress the monster, but it did not comply easily. Brr. The monster trembled and mucus poured out again. When the mucus collided with the seal, cracks appeared in it. The great warriors hastily drew more power to strengthen the seal further. While the 4 great warriors barely managed to restrain one mucus monster, the situation for the giants, who couldn't receive the great warriors' aid, was getting worse. Great monsters began to trample the giants one by one. Pabababek's spines were thrust. Taesan flew to dodge. The last attack nullification had already been used up. The monster shot spines at Taesan again. Quickly, Taesan raised his shield. He felt a strong impact beyond the shield. Taesan swallowed a groan. The monster had become faster and stronger than before. The ghost constantly thought about how to defeat this monster and came up with a despairing answer. Isn't it impossible to defeat this with normal methods? Despite being defeated several times, the monster kept regenerating. It was clearly strange. Based on the ghost's experience, there were a few solutions for this type of enemy. Find a weakness that couldn't be solved by physical means, or it's something that literally can't be defeated like some kind of law. Just enduring or finding another weakness seems to be the answer. A mysterious enemy that keeps regenerating. In the ghost's view, fighting any longer was a waste of time. Moreover, much had been expended in 2 battles already. Regrouping and fighting again later seemed like the best decision based on the ghost's experience. Well, but Taesan did not back down. He dodged the shooting spines, advancing little by little. Taesan, like the ghost, recalled his experiences one by one, an enemy that wouldn't fall. And at the foundation of this was the power that poured out from that crack in space every time the monster was in crisis. Taesan had faced thousands, if not tens of thousands of monsters. Among them there were those that regenerated, and some seemed truly indestructible. However, a monster that regenerated by receiving power from an external source like that did not exist. This meant that the regeneration of the monster involved direct intervention by a higher being. But can they continue to use this? Taesan thought. While higher beings were responsible for sending monsters to Earth, they could not send ones above a certain level. The moment they crossed the line to kill Taesan, the labyrinth gods too gained the right to intervene on Earth, rewarding Taesan. The demon god had once said during his previous return, excessive interference is impossible. It goes against the laws. And he was here now on a request from the god of magic. Taesan made a decision. He charged at the monster. Through his movements, the ghost realized. Taesan aimed to take down the monster. The ghost said nothing and kept his mouth shut. It was Taesan's decision to make. If he had made a judgment, then the ghost had no right or reason to intervene, and he believed that Taesan's judgment was better than his own. Spines were thrusting. Taesan stamped on the ground. You have activated leap. Pabababek's spines were thrust into the ground. Though he succeeded in dodging the attack, it meant little. Thousands of spines flew towards Taesan in the air. He dodged the attack again with an aerial leap. And once more he dodged the following attack with a landing and approached the monster, but he had yet to reach the monster. The spines began to surge towards Taesan again. Taesan did not dodge. He focused more, pushing forward. Kyujuk, the aura of the apostle wrapping around Taesan twisted. The aura itself came under Taesan's control. At the same time, Taesan felt a strong pressure on him. Twisting the surrounding soul energy artificially, it felt as if the blood throughout his body was boiling. A massive depletion of energy and fatigue enveloped him. He gritted his teeth and pressed on. Pabababek, the spines pierced Taesan's flesh. But they did not penetrate. It was as if they were blocked by an invisible barrier merely touching Taesan. That was the ability of a higher being gained as a reward for defeating a grade A monster, Twisted Soul Harmony. Ironically, the ability of a higher being provided a weakness to their own minions. Taesan, having reached the monster's core, took a breath. You have activated mental acceleration. Senses sharpened. He felt thousands of spines flying towards his back. Concentrating all his mind on one point, Taesan thrust his sword deep into the monster's body. Chapter 182, The World of the Arrogant Giant, Part 8. A prolonged battle was out of the question. All his means of nullifying attacks had been depleted, and only half of the health remained. While health could be somewhat replenished with potions, there was no method to restore the expended mana and skills. Yet the most pressing issue was the nearing end of the transformation into an apostle. Within the dwindling duration of the transformation, the monster had to be vanquished. Pabababek, thorns hurtled towards Taesan's back. He focused his mind. Amidst a growing sense of detachment and fatigue, the level of force twisted anew. The thorns that targeted Taesan's back failed to penetrate the condensed force and were repelled. Taesan significantly twisted the sword he had plunged into the monster's body. Crackling black liquid gushed out, further tearing the monster's body apart. You have dealt 42 damage to the monster. Taesan ignited flames in the monster's wounds using the tiny spark spirit skill. The monster writhed as if in agony. Simultaneously, thorns were launched at him once more. You have activated a random blink. Crack. Moving counter to the direction of the thorn's assault, he thrust his sword again and yanked it out. After thrusting the sword once more, he split it open and spread flames. The monster's body started to burn. Kururung, the monster's body shook violently. The room quaked as though on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the thorns resumed their frenzied attack. Taesan concentrated anew on defending against the relentless assault. Simultaneously, Taesan's body momentarily faltered under the immense force and fatigue. I can't go on any longer. Taesan barely managed to steady himself. Adjusting the twisted soul's power considerably strained his mental fortitude. Continuing its use might lead to his actual collapse. Taesan maneuvered past the monster with minimal defense. One by one, large scars were inflicted on the body. Boo, the monster cried out in pain. The thorns swirled and charged at Taesan with the force of a storm. Kung. Taesan slammed down his shield. You have used the Aegis shield. You are immune to all damage for 1 second but cannot move. Kagagagak, the rough storm of thorns grazed past Taesan. Taesan took no damage and moved again after 1 second, slicing the monster's flesh. Black slime stretched out in all directions like a swamp, trying to grasp Taesan's ankles. As the slime touched him, a terrible mental wave penetrated his mind. It doesn't work, Taesan shook it off lightly. At this point, a mental attack was unlikely to work. Taesan plunged his sword again, brr. The monster's body trembled greatly. The impact was so great that the tentacles momentarily stopped. Seizing the opportunity, Taesan drew his dual swords and deeply embedded them into the monster's body. Black slime gurgled out unrestrainedly. It was the moment the monster was dying. And as had been the case so far, space opened above the monster's head and dark power poured down on the monster. Taesan calmly observed this scene. The moment the monster began to regenerate with the received power, space trembled greatly. The huge force supporting the monster began to shake unstably, like a vessel cracking from being filled beyond its capacity. As expected, the regenerative power the monster received was directly bestowed by high gods. There was a limit to how much one could interfere in realms that were not their own. The high god was walking a fine line at that boundary. And once again, as the monster was revived, that line broke. There was one being that could appear in such a situation, crackling. The moment the high god crossed the line, a being waiting for this opportunity appeared. A hand emerged from that place, tearing space apart significantly. With space torn apart, a being with eyes like starlight appeared. You're late, Taesan murmured as he lowered his sword. The god of magic had descended. Whoa, a giant swung an axe at the monster with a shout. The monster did not avoid the giant's attack. Clang, it was the axe-wielding giant who was repelled instead. The giant gritted his teeth. What is this? They were being overwhelmed by the monsters. They could barely defeat B-class monsters and had no chance against A-class ones. Although they realized they were facing a much stronger enemy and tried to hold their formation, it was reaching its limit. The giants fell one by one. Out of the hundreds, already half were dead. In contrast, they had only managed to kill 5 monsters. That they had managed to take down 5 A-class monsters with their power was an impressive feat, but the desperate situation had not changed. The great warriors, their situation was not any better. Their clothes were torn to shreds and their hair was a mess. The slime monster they had been suppressing rose up violently. At the same time, the slime spread and surged towards the giants like a wave. The great warriors hurriedly gathered and raised their hands. A huge magical barrier was created. Kuung, the slime pounded on the barrier. A cracking sound spread little by little across the barrier. Despite the great warriors pulling more and more power, the emerging cracks did not stop and continued to grow in intensity. Is this the end? The giant king laughed bitterly. The gamble had failed, yet just as he was about to calmly accept defeat, Wuong, the wave of the monster that had been continuously hitting his barrier, slowly began to disappear. The giant king's eyes shone. He released the power he was using to create the barrier. The wave that had been spreading throughout the world left only a faint residue and disappeared. This power, it wasn't just the giant king who realized it. The giants fighting, as well as the monsters, momentarily stopped their attacks and looked towards the castle. Something immense had descended here directly. The giant king laughed. Isn't it too late, god of magic? This feels good. The god of magic laughed, setting his foot on the ground. It's been a long time since I've been on the land of my birth, to come here because of such a worthless thing. I love it. Was it the high god's interference after all? The god of magic was a giant from the world of arrogant giants, a native of Bahulia, but he had never shown himself here before. Considering the task given to him, the god of magic had an attachment to his homeland. There was definitely some interference, and Taesan thought it was the high gods. Right, those annoying ones kept blocking my return. Seems they really wanted to kill the giants. The god of magic swung his hand merrily, but that's over now. The space created above the monster's head closed. As I expected, Kang Taesan, you did as I wanted. You kept killing the monster, forcing the high god to cross the line. Thanks to you, I was able to descend. The god of magic held his laughter, seemingly very pleased. I'll express my thanks, Kang Taesan. It's rare for a god to thank a human, so take it as an honor, gurgling. The cracks made by the high god disappeared, but the monster had already regenerated. The monster moved its tentacles, launching thousands of thorns at Taesan and the god of magic. This one's on you. The god of magic didn't even glance at the monster's attack. The thorns approaching the god of magic turned to ash and disappeared. I have my own things to do. That may be, but it's going to be difficult now. The transformation was undone, and both his physical and mental strength were depleted. Facing the monster now was practically impossible. Upon hearing Taesan's words, the god of magic flicked his fingers. Don't worry, mana, invoked by the god of magic, inhabited Taesan. You are in your best state. You have learned the intermediate magic frozen world. The usage will come naturally to you. As Zelbando finished speaking, Taesan immediately became aware of all the information about magic, including its effects and power. It's quite high grade, even among intermediate magics, so I hope you like it. Thank you, Taesan nodded, groaning. Then I'll go do what I must. Zelbando left with a smile. Taesan turned his gaze towards the writhing monster. Until now, it had been a fairly dangerous enemy worth risking his life against, but it no longer posed a threat. Kugagugung. The tentacles moved, and again thousands of thorns flew towards him. You have activated Frozen World. Creaking and cracking, space froze over. A terrible chill rushed at the monster. Due to the battle's aftermath, the collapsing space froze over, halting the collapse. Instantly, silence enveloped the vast space. The state of the monster, directly hit by the magic, was truly pitiful. All its tentacles were frozen solid, unable to move. The monster tried to fiercely twist its frozen tentacles to shoot thorns at Taesan, but the chill that subdued it blocked even that attempt. Taesan curled the corners of his mouth and approached the monster. While he was dealing with the monster, the god of magic moved towards the giant king. All the giants stared blankly at Zelbando. Are you the king now? Pleased to meet you. The giant king, who had been staring blankly at Zelbando, opened his mouth. You are quite small, just like in the books. Zelbando's size was similar to Taesan's. It was inconceivable that he was one of the giants. Right, I was small and weak, always under everyone's protection. Zelbando chuckled and raised his hand. I have received a lot from you, so I guess it's time to give back. His hand unleashed a tremendous power that reached the giants. As soon as his power touched them, all the giants felt an overflowing strength. Oh, a flood of knowledge began filling their minds about the magic that they had forgotten over long and lengthy eons. Swish. Simultaneously, the sky split open and monsters poured down like rain. Each one was comparable to the slime monsters the great warriors had faced. They never give up, do they? But it's too late now. Zelbando chuckled merrily. The giant king looked down at his fist with serene eyes. The mental attacks he had been blocking with all his might for a long time were now gone. How long has it been since I fully felt my power? He stood up, waving his hand towards the dozens of S-class monsters charging at him. The sky opened and starlight fell. Each starlight possessed the power to crush the earth and twist space. The S-class monsters were instantly buried in light and disappeared. Some survived the fall of the starlight, attempting to attack, but even they were crushed under the remnants of the light. Dozens of S-class monsters, monsters that even the previous lives Taesan and Lee Taeyeon had carefully dealt with, were wiped out in one strike. The giant king laughed. He clenched his fist. Disappear. Kung, the giant king's power stretched out to all the worlds. The cracks that had been established in each territory were one by one pressed down by the power and disappeared. In just a few minutes, all the cracks that existed in Bahulia were gone. Kuang, simultaneously, a massive wave was felt from inside the castle. It seems that side is finished too. Shortly after, Taesan, covered in black slime, appeared. Taesan said calmly, the quest is complete, god of magic. Well done, the god of magic smiled faintly. Chapter 183, The World of the Arrogant Giant, Part 9. The god of magic silently gazed upon the land. Beside him, Taesan asked, aren't you going back to the labyrinth? I will return, but not just yet. It's been a long time since I've been to my homeland, and I intend to enjoy it. Longing was evident in Zelbando's eyes as he viewed the scenery. The annoying high gods kept me away for a long time. It was incredibly irritating, but thanks to you I could return once again. Let me express my gratitude once more. This is sincere. What about the high gods then? Nothing. Zelbando shrugged his shoulders. The damage I've caused this time isn't significant enough to deeply affect them. If it were, we would have broken through the seals and shredded their bodies long ago. However, they won't be able to interfere with my world anymore. The sky, having regained its blue hue, looked very calm, but Taesan knew that an invisible, massive barrier was spread out there. I don't plan to return immediately, but I can't hold you back. Zelbando waved his hand. Go and meet the king of the giants, talk to him, receive your reward, and then return. After that, I'll send you back to the labyrinth. Taesan nodded and went off to find the giant king. You've come. The giant king was waiting for him on his throne. You seem to be in good condition. Thanks to you, the giant king let out a small laugh. The constraints that were felt towards him before had completely vanished. The presence of an immortal who could subjugate and dominate everyone just by existing was emanating. I express my gratitude, human. Thanks to you, we were able to win. Finally, after thousands of years, a struggle that started before he even ascended the throne had culminated in the defeat of the beings that coveted the world of the giants. The gratitude he felt was so profound that even as the king of giants, it was difficult to express in words. Of course, the damage was not small. The giant king smiled bitterly. About half of the giants, who numbered in the hundreds, had perished. Considering that each of them was not just any giant but the lord of their respective territories, the loss was indeed significant. But we won. They had succeeded in stomping down and driving away the monster, and the damage was much less than what the giant king had initially anticipated. He had expected the monsters to spread in all directions, devastating numerous territories. The deaths of the lords were sad, but sacrificing their lives to protect the inhabitants of their territories was their duty. The names of the lords who fell in the fight against the high gods will be remembered and passed down among the giants. All of this is thanks to you. You have fulfilled your role perfectly. It's only right that I repay you. The giant king raised his hand. Magical power converged there, creating a white stone. You have obtained the white rune. What's this? Taesan received the rune. The white stone piece was densely inscribed with patterns. It's a magical material. It will be quite useful when used on your equipment. Is this similar? Taesan shook a necklace. White rune necklace, defense plus 15, magic plus 8, intelligence plus 25, necklace made from the highest quality white rune. Every mage in all the towers would covet this. It was the necklace he possessed. It was also described as a white rune, just like the one given by the giant king. The giant king frowned. Do not compare our creation to the worthless imitations made by humans. It is incomparably superior and perfect. It's better to see for yourself than to explain. Do you have any equipment you'd like to embed the rune into? I have one. Taesan took out a staff. Twisted Staff of Calamity. Magic plus 40. Staff that brought about the world's destruction through personal greed. Every time an opponent is killed with magic using this staff, magic increases by 1. In exchange, attack power decreases by 1 and health by 10. It was equipment obtained through the trials of a hunchback who pursued twisted mysteries. It was certainly good equipment, but the penalty was significant. That's why he still had it even after planning to leave it with the blacksmith. The giant king's eyes lit up at the sight of the staff. That it belongs to an immortal. You can tell, I can feel the remnants of its power. It seems like equipment used during the mortal days. Judging by the energy I feel, it's a heavily twisted being. The giant king laughed. Hand over the staff, I'll make it usable. There was no reason to refuse the offer to fix it. Taesan handed over the staff. The staff floated gently into the giant king's hand. And the rune. Taesan also handed over the white rune. The giant king held the white rune in one hand and the staff in the other, chanting something. Cock. A rough surge of power emanated from the staff. A dark and dense energy that twisted the mind of whoever it touched and burrowed into their body. The giant king smiled deeply at the power's struggle, like a trapped beast flailing. Pitiful thing, crack, the surge of power was crushed. The rune merged with the staff. The ominous energy previously felt from the staff disappeared and only a gentle white power emanated. Take it. Taesan readily accepted the staff handed to him. Purified Staff of Calamity, magic plus 70. Staff that brought about the world's destruction through personal greed. Purified with the magic of giants. Every time you defeat an opponent using magic with this staff, magic increases by 1. Taesan's eyes shone. The item's magic attribute had increased by 30. Not only that, but the penalties of decreased health and attack power were also gone. Are you satisfied? More than enough. Taesan happily secured the staff, but the giant king, seeming a bit regretful, stroked his chin and asked, Your weapon is a sword, isn't it? It seems you won't use a staff. That's correct. That's why I was thinking of visiting a blacksmith to have it reshaped. Even if it were not a weapon but armor, it would be fine. Even if the effects were to degrade in the process, it would still hold significant value. Hearing Taesan's words, the giant king nodded. Give me the equipment you wish to combine with the staff. I'll take care of it all at once this time. Really? Considering what you've done for us, it's the least I can do, and no matter how skilled a blacksmith may be, with an item of that caliber, degradation is inevitable. I wouldn't like that. There was no reason to refuse the offer. After a moment's thought, Taesan took off his cloak. Then please do it with this. Ancient King's Robe, Defense plus 40. A robe worn by a great king from an era only remaining in records. Only remnants of magical treatment meant to protect the king are left. The giant king fiddled with the robe. A decent robe, with this we can minimize the loss. He chanted something while holding the staff. White energy began to inhabit the two pieces of equipment, starting their combination, and when the light subsided, only a pure white robe remained. Not bad, this should be enough for you now. The giant king tossed the robe. Ancient King's Robe enchanted with magic. Magic plus 40, defense plus 50. A robe worn by a great king from an era only remaining in records. Magical treatment meant to protect the king has awakened with great power. If the robe blocks an attack, the damage received is reduced by 20%. I awakened the power contained within it. Whether it was the better choice, I'm not sure, but this way had the least loss. This is enough. The magic stat increased by 40. Defense also saw a slight increase, and most importantly, the robe now had the effect of significantly reducing damage when blocking attacks. Knowing that the equipment would have degraded and not performed to its full potential, this outcome was more than satisfactory. Moreover, since it was equipment he had originally used, not having to carry the staff separately was the most satisfying aspect. The giant king muttered as he saw Taesan pleased with the reward. That's good then, are you leaving now? Taesan nodded. His goal was to conquer the labyrinth. Come back anytime. I'll welcome you personally then. Got it. Taesan turned and left him. While heading towards the god of magic, he spotted Umbarak. Seeing Taesan, he approached with a bright expression. Oh, human. Have you met our king? Yes. Then you're leaving now? I must return to where I belong. I see. Umbarak gave a wry smile. Magic, we had forgotten about it. Umbarak was confused. His mind was now filled with a vast knowledge of magic. It was disconcerting to hear that the power they had been unaware of existing was originally theirs. But still, it's our power, and it's thanks to you. Come visit any time. I'll be waiting. Got it. Taesan left Umbarak behind. Umbarak waved his hand in farewell. I hope you achieve your goal, human. Thus, Taesan reached the god of magic. Going back? Yes, the god of magic smiled gently. You've done very, very well. Magic flowed from his hand and enveloped Taesan. So this is a bonus. Your magic proficiency has increased by 4%. You have learned the basic magic tracking. Thank you. Taesan expressed his gratitude for the unexpected reward. The god of magic waved his hand. A fitting reward for a fitting effort. Good work. See you later. Space engulfed Taesan. When his vision returned to normal, Lilies was waiting for him. You're back, she quietly exclaimed upon seeing him. You've become stronger. Can you tell just by looking? I might not know about other things, but in terms of magic, that's clearly intermediate magic. Her eyes flickered intensely. Taesan put some distance between them, sensing her intense gaze as if she wanted to devour him. Then, I'll be going. Yeah, that might be best. It's hard to restrain myself. Taesan left her and descended the floors. 38th floor quest start. Defeat the boss of the 38th floor and pass through. Reward necklace of spells. Secret reward. It was the 38th floor. Finally, the end of the 30th series of floors seemed to be in sight. Before attempting to break through the floor, Taesan opened his skill window. Magic. Proficiency 56%. You can properly handle magic. You seem to be able to control fire, adjust coldness, and manipulate wind. The magic proficiency, which had not risen much before, was finally nearing 60%. It was all thanks to the help of the god of magic. Magic was a skill that brought significant changes, though it was hard to increase proficiency. He was very much looking forward to the change that would occur once it surpassed 60%. The proficiency of the concept skill also increased as he defeated monsters, reaching 40%. As a result, the description changed once more. Concept skill, proficiency 42%, the power of will descends. It allows you to see and feel the will of all things and tune your own will. And you have gained, Chapter 184 38th Floor, Part 1. The proficiency of the conceptual skill exceeded 40%. Subsequently, a specific word was added to the name of the skill, however, its meaning remained entirely unclear. Raising the proficiency should solve it. There was, however, a more crucial aspect to consider. As proficiency increased, it became possible to adjust one's will within it. Indeed, as his proficiency grew, Taesan began to experience a peculiar sensation. He had a rough idea of how to use it, but predicting its effects was challenging. Therefore, he decided to conduct an experiment. The monster on level 38 was a knight wielding a spear which charged at Taesan. Taesan observed the monster and amplified his newly acquired sensation. The sensation enveloped the knight. In that moment, the knight flinched, then raised his spear defensively as if anticipating Taesan's charge. Is this it? Taesan murmured, enhancing the sensation once more. As he directed it towards the knight quickly retreated. Observing the knight's continuous reactions to his actions, Taesan understood the skill's capability. The ability of the newly acquired conceptual skill was to manipulate will as one desired, exactly as described. When Taesan projected his will to attack, the monster moved to block without Taesan making a physical move. The knight persisted in charging with the spear, but each time Taesan directed his will to pressure the knight was rendered helpless and pushed back against the wall. A thought crossed Taesan's mind. Conceptual skills are about tuning will. Twisted Soul Ascension tuned the soul, and the three proofs materialized and disseminated what one had cultivated independently. What was cultivated was not only the soul but also a form of will. Having concluded his thoughts, Taesan activated the three skills simultaneously. At that moment, a physical pressure radiated in all directions, a force potent enough to crush the weak. Taesan then fine-tuned the force emanating from him. The force materialized and surged forward. Kuung! The knight was hurled into the wall with a heavy crash. He seemed to have absorbed a significant impact, struggling to regain his balance. Could this be something akin to spiritual influence? Using willpower to attack the opponent, a concept familiar from martial arts novels I've read on Earth, it felt somewhat similar. This is quite impressive. It appears to be more than just quite impressive. Merely through the manipulation of will, a monster on the 38th floor was controlled without much resistance. Of course, this was facilitated by the vast disparity in strength between him and the monster. It was probable that this technique wouldn't inflict significant damage on much stronger adversaries. However, if the tuning of Twisted Soul Ascension and the mastery over the conceptual skill improve in the future, and Taesan grew stronger, enhancing the influence of the three proofs, the potential outcomes were unpredictable. The only drawback was the fatigue from tuning Twisted Soul Ascension. Yet this fatigue was less severe than before, as he had grown accustomed to it after several uses. The evolution of the conceptual skill was gratifying. Now it was time to experiment with magic. You have activated Frost Arrow. Crackle. A rush of cold air filled the room, markedly different from before. Its mere presence was enough to chill the skin and freeze the lungs. Barely managing to regain his footing, the knight charged forward, sword in hand, but Taesan unleashed a Frost Arrow. Ciararayak, the frost arrow colliding with the knight's sword, sent it flying and pierced through the knight's body. 736 damage dealt to the spear-wielding white knight. A massive hole was blasted through the armor. Around that hole, the armor began to freeze slowly, and the knight's movements grew sluggish. Eventually, the knight was completely encased in ice. Taesan nodded in approval. The god of magic had enhanced his magic proficiency. Furthermore, thanks to the robe, his magic stat had increased by 40. This not only significantly enhanced the damage of his magic, but also led to notable improvements in all aspects, including power and speed. Of course, that alone couldn't fully account for this power. The proficiency of Frost Arrow had also surpassed 40% after repeated use. Basic magic, Frost Arrow, mana consumption 6, proficiency 41%, fires of Frost Arrow. The less immune the enemy, the greater the damage. Attempts to inflict the status abnormality Frostbite on the target. The intense cold freezes everything it touches. It took quite a while. Frost Arrow was the spell Taesan used most frequently among the magics he had learned. It's difficult to identify any drawbacks in a spell that performs above average in every situation. Yet, it had only just now surpassed 40% proficiency. It was indeed notorious for its slow proficiency gain. But the power it demonstrated was worth the effort. The knight on the 38th floor was frozen solid by a single frost arrow, rendered completely helpless. With this, I could probably descend to the 50th floor using only magic. This seemed entirely feasible, assuming there were no interruptions from trials or guides. Crackle, the knight barely managed to break free from the ice. Taesan casually waved his hand at the staggering knight. You have activated Grain Dispersal, a basic magic that released numerous ice grains. Until now, it was a spell that hindered the opponent's movement with minor damage, but it hadn't shown much effectiveness. Crackle, however, with increased proficiency and the acquisition of new items, the situation had changed. The knight, ensnared by the grains, couldn't break free. Crash, crash, Taesan approached the knight, who was frantically trying to break through the grains. There was still more to test. You have activated tracking. Beep. A faint magical energy formed on the knight's chest. At the same time, the grains scattered around homed in on the magical energy. Crackle. The knight's body shook violently, hit directly by numerous grains and seeming about to fall at any moment. Taesan's eyes shone as he observed the unfolding events. This is pretty good. Basic magic tracking, mana consumption 40, proficiency 1% designates a specific part of the target. Thereafter, attacks launched by magic spells will head towards the designated location according to the user's will. Marking allowed the user to designate their location for linking with special magics like random blinks, making it a skill that could be combined. However, tracking was much more convenient for using attack magic as it allowed for designation from a distance away from the opponent. You have activated Frost Arrow. Crackle. Taesan fired frost arrows to both sides. Initially heading in completely different directions from the knight, the frost arrows suddenly changed trajectory and pierced through the knight. The knight could no longer withstand the assault and fell. You have defeated the spear-wielding white knight. It was an overall satisfying change. There was a sense of accomplishment from the effort put into defeating the monster, but the best was still the intermediate magic Frozen World skill. Intermediate magic Frozen World. Mana consumption 30, proficiency 1%, summons cold that freezes everything. It's not yet able to unleash its full power. The first intermediate magic that he had obtained. Its power was enough to instantly freeze the tentacles of a monster that even Taesan couldn't underestimate. Yet, it was not at full power. It was a skill that excited Taesan about how strong it would become as the proficiency increased. However, the mana consumption was incredibly high. Even Taesan, who had never suffered from mana shortage, would have to worry about running out of mana if he used Frozen World a few times. But it was a powerful skill that could bring a significant variable to future battles. Thinking of variables naturally led Taesan to ponder another skill. Special Continuous Activation Skill, Twisted Soul Tuning. Proficiency. 4%, twisted beings can twist and control their soul ascension. By bearing a great burden, one can control the ascension of the soul within themselves. This skill was acquired through soul ascension by defeating divine monsters. The proficiency increased again after defeating the monster from Bahulia. It's a decent skill. Without this skill, victory would have been much harder. It twisted and defended against the monster's attack through the ascension. Without this skill, victory would have been nearly impossible. But the burden was significant. The exhaustion and fatigue that enveloped his entire body at that time were not something Taesan could underestimate. Although the burden had slightly decreased when used again, the fatigue still hit hard. You're lucky that's all there is to it. Normally, mortals are not permitted such abilities, the ghost spoke. Even apostles can't twist or tune their ranks. Only transcendents and immortals can. A weak person would have been crushed by their soul ascension the moment they tried. That's serious, huh? That's the level. Touching the rank. It was a skill that needed to be used cautiously, but as long as he stayed within the line, it was undoubtedly a useful skill. Having checked everything roughly, Taesan once again broke through the passage. I do need to go down now. Recently, due to clearing the trials of the gods and returning to Earth, among other things, he hadn't properly conquered the floors. It had been quite some time since he entered the 30th floor series, yet he was still on the 38th floor. While he had gained a lot, the feeling of stagnation compared to before was unavoidable. Therefore, he planned to focus on breaking through the floors for the time being. Taesan swung his sword towards the approaching monster. The knight crashed to the floor. Taesan effortlessly shattered the floor beneath him. As usual, the monsters posed no challenge. With each floor he conquered, he found himself rewarded in unexpected ways. The effect of the second saint of the demon god has been activated. Your magical energy has increased by 2. Humans on Earth had tapped into new sources of magical energy. As they grew stronger, so did Taesan, benefiting from their gains. The authority of the apostle has been activated. The proficiency of ability sword has increased by 1%, doing well. His stats improved without any effort on his part. Few things were as satisfying as this. The proficiency of divine power has increased by 1%. I don't really need this. Muttering to himself, Taesan moved forward. He discovered a secret room and claimed its reward, a pair of shoes. They weren't an upgrade over his current gear, so he stored them in his inventory. The effect of the adventure title has been activated. The reward of the secret room is doubled. Aha, the quantity of shoes doubled. With a chuckle, Taesan placed both pairs in his inventory. Continuing his journey, Taesan soon came face to face with the boss. The boss, a knight armed with 2 spears, faced him. Taesan extended his hand towards the swirling spears. Snatch. He caught both spears effortlessly. With a swift kick, Taesan sent the knight flying into a wall. Approaching the downed knight, Taesan drove his sword into the knight's chest and unleashed a barrage of frost arrows. The knight was defeated just like that. Spell necklace. Magic plus 15. Intelligence plus 20. A necklace favored by a great magician. This specially enchanted necklace can hold spells. A magic spell can be stored and used at will, however 2 powerful spells cannot be stored. It was a unique necklace with a spell storage feature. He attempted to store an intermediate spell as a test, but it was rejected due to the limitation. Still, since the magic stat was higher than his current necklace, Taesan decided to switch to the new one. Then came the secret reward. You obtained the Simpleton's Ring. Simpleton's Ring, Strength plus 40, Agility plus 40, intelligence plus 40, a ring crafted by a blacksmith who had an aversion to complex designs. A more skilled artisan might have achieved greater effects, but the blacksmith was content with this result. The blue ring he had been wearing increased all stats by 15. Given that this new piece of equipment was an upgrade, Taesan opted to switch rings. With this, the 38th floor was conquered. Without delay, Taesan proceeded downward. The challenge of the 39th floor awaited. 39th floor quest start. Defeat the boss of the 39th floor to proceed. Reward Rune of Lightning, Secret Reward, Chapter 185 39th Floor, Part 2. As Taesan descended the floors, he thought of Hafren. Should I start heading over? It had been quite some time since he had given him a commission. He considered checking on the progress, but the ghost dissuaded him. It might be best not to go, he's probably at his wit's end right now, you'd only be a distraction. Is that so? He's never made equipment of that level before. It's a task that requires him to surpass his limits, so he won't have the luxury to focus on anything else. It's better for you two to visit later. With the ghost advising against it, Taesan had no intention of going out of his way to visit. The shopkeeper on the 39th floor asked him, "Isn't it about time you bought something?" "Well, the items you're selling are useful, but they aren't exactly necessary." The items the shopkeeper was selling were all top-notch, but none of the equipment Taesan had was of lesser quality. "I'll consider it if something better comes in." Understood. Taesan passed the shopkeeper and moved forward. Upon entering the room, he encountered a knight wielding a greatsword. With a more powerful force than any knight he had encountered before, the knight swung the greatsword as if to split Taesan's head. Taesan deflected the greatsword with his own and then, seizing the staggering knight's arm, swung him around. The knight flew and crashed into the wall. Staggering to his feet, the knight was finally subdued by Taesan with a final blow. The knight fell. Taesan calmly made his way through the labyrinth. No one could stop him. As he dispatched a knight's arm, Taesan muttered, "I want to learn a new skill." "Even more here," the ghost spoke reluctantly. "Isn't what you have enough?" In the labyrinth, the value of skills was incredibly high, but equally difficult to obtain. There were instances where one could complete an entire area without acquiring a single skill. Considering such cases, the number of skills Taesan had acquired was unbelievably high, even from the perspective of the ghost who had explored the depths. "Don't you have like 100 skills now?" "I haven't counted exactly, but it should be around that number." "Well, that's something," the ghost chuckled dryly. Now Taesan possessed many more skills than when he first entered the deeper levels, yet he felt it wasn't enough. "Isn't that too greedy? Being content is also important." "Not for me." Taesan was still not satisfied. The recent ones were all rewards from quests. Intermediate magic. It was certainly excellent, as was black magic. However, all of these skills were granted after passing the trials of gods. They weren't the skills he had newly created while navigating the labyrinth. Skills like temporary time stop, multiply, and absolute judgment, which he had developed in his past life, held absolute value. He yearned to acquire those. But the higher the value of the skills, the more difficult they were to learn. It wasn't just about the difficulty level, meeting the conditions was challenging as well. To learn addition, one had to swing a sword in the same posture without moving, using perseverance to double the damage. And there was a condition that required facing numerous monsters targeting Taesan, not just ordinary ones. The other skills were not much different. No matter how superior Taesan's stats were or how well he knew the method, they were not easily learned. That's why, despite being much stronger than in his past life, he had yet to learn most of the skills. With a feeling of regret, Taesan continued to conquer the labyrinth. After easily clearing a secret room, Taesan obtained a reward, Param's Ritual Sword, attack power plus 50, a sword used to offer sacrifices to the ancient god Param. Due to the ominous energy imbued in the blade, wounds inflicted by this sword do not heal easily. The ability to prevent wounds from healing was attached to it. Since there had been no need to recover amidst battle so far, Taesan, who hadn't felt a great need for it, stored the sword in his inventory. It feels increasingly difficult to obtain useful equipment. Considering the equipment you currently possess, that's understandable. Some of them can even be used up to entering the deeper levels. As they had this conversation, they continued on, and then they arrived at the boss. A knight consumed by the deep abyss has appeared. A knight emitting black energy appeared. Upon spotting Taesan, the knight let out a fierce war cry. The entire room shook with the roar, and Taesan murmured, "So noisy." As if the knight heard him, the shouting stopped abruptly. Then he charged at Taesan with a leap. The charge was like that of a beast and significantly faster than any knight encountered before. But that was it. Taesan struck down the charging knight with his sword. Unable to dodge the attack, the knight was slammed into the ground. 2453 damage to the knight consumed by the deep abyss. The damage is unbelievable as always. The ghost was amazed. Taesan's attack power, linking many skills like strong blow, critical hit, addition, was beyond imagination. Hence, the knights boasting solid defense on the 30th floor couldn't withstand a few hits. Despite the fierce attack, the knight got up immediately. Taesan struck down with his sword again. The knight was slammed into the ground once more. But again, the knight charged at Taesan immediately. Taesan tilted his head, watching the knight charge as if it hadn't suffered any damage. This is strange. He parried the knight's sword and plunged his own deep into the knight's chest. The damage exceeded 3,000. For an ordinary monster, it would have been enough to bring it to the brink of death. However, the knight's movement showed no change. Just like the first encounter, it continued to charge. Taesan kicked the knight away. Let's see. Taesan looked intently at the knight. Despite the damage inflicted, there appeared to be no impairment in its movement. You have activated essence perception. As soon as he activated the skill, he could understand everything about the knight. Knight consumed by the abyss. Deep in the unfathomable depths, the knight was consumed. Upon its return, it had lost its intelligence, transforming into a beast-like existence. Thus transformed, the knight became an indomitable entity that would not stop under any circumstance nor die. However, even such a knight had a weakness. A small part on the nape of the neck. When it fell into the abyss, something prevented the erosion of its spirit, leaving only the nape untouched. That part seemed to be the weakness of the 39th floor boss. It seems you've noticed, it's hard to miss. The color of the nape was different. It was something anyone could notice with a bit of observation. Targeting that spot alone made the 39th floor not so difficult. The ghost thought Taesan would immediately deal with the knight and move down to the 40th floor. However, Taesan lowered his sword and began to calmly dodge the charging knight's attacks. What are you doing? There might be something to gain if I do well. Taesan analyzed the knight's movements one by one. The pattern of movement, the type of swordsmanship, speed, and power, he checked everything. It's possible. Taesan completed the final verification process. You have activated vital point designation. He targeted the critical spot on the chest and stabbed his sword there. The knight was knocked back. The knight charged as if it hadn't been hit at all. Even after changing the location of the critical spot with vital point designation, it seemed that except for the nape, no damage was taken. It was possible. Taesan gripped his sword and concentrated. The ghost, seeing Taesan's movements, realized, "Are you trying to acquire a new skill?" Having gained skills this way several times before, the ghost could well guess. Taesan nodded slightly. "What's this time? I'm curious." Sure hit, sure hit." The ghost paused, pondering the meaning contained within. "Is it what I think it is?" "Probably." The knight charged. Taesan quickly deciphered the knight's movement. He read the trajectory of the swinging sword and activated the skill. You have activated vital point designation. He targeted the critical spot on the knight's shoulder. Then, dodging the attack, he precisely hit the designated critical area. The knight's body staggered significantly from the thousands of damage inflicted, but as if unaffected, it charged again. Taesan dodged again and targeted a critical spot, and he struck the designated critical spot. The knight was pushed back. Now 3 times. Taesan quietly counted the number. The knight charged again, and once more vital point designation was activated. Do you have to hit the critical spot? Yes. Is it similar to addition? How many times? I don't remember exactly, but about 100 times. The ghost chuckled dryly at Taesan's statement that he had to hit the critical spot 100 times. What about interference or skills other than attacks? Of course not. It's the same as failing if you subdue the knight while only aiming for the critical spot. This is madness. It's going to take a while. Taesan's sword struck the knight. The 4th time, and so Taesan quietly recited. A skill that could be obtained by hitting the critical spot 100 times in a row, sure hit, but most enemies died before reaching that number. The critical spot itself dealt significant damage, and no monster could withstand being hit there 100 times. The only exception would be monsters like the knight before him, which could only be killed under specific conditions. There was no telling when another monster like this would appear. Thus, he was determined to secure sure hit this time. Taesan continued to swing his sword. He repeatedly targeted the critical spot and struck it. Since he had to start over if he blocked an attack, he absolutely avoided them. He managed to successfully hit about 10 times quite easily. Then the knight's movements changed. It moved erratically, trying to dodge Taesan's attacks or deflect the strike point. Does it have intelligence? Whatever it is, it seems to have figured out your aim. It wasn't particularly unusual. Most monsters here possessed some level of intelligence, and Taesan was repeating a visibly obvious action of targeting and attacking the critical spot. The monsters could sufficiently respond to such actions. Taesan targeted the critical spot again, aiming for the abdomen this time. Then, the knight lowered its body as if sticking to the ground. A normal attack couldn't hit the knight's abdomen. Even if he targeted the critical spot again, the knight would act the same. If he targeted the arm, it would protect the arm. If the legs, then the leg. It was a clever response that made it difficult to attack, but it didn't matter. If the knight before him had the intelligence to respond to his attacks, he just needed to adapt his strategy accordingly. Determination flowed from Taesan. The knight could feel Taesan's intent to target its nape. Instinctively twisting its body to protect the nape, it naturally exposed its abdomen. Taesan struck the exposed abdomen. The knight crashed into the wall with a loud noise. Taesan murmured, 89 more to go. Chapter 186, Sure Hit, Part 1. Taesan designated a vital point as he rushed toward the knight. Then the knight tried to defend that vital point as a priority. Seeing this, Taesan rolled his foot. His willpower surged powerfully toward the knight. The knight flinched momentarily. He sensed that Taesan was targeting the weak spot on his neck. Therefore, he moved to protect his neck, inadvertently exposing the vital point Taesan had designated. Taesan seized the opportunity. Crack, 33, he muttered as he retrieved his sword. He tuned his willpower with a conceptual skill. This wasn't about physical limitations. It was about projecting his will to attack the knight's neck. Since nothing directly influenced it, there was no issue in meeting the acquisition conditions for sure hit. Taesan designated the vital point, manifested his will to restrict the knight's movements, and then attacked. This sequence of actions was repeated. The observing ghost let out a hollow laugh. That's rather tricky. Like the skills Taesan had acquired so far, the condition itself was clearly challenging. First, a forced duel. Against numerous enemies, conduct a duel assuming only one opponent and win. Taesan quickly acquired it through paralyzing arrows to suppress many. However, that was only possible on the lower floors. The deeper you went, the less frequent it became for numerous monsters to appear all at once. Even if they did appear, their numbers were countless, or they perfectly assisted each other, making it nearly impossible to isolate just one. In levels below a certain threshold, monsters also resisted states like paralysis, making them hard to incapacitate. Therefore, beyond the early stages, acquisition was virtually impossible, and the same went for attack nullification. You had to allow an attack without losing health and even had to wear no armor at all, making it very tricky. It was a skill that couldn't be learned without the shield stat, and even with one, it could only be acquired by minimizing damage as much as possible. Of course, now that the shield stat was higher, acquiring it might be easier. But the labyrinth didn't easily grant skills. The ghost thought that no matter how high the shield stat was, there would definitely be additional restrictions. And then addition. A skill that doubled the final damage. A skill with an unbelievable effect, its value increasing the deeper one ventured into the labyrinth. A crazy skill that required one to double damage without using any skills except perseverance. Nobody else but Taesan would have attempted such an experiment, including the ghost. To obtain an overwhelming skill, one had to meet conditions that seemed impossible that nobody else would dare attempt. The ghost remembered. The administrator had said, skills were not pre-made but were created and given when specific conditions were met and deemed appropriate. The important thing is the idea and imagination. It must have been the labyrinth's mage who devised such a system. The one who went directly to the gods to trade with them. The one who borrowed their power to create such a vast space. The ghost slowly began to understand what the mage had intended by setting such conditions for skill acquisition. Kong. 87, Taesan muttered, almost there, just 13 more focused attacks and it would be a success. The knight stood still for a moment as if in thought, then he charged at Taesan again. Taesan activated the vital point designation. The knight protected the designated vital part with his body, and Taesan, as before, aimed at the neck with his will. A chilling sensation, a whisper of death, flowed down the knight's back. But the knight did not change his stance. Kwung, Taesan frowned. The knight swung his sword at Taesan without protecting his exposed neck. Stepping back to dodge the attack, Taesan moved his will again. But once more, the knight charged relentlessly, showing no intent to protect his neck. Taesan realized the knight no longer intended to guard his neck. His only aim was to block the targeted area and attack. Concluding he couldn't dodge all the swinging attacks, Taesan moved his sword. Kong, the swords collided. It was back to square one, the ghost chuckled. Is this another insane repetition like addition? In some ways, it was worse. Addition required repeating the same attack, but this required utmost attention to both attack and evasion. It doesn't matter. How long it took was not important to Taesan. What mattered was that it could be obtained. Taesan designated the vital point and charged again. The knight, who had parried Taesan's attack before, charged again, blatantly exposing his weakness. Taesan watched the charging knight read the trajectory of the swinging sword and twisted his body. Suyek, the knight's sword harshly cut through the air, but Taesan, without stepping back, dodged all attacks with just a twist of his body. The knight's movements became increasingly faster. Accordingly, the well-guarded vital part was exposed. The moment he saw it, Taesan charged like an arrow. The knight hurriedly attempted to defend, but Taesan's sword, like a serpent, bent and struck the vital point. This makes the first. Taesan muttered. The knight changed his approach in response to Taesan's attack. He stopped guarding his neck and only defended the vital parts. Therefore, Taesan also changed his method. His stats were overwhelmingly higher compared to the knight's. Moreover, perhaps due to increased proficiency with conceptual skills, he could faintly read the knight's will, making it not difficult to dodge attacks. So he focused solely on evasion until the vital spot was exposed. Soon the knight, exhausted from Taesan's evasion, inadvertently exposed his vital spot. Kong, this makes 33, Taesan muttered. When he had succeeded about 50 times, the knight changed his movement once again. Swallowed by a deep abyss, the knight possessed a unique swordsmanship. He pressed on Taesan with disciplined but aggressive movements. But suddenly, he abandoned his swordsmanship and began to push forward recklessly with his body. Taesan quickly tried to evade the knight's attacks, but the distance was too close. Eventually, Taesan had to allow the knight's charge. Sigh, it was back to square one. The ghost shook his head in disbelief. But I felt the same during addition. If it were me, I'd have gone insane. After spending hours and getting close to 90 successes, just when he thought he was almost there, the knight changing his approach meant starting all over again. He had to repeat this over and over again. It was a task that seemed to require an infinite amount of time. Really, I think this is better than addition. Why, it seems the same to me. At least this one guarantees I can get it. Ah, the ghost realized what Taesan meant. Addition could only be obtained by blocking out variables. But variables were exactly that because Taesan couldn't control them. The only thing Taesan could do when acquiring addition was to keep swinging his sword. That was all. His proactive actions were severely limited. Literally, if luck wasn't on his side, addition was a skill that could take a lifetime to obtain. In contrast, sure hit allowed Taesan to manage the variables. The monster only countered Taesan's attacks with one or two different approaches. Then the story becomes simple. As long as he understood and countered every move the opponent made, success was just a matter of time. Well, that's something, the ghost chuckled. Taesan kept moving. Around 50 times in, the knight changed his pattern once more. Unable to immediately respond, Taesan had to start over from the beginning again. But Taesan's expression remained unchanged. Gradually, the knight's patterns started to repeat, following a predictable rhythm. Realizing the opponent had exhausted his repertoire, Taesan seized the opportunity. Crack. 1. The knight altered his count, attempting to overwhelm Taesan by switching patterns. However, Taesan had encountered all these maneuvers at least once before. With nothing new to challenge him, responding became effortless. And so he advanced steadily. Crack. Taesan's sword struck a critical point, causing the knight's body to convulse violently. This makes 100. You have exclusively targeted the opponent's vital points. The special activation skill Sure Hit has been acquired. He had finally acquired the skill, impressing even the ghost. I felt this during Edition 2, but your prowess is truly extraordinary. I wonder if there's anyone else who could succeed knowing the method. Probably not. In his previous life, he had shared the method with many, but only Lee Taeyeon had managed to succeed. With Sure Hit now in his possession, there was no longer any reason to engage with the knight. He advanced on the faltering knight, dodging the knight's sword and driving his own into the knight's neck. Crack. The knight collapsed. You have defeated the knight submerged in the deep abyss. Your level has increased. You have obtained the Rune of Lightning. You have obtained, phew, taking a deep breath, Taesan reflected on the effort. Although familiar, striking vital points over 100 times and aligning his will with a conceptual skill had been demanding, but ultimately he had prevailed. Special activation skill Sure Hit. Mana consumption 5, proficiency 1%. The next attack on the opponent will undoubtedly hit. This attack cannot be dodged. True to its name, it was a skill that ensured an undodgeable attack against the opponent. The only options for the opponent were to nullify the attack, block it, or suffer the hit. This is really fascinating. Do they actually give out such skills? The Sure Hit skill, which forced a specific counter from the opponent, could be likened to skills such as attack nullification or force duel. And Taesan possessed the ability sword. Given the precondition of clashing swords, it was a skill that could be endlessly utilized, and pairing it with that could maximize efficiency. However, Taesan was not yet satisfied. There were still many skills to be acquired. He intended to obtain every single one as soon as the conditions were met, all the skills from his past life, and the stats and additional skills from solo mode. How strong he could become by combining all of these was beyond even his own imagination. Taesan first checked the reward for clearing the 38th floor. Lightning Rune infuses the equipment with the energy of lightning. It was uncertain when he would change his weapon. Since the ghost mentioned that he could later obtain the weapon he used, Taesan applied the rune to his arrows. Fizz, the arrow shimmered with a blue light. Self-aware lightning arrow. Lightning Rune, an arrow that moves on its own to protect its master. It possesses self-awareness and cannot move beyond a certain range. Current master Kang Taesan, User's rank is insufficient, attack power. 1. Infused with the lightning rune, attack power plus 30. Applies an electrified status effect to the hit enemy. An additional 30 attack power was added, along with a minor but nice effect of applying a status effect judgment with each attack, similar to a lightning strike hitting an old tree. Taesan took out the arrows. 2 arrows were flickering with lightning. Not bad. The change was not unwelcome. However, he was curious about how to increase the attack power given the only explanation was the insufficient rank. Was used, obtain the Dagger of Magic Dispelling. Dagger of Magic Dispelling, a dagger infused with dispelling magic. It can unlock magical seals but cannot unlock seals of magic greater than the dispelling rank infused in the dagger. A dagger capable of unlocking magical seals, an equipment that could prove handy if kept. Taesan pocketed the dagger and descended to the 40th floor. 40th floor quest start. Defeat the boss of the 40th floor and pass through. Reward Necklace of the Majestic One. Secret reward. Finally, it was the 40th floor. The end of the Night-occupied 30s series was in sight. It was the moment Taesan was about to move towards the floor. A girl appeared as the darkness parted. "What's the matter this time?" Taesan asked, undisturbed by the sudden appearance of the demon god. He had a guess. There weren't many reasons she would appear before him like this. The guides of sin, they had made their move. Chapter 187, 40th Floor, The Demon Child, Part 1. I came because there is something I need to tell you. She twirled her hair, her expression ambiguous, and began to speak. On the 40th floor, at its very end, there's an entity waiting for you. Is it the guides of sin? You could say that. Taesan realized it through the words of the demon god. It seems to be one person. Taesan had already defeated all the 4th rank adventurers from the 40th floor. If so, next would be the 5th rank adventurers, but it was still too much for all of them to come down. So probably just one person, someone talented. Someone who has understood many things about the labyrinth, made breakthroughs, and acquired numerous things. Not someone who was simply satisfied with clearing the floors like other ordinary adventurers, but someone who, like Taesan, focused on the skills and strategies themselves. There was a high possibility that such an outstanding person would come down. The demon god nodded. Right, he will come to you, and then he will fight with you and either die or kill. The demon god looked regretful. He is. My child, a demon? Yes, he has remarkable talent, however his experience is very lacking and he made the wrong choice, a pitiful child. The demon god's eyes narrowed. For a moment the air grew tense. To be honest, I want to kill them all. A chilling sensation enveloped Taesan, but that wouldn't be right. The demon god shook her head. The energy that had engulfed the space disappeared. The affairs of the labyrinth are for the adventurers of the labyrinth. That's our rule. Even if that pitiful child was deceived, it was his own choice. There's nothing I can do about it, so do as you wish, Kang Taesan. That's what I was planning to do, Taesan responded. The demon god disappeared with a bitter expression. It seems you've grown quite fond of him. The demon god shows great affection towards her children, especially if the demon possesses talent. However, as she mentioned, she won't interfere, so there's no need to worry about any disturbances. If she's making a statement like that, then the demon must indeed be formidable. Taesan steeled his resolve and advanced to the next level. On the 40th floor, he encountered a golden knight wielding a longsword. The knight, gripping the sword with both hands, charged at Taesan. Taesan swung his sword, easily overpowering him. Sure hit was ineffective against such an adversary. Since the knight had no intention of dodging, it was essentially as if sure hit was an inherent ability. The true moment for sure hit to prove its worth would likely come when facing the entity at the end of the 4th tier. Taesan, sword in hand, swiftly continued his journey through the floor. The golden knight on the 40th floor was considerably stronger than previous foes, but this difference was negligible for Taesan, allowing him to smoothly navigate the labyrinth. As before, he discovered a secret room, overcame its traps, and secured a reward. Leap's boots, defense plus 40. These boots belonged to someone who aspired to soar high into the sky. He perished, burned by the sun. Allows for a 20% higher leap. While the boots offered decent defense, Taesan's current footwear was superior, so he stored them in his inventory. Taesan pressed on, encountering no special trials from the gods or NPCs on the 40th floor, which allowed him to reach the boss unimpeded. Clank. A resplendently shining golden knight has appeared. True to its name, the boss was a golden knight, its armor casting brilliant light throughout the room. The knight, wielding a longsword, charged at Taesan. Clash, floor 40. As the final boss of this level, it was indeed formidable. For an average adventurer, this would be a foe worth risking their life to defeat. Crack. Taesan brought his sword down, and the knight was slammed into the ground while blocking with its own sword. Taesan waved his hand. You have activated Frost Arrow. Dozens of arrows formed in midair. They pierced through the knight. With a tearing sound, holes began to form in the armor, thus the knight fell. With that, the 40th floor was conquered. You have defeated the brilliantly shining golden knight. Your level has increased. Your soul ascension has been activated. You have obtained the Majestic One's necklace. You have reached the 40th floor. You have obtained the title the Unstoppable One. You have perfectly cleared the 40th floor. You have obtained the title the Unsatisfied One. Your level has increased. You have perfectly understood and cleared all floors up to the 40th floor. You have obtained the title the One Who Steps into Perfection. You have reached a place that no one can deny. You have obtained the title the Recognized One. Your footsteps will not only leave many traces but will also serve as a guideline for those who follow. You have reached the entrance of the floor desired by the creator of the labyrinth. As a reward, one benefit is given. The creator of the labyrinth, the level desired by the sorcerer. Taesan had seen such a system window when he reached level 55. Along with it, an entity appeared. The bricks on the floor rose up, starting to form shapes in the air as if assembling a puzzle. The administrator of the labyrinth, Balbabamba, has appeared. Balbabamba moved its brick eyes. You've come this far. Do you remember? I am a tool. An entity without forgetfulness. I remember everything, especially since recently no one but you has come this far. The sound of bricks clacking against each other resonated. Human. You have reached the floor the magician wanted the adventurers to reach. Let me give you a reward for that. Choose the highest currency or valuable equipment. Are there fewer choices this time? Don't ask me. It's the magician's will. Currency and equipment. It seemed to be a choice between gold and items. Taesan began to ponder. Up to now, he would have chosen equipment without question. However, the level of equipment Taesan was wearing now was too high. Even if he received something decent, there wouldn't be much difference if he replaced it, or he might not even be able to replace it if it wasn't compatible. Taesan made his decision, the highest currency. He had just passed the 40th floor. The shop's items were scheduled to change, so he planned to buy according to that. Balbabamba blinked its eyes. Good. According to the magician's will, I will give you valuable currency. You have obtained 90,421 gold. 90,000 gold. It was more than he had anticipated. With this amount, he could choose and buy the equipment he wanted from the store. Balbabamba spoke to a smiling Taesan contentedly. Then continue to descend, human. If it's you, you might be able to reach the place my master desires. That's the plan. The bricks scattered again and turned back into the floor. The ghost murmured, that taciturn one is saying such things. Words filled with expectation. The ghost had never heard such things. To Balbabamba, who had seen countless adventurers since the inception of the labyrinth, Taesan was an exception. Taesan began to check the rewards for clearing the floor. Majestic One's necklace. A necklace that is simply ornate and gold-plated, worn by those who adorn themselves with nothing but the most expensive things. Its value is immeasurable. For sale, huh? It had no stats attached. It seemed to suggest that it should be sold in the shop for an item worthy of the clear reward. Was used, you have obtained a colorless ring. Colorless ring, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 30, agility plus 30, intelligence plus 30, attack power plus 30. A colorless ring with no design or color. It's impossible to know who the user is or who made it. Aha! It was a pretty good ring. Overall, it had lower stats than the ring Vargan had given him upon completing the quest in the God's battlefield. However, that didn't mean this ring wasn't remarkable. It simply meant that Vargan had given him an exceptionally good ring. Considering it could be used until reaching the deeper levels, the stats of this ring were suitable for use until then. Taesan replaced a ring with 8 attack power with the colorless ring, and then the rewards for clearing a theme on the 40th floor. Title the Unstoppable One. You have come down to the 40th floor without your heart being broken and your feet not stopping. Attack power plus 30, defense plus 30. Title. The Unsatisfied One. You were not satisfied even after settling and continued to descend the labyrinth, seeing the results. Strength plus 60, agility plus 60, intelligence plus 60, attack power plus 20, defense plus 20. Title. The One Who Steps into Perfection. You have come down to the 40th floor without missing anything. It's an almost impossible feat. Attack power plus 50, defense plus 50. Title. The Recognized One. You have reached a place that no one can deny and must acknowledge your achievements. Attack power plus 40, defense plus 40. The price of items in the shop decreases by 10%. NPCs and gods will have a favorable impression of you. You have obtained the special continuous activation skill Defense Penetration. It really boosts the attack power a lot. There's a limit to how much attack power you can gather. But for you, that's not an issue. As the ghost said, for Taesan, who had mastered the Arak weapon technique, attack power was not particularly lacking. Although gathering it was more challenging than acquiring statistics, it was rewarding to achieve such high figures in this manner. Kang Taesan, level 88, shield 1599/1599, health 17,920/17,920, mana 2582/2582, magic 312/312, strength 4298, intelligence 3854, agility 4083, attack power plus 809, defense plus 638. The target is in optimal condition. This represented Taesan's current status. He had managed to reach approximately a third of Lee Taeyeon's level, marking a satisfying rate of progress. But that was not all. The title, the recognized one, also bestowed a skill upon him. Special continuous activation skill, defense penetration. Proficiency 1%, ignores 10% of the opponent's defense. A reduction in defense was somewhat unexpected, yet he surmised the reason behind it. Could it be an advantage when facing adventurers in deeper parts? In the labyrinth, attack and defense calculations were straightforward, based on addition and subtraction. That is, if an opponent's defense surpassed one's attack power, it was presumed that inflicting damage was impossible. While not insurmountable with strategies involving critical hits, specific skills, or the dynamics of battle, such a disparity was not easily bridged. Without the Arak weapon technique, Taesan would have found it significantly challenging to overcome this hurdle. It was granted later than I anticipated. Up to this point, if you exerted enough effort, victory wasn't out of reach, but moving forward, winning will truly become unattainable. It's about time for such a disparity to emerge. A shift from the experience up to the 40th floor, he was filled with anticipation for the items and skills he would acquire in the future. However, there was something he needed to attend to first. Sensing someone ascending the stairs, Taesan murmured, waiting until I was done checking. That's considerate of you. It's the most thrilling part of descending the labyrinth. I wouldn't want to interrupt that. The newcomer was a man with black hair. He still appeared youthful. To Taesan, he seemed to be around the same age as Anetcha, whom he had met in Vekveta. His expression was listless, as if devoid of any will to fight, and he waved his hand. Nice to meet you. Yeah, Taesan replied calmly and observed the demon. It was different from what Taesan had anticipated. He had expected the demon, like the guides of sin before him, to show hostility and charge at him the moment he saw Taesan. So the moment he sensed the presence, he had prepared to activate all his skills. However, the demon in front of him showed no apparent hostility. I really hate it, I hate it. Instead, a sense of denial was even visible. Chapter 188, 40th Floor, The Demon Child, Part 2. What are you doing, Ambracia? The Spirit King frowned. In front of her, Ambracia lay sprawled on the ground like a corpse. Ambracia did not move but opened his mouth. What else is there to do? Might as well pass the time this way. I wish you would maintain some dignity in your power. Dignity, my foot, Ambracia grumbled as he got up. How many times have we failed to break through the 74th floor? I've lost count and can't be bothered anymore. It's all meaningless, so what's wrong with spending our time meaninglessly? Since their arrival, they had never once managed to break through the 74th floor. They had become accustomed to failure. The Spirit King, understanding Ambracia's feelings, gave a bitter smile. Don't be like that. There's a child making their way down here diligently. If that child joins us, who knows what will happen? That guy, Ambracia furrowed his brow. He went to fight that favorite of the demon god, right? Yes, the Spirit King nodded. He went up to kill the one who opposed us. It's about time they met. Now that I think about it, is it really okay? That guy is also favored by the demon god and Kwand is a demon. What if they join forces? Ambracia, worried, received a nonchalant reply from the Spirit King. No need to worry, that guy is dumb. Call it innocence instead, it's too pitiful otherwise. Ambracia spoke with a grimace. But dumb is dumb, and he's obsessed with us for recognizing him. That's why he made that contract. Well, that is. Unable to argue further, Ambracia closed his mouth. Why does someone with that much talent crave affection so much? Those without talent cannot understand those with talent. It's common for someone with Kwand's level of talent to be persecuted and not receive affection. The Spirit King spoke calmly. In fact, among the humans I've contracted with, many were such people. Most of them brought down the countries they belonged to. Is that so? Ambracia looked puzzled. Realizing this, the Spirit King noted, now that I think about it, you come from a world of utopia. It makes sense you wouldn't understand. Well, I came here because I hated it there, Ambracia shook his head. But are you sure betrayal is okay? It ends with death, right? Honestly, we don't even know how this will turn out. How strong had Taesan become? Due to the demon god blocking information, even the leadership did not know about him. They only assumed the demon god allowed the fight because they were similar in strength. However, even with these words, the Spirit King's expression remained unchanged. That doesn't matter either. Even if Kwand dies, his power will return to us. Really? Ambracia's eyes widened. The Spirit King spoke leisurely. We made a contract. Even if he dies, his power will belong to us. Are you that adventurer who's opposing us? Taesan nodded. Even as they spoke, his muscles were tensed, ready to respond to any attack at any moment. The black-haired young demon let out a deep sigh. My name is Kwand. What's yours? Kang Taesan. Taesan. That's an unusual name. Quan showed no signs of hostility. Moreover, he did not assume a stance for battle. Feeling foolish for being on guard, Taesan relaxed his fighting stance when he sensed no malice from Quan. Quan rubbed his forehead. "To be honest, I don't want to fight you." "Then don't." Taesan also hesitated to seriously fight the demon before him. The demon god had granted him many things, showing special favor and offering numerous rewards even at the expense of her own realm. Thus, Taesan felt gratitude towards her. If he could avoid defeating a demon the demon god lamented over, it wouldn't be a bad thing from his perspective. "But I can't do that. I'm one of them, much as I hate to admit it." Quan sighed deeply and drew his sword. Seeing his attitude, Taesan couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Why join them if you feel this way? They couldn't have done anything to you if you hadn't." The demon god doted on her children, especially showing deep affection for Quan. She didn't care much about the defeat of another demon named Jagan but showed a bitter expression this time. Even if he had refused to join the guides, the leaders could have done nothing against him. The demon god claimed not to interfere in the affairs of mortals or the labyrinth, but mortals couldn't be reassured. A simple whim of an immortal could kill them all, so if Quan had strongly refused, they likely would have backed off. Quan bit his lip, reluctant to answer, and Taesan shook his head. "Then just step aside. Even if you refuse to fight, they can't do anything." "Sorry, but that's impossible," Quan spoke gloomily. "I've made a contract. If their commands are deemed just, I can't refuse." "Why would you agree to that?" Taesan was incredulous. From his expression, it was clear he hadn't agreed willingly. Quan protested as if explaining, "I didn't know. They said joining an organization naturally involves such things. It's impossible for a member to refuse the will of the group." "That might be true, but there's no need to be bound by such a contract." Quan tightened his grip on the sword at Taesan's puzzled look. "Shut up," though barely audible, Taesan could hear it. He clicked his tongue. He understood why the demon god felt pity, so even someone like this can make it through with just talent. "Shut up," Quan said roughly. Even if kindly put, Quan was a being of mere talent without understanding. The ghost laughed hollowly. "I see you're an outsider, no a demon. You weren't treated as a demon, were you?" Quan's eyes flickered momentarily. "Others must have feared you. You've never had a proper conversation with anyone and lived a life without affection. You believed it was your fault that they feared you, didn't you?" As if he had witnessed it himself, the ghost began to pinpoint each issue one by one. With every progression of the ghost's story, Quan's pupils shook violently. Taesan asked, "What are you talking about?" "It's not complicated. People fear those who are different from themselves. If it was just being talented to a normal extent, maybe not. But if it's a talent that could delve deep into the labyrinth, that in itself is alien." Taesan realized what that meant. Innate, exceptional talent was often shunned. Even the guides of sin, who were blocked by each hierarchy, were considered geniuses in their own realms. And the owner of a talent much superior, one that even they could look down upon. I was similar. Rumors went around calling me a descendant of the demon king. Being of royal blood, I could suppress it to some extent with power, but if it were someone ordinary or close to the poor, it's obvious. The ghost seemed to contemplate the persecution Quan faced. The uneducated cannot understand talent, entering the labyrinth with their self-esteem already eroded by their inability to compete with talent, and then they realized. They had talent, and it was the outside that was strange. Entering the labyrinth and being praised by the leadership must have felt good. Finally, there were those who recognized them. The one who believed they were wrong for not having talent realized they did have it. Someone unloved and unacknowledged by anyone found those who recognized them. Especially since they showed exceptional skill in the labyrinth, it must have felt even better. Being acknowledged by such powerful beings made them feel valued. So they just listened to what they said, because it made those who acknowledged them happy, because it made them feel valuable. Quan closed his mouth. His pupils were shaking wildly. From his demeanor, it was clear the ghost's words were true. The ghost clicked its tongue. "Pathetic, I've seen a few like you, and those types are good at exploiting such individuals." Taesan looked at Quan with a mixture of sympathy. Quan hung his head low. "It's not a rare story. It's rare for someone talented to be mentally perfect. Often they get caught up and end up ridiculously dying or suffering losses. If they survive, their personality gets twisted." "Shut up," Quan spoke gloomily. "What do you want from me by saying such things? It's all in the past. Nothing much, just reminded of the past. If you get a chance, don't make the same mistake." The ghost's voice was laced with bitterness. "Anyway, I have to fight because of the contract." Suddenly, the aura around Quan changed. Like a rock that has stood firm for thousands of years, his presence became imposing. Taesan adjusted his stance as well. The naive and seemingly innocent young demon was nowhere to be found. "You'd better be careful," the ghost whispered softly. "Sure, the demon in front of you seems dumb and naive and knows nothing, but that also means something else." Despite such flaws, he had surpassed the 50th floor, received recognition from the leadership, and was allowed into the deep layers. It meant he had enough talent to overcome his deficiencies. The battle began. Kwon and Taesan moved at the same time. Watching Kwon move, the first thing Taesan noticed was how clean it was. The adventurers up to now had been somewhat crude. Strong and fast, yes, but their movements had ample gaps. But the demon in front of him showed no such gaps. Moving like flowing water, he approached Taesan and swung his sword, Kang. The clash of swords produced the loudest noise Taesan had heard yet, and he was strong. Very slightly, Taesan was being pushed back. In a swift move, Taesan slid his foot between Kwon's legs and pushed his body forward, restricting Kwon's movement. Kwon did not retreat. Instead, he countered by striking his knee against Taesan. Now neither could move their swords freely. Taesan attempted to strike Kwon's chin with his elbow. Kwon quickly intercepted with his palm and countered with an elbow of his own. Then he drew a dagger and aimed for the armpit. Taesan twisted his body to dodge. He moved his other hand to strike down with the hilt. Kwon blocked it with his sword. Kagagak, they countered each other's moves solely through physical actions, not utilizing any skills. It was a sort of probing battle. Through this, they both realized something. Strong, as he parried the whirlwind of attacks, Taesan thought to himself that Kwon was indeed strong. None of the vulnerabilities he had sensed with the other guides were present here. He responded to every one of Taesan's moves and even counterattacked. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, leaving no openings. Kwon was several levels above any guide Taesan had encountered before. And Kwon was equally surprised. He blocked my attack. He had been granted permission by the leadership to descend through the layers, naturally becoming a thorn in the side of each hierarchical guide. Of course, there had been no confrontations. No one dared to touch him since the leadership had directly permitted his passage, yet receiving angry and hateful glares, Kwon wondered. Why are they angry with me when they possess that level of power? From Kwon's perspective, all guides except for the leadership seemed weak. If he fought seriously, they would be no match and easily defeated. Thus, he didn't pay much attention when he was sent down to fight by the guide's orders. He simply thought they would be slightly stronger than the rest. But that wasn't the case. Taesan was truly strong. Currently, Kwon was an adventurer on the 51st layer. Being on the 51st layer and having gained much from navigating and understanding the labyrinth, he was significantly above the average adventurer. However, Taesan, who had just entered the 40th floor, was not being overpowered in their battle. This was a shocking revelation for Kwon, who had previously looked down on all adventurers except the leadership. Their shoulders collided and they both staggered back. As a momentary lull settled, the ghost whistled. You're naive but have the strength to survive. Really strong, huh? Your talent is comparable to mine in my prime. It was dangerous. This was an opponent against whom victory could not be assured, yet a smile played on Taesan's lips. Seeing the smile, the ghost nodded. Indeed, this is how it should be. Up till now it was too bland. This was solo mode. A labyrinth that summoned the finest heroes and warriors from various worlds. Yet all adventurers that appeared were too ordinary. By the standards of the outside world, they were undoubtedly strong, but in the labyrinth they were all weak. They were those who could not descend further and were defeated. Though he had risked his life coming down the labyrinth, the guides of each hierarchy had never been part of those challenges. No matter the gap, he could win without much difficulty. For the leadership, the gap was so vast that he hardly gave it any thought. But now, a proper adventurer had appeared before him. An entity advancing towards the deep layers, navigating the labyrinth. A being with the talent and strength potentially capable of conquering the labyrinth was fighting him. But I will be the one to win. Taesan exerted strength into his feet. Chapter 189, 40th Floor, The Demon Child, Part 3. The reconnaissance had concluded. Taesan's movements accelerated. He unleashed his swordsmanship, known as Ability Sword. Clang, Kwon countered with his own swordsmanship. His technique seemed uncentered, more akin to erratic swinging, yet it was deceptive. Kwon's sword, initially aimed at Taesan's head, suddenly shifted direction. Taesan anticipated this change and blocked it. Clang, Kwon pressed on, restricting Taesan's movements. He twisted his sword, aiming for Taesan's shoulder. Taesan contorted his body to dodge, and Kwon swung his sword once more. It was an unstructured street swordsmanship, yet it was challenging. With seamless movements, Taesan found himself gradually being pushed back. Taesan propelled himself backward to gain some distance. Kwon promptly pursued. Indeed, there's talent, Taesan mused. At first glance, Kwon's swordsmanship seemed unconventional. Yet, aside from the connected skills, it was not vastly inferior to the ability sword. I've also completely overhauled the Stormscar sword, so creating it myself isn't out of the question. With that level of talent, it's certainly feasible. Kwon's innate talent appeared to surpass Taesan's. Winning solely through swordplay seemed unlikely. It was time for Taesan to leverage his advantage. He charged forward. Kwon recoiled from the aggressive attack that neglected defense. Taesan advanced on Kwon with a fierce sword strike. At first glance, it appeared Taesan, previously on the defensive, had grown impatient and attempted to overwhelm Kwon with broad movements. It was a scenario where Kwon could have gained the upper hand by simply counterattacking due to the large opening. However, Kwon, after briefly displaying a puzzled expression, raised his sword. Clash, their swords met. Taesan continued with broad, aggressive movements, pressing Kwon. Instead of counterattacking, Kwon adopted a defensive posture. He parried the attacks while creating space between them. Taesan clicked his tongue softly and surged forward. Kwon's sword barely grazed Taesan. Your first attack nullification has been activated. Kwon's body reverted to its state before the sword grazed him, his pupils dilating due to the sudden physical movement. Cuck, Taesan's sword plunged into his chest. For the first time he groaned. Twisting his body to minimize the damage, he slammed his elbow down, knocking Taesan's sword aside and created distance. 403 damage to Kwon. Thud, distance was created. Taesan frowned, clearly unsatisfied. To grasp even this, attack nullification was, in essence, a selfish exchange. It negated attacks directed at oneself, allowing one to freely attack the bewildered opponent. He had planned to gain a significant advantage using this, but Kwon's response was quicker than anticipated. Seeing Taesan press on and realizing something was amiss, Kwon avoided combat and forced his way in to activate nullification, managing to block without much confusion. Although his attack landed, it was a disappointing outcome for Taesan, who had hoped for more. What is that? But Kwon was equally astonished. The attack had landed, yet it vanished. Not only that, but time itself seemed to reverse. Even he, with his myriad of skills, had never encountered such a level of ability. Find out for yourself. Taesan pressed on once more, with Kwon hastily beginning to defend. Clash, Kwon's movements were more cautious than before. Instead of aiming for a solid hit on Taesan, his actions suggested he was targeting minor attacks. It appeared he was being careful to avoid triggering the attack nullification again. Sigh, Taesan chuckled. This was the first time someone had perfectly understood the concept of attack nullification while he was navigating the labyrinth. He was also adept at avoiding the curse left in the spots where Taesan had stepped. Clash. Kwon parried sword strikes and waved his hand. Kwon activated Ranob's Ashen Rain. The ceiling of the labyrinth opened, and from it black slime began to fall like rain. You activated Ser's Black Wind. Whoosh. The wind scattered the raindrops. However, despite being obstructed by the wind, the raindrops stubbornly began to fall where they were meant to. The raindrops, possessing significant physical force, forced Taesan to focus on bodily protection, and Kwon seized this opportunity. Your second attack nullification has been activated. Kwon's body returned to its original state. The moment attack nullification was activated, Taesan abandoned defense and thrust his sword into Kwon's back. 602 damage to Kwon. He successfully inflicted damage, but Taesan's expression was far from bright. Excluding the attack nullification, inflicting only about 600 damage felt insufficient. Of course, it wasn't a favorable situation for Kwon either. The very notion of having to take damage just to negate one skill was absurd. How many more do you have? Kwon muttered, regaining his composure. The falling rain had already ceased. Taesan observed Kwon. There's no particular weakness. The adversaries he had encountered so far each had a vulnerability, but not this demon. His swordsmanship was also of a high caliber. His handling was exceptional, and he coolly assessed the situation, and his proficiency in black magic was quite advanced. He likely possessed most of the active skills, including flow. He was nearly well-rounded, just like Taesan. You're strong, I won't lose, Kwon declared with vigor. There was undeniable confidence in his voice. The confidence that only someone who had overcome numerous challenges and hardships through their own strength could possess. Taesan grinned. Good. In fact, the strategy to win was straightforward. Use apostle transformation. No matter how skilled Kwon was, he wouldn't have a means to counter the power of an apostle. He would fall, unable to withstand the elevated status. Even if he somehow managed to endure, he would be defeated by the power exhausted in the process. But that wouldn't be fun. More importantly, it wouldn't serve as training. This is also a form of training, Taesan muttered as he rushed in. You activated acceleration. Kwon quickly responded to Taesan's suddenly accelerated movements, raising his sword to block the attack. You activated strong blow. Clang. As their swords collided, Kwon's body was slightly pushed back. However, Kwon was not flustered. Having seen the skill strong blow several times before, he regained his stance and blocked the attack. Clang. But this time he couldn't help but be surprised. Even after the effect of strong blow had ended, the force felt as if strong blow was still active along the sword. Taesan swung his sword in succession. Clash. Kwon kept being pushed back, but only for a moment. He began to respond calmly. Kwon activated wave variation. Whoosh, rippling waves emanated from Kwon. Even though the sword was swung, its trajectory was forcibly twisted. Is this a continuous dodging skill? It was a skill Taesan had not learned. The trajectory of the attack did not reach Kwand, but Taesan stepped forward. You activated Sure Hit. The sword, being bent by the wave, forcibly flew towards Kwand. Kwand, who was preparing to counter, was startled and tried to block it. You activated Flow. However, Kwand's sword was forcibly deflected. Ultimately, he failed to block and allowed the attack. 703 damage to Kwand. Cuck, Kwand groaned, his eyes filled with bewilderment. What? Flow was a skill that only dodged physical attacks. He had never imagined it would apply to the sword as well. Kwand countered, stabbing Taesan's chest with his sword. You activated Counter. His body moved to block the sword. And Taesan countered, but Kwand blocked it. Kwand swung his sword again. The conditions for counter were met. Taesan's sword disregarded Kwand's attack and struck his shoulder. What? How? Kwand grasped his shoulder and retreated. The outcomes were completely different from the skills he knew. He could have tried rushing in again, thinking he had misjudged, but Kwand quickly assessed the situation. The opponent had altered his skills. Quickly determining that he couldn't accurately understand the changes made, he created distance. He gave up on close combat and waved his hand. His forte was not just in swordsmanship. Kwand activated Focolor's Beast Mist. The mist stretched out like the claws of a beast, leaving marks everywhere. Kwand also knew that Taesan used black magic and magic, but Taesan was human and he was a demon. In handling black magic, he judged himself to be superior. Kwand decided he could suppress Taesan with black magic linked together, and it wasn't a wrong decision. In fact, he couldn't beat Taesan in close combat. However, just because it wasn't wrong didn't mean it was the right answer. Towards the creeping mist, Taesan clenched his fist. You activated Marba's pitch-black wave. Space opened around Taesan, and a dark wave rose greedily. The wave swallowed the mist. The mist howled like a beast in resistance, but the wave trampled everything and absorbed it into itself. What? Kwand's eyes widened, not expecting his black magic to be overcome by another. Taesan rushed at Kwand with the surging wave. Kwand hastily created distance, waving his hand. Kwand activated Aligar's Thorn of Rose. Sharp thorns fell in droves. The power contained in them was crushing, trampling like the wave. Taesan responded. You activated Decarabia's Twisted Vegetation. Rumble, roots rose, filling the room. Of course, they couldn't block the thorns. There was a clear difference in the ranks of black magic, and Twisted Vegetation was on the lower end. It was pierced by the thorns, but it was enough to slightly twist their trajectory. Taesan dashed through the opening created by the twisted trajectory. Kwand had no choice but to raise his sword. Crack. 864 damage to Kwand. Kwand didn't even groan. He simply continued to think, unflustered, about how to shake off Taesan. He used flow, counter, and various skills to create distance. But Taesan wouldn't back down. He too responded with skills and movements, sticking close to Kwand and attacking. Gaining the upper hand in close combat was difficult. The black magic Kwand thought he had an advantage and wasn't superior either. Despite the desperate situation, Kwand did not give up. Descending the labyrinth, he faced numerous obstacles and trials. It wasn't once or twice that he thought everything was blocked and it was the end. But he overcame all those trials with his skill and talent, advancing further than before. Kwand firmly believed he would do so again. He focused his mind. Lightly touching the ground, he rose into the air and clenched his fist. Kwand activated Aligar's Thorn of Rose. Once more, thorns scattered down, but the speed and quantity were qualitatively different from before. Each thorn moved at a different speed, and there were twice as many as before. Avoidance seemed nearly impossible. Ha! Kwand unwittingly let out a sigh. The more magic power consumed by black magic, the more its power could be adjusted. Not just increasing power, but even the minutiae of black magic could be controlled. But it was too difficult and complex, and until now, Kwand hadn't achieved it. He thought it would only be slightly touched even with long training. The difficult task he believed he couldn't achieve, he now accomplished. He reached a new level once again. Taesan quietly watched the falling thorns. The power contained in each was immense, not something that could be easily dismissed. Then there was only one option: to deflect them. He memorized the trajectory of all the thorns and raised his sword. You activated the flow. Dodging one thorn, he leaped. He shifted the tip of his sword. The trajectory of each touched thorn twisted. Thus, a thorn with a twisted path collided with another. Arrows sprang from Taesan's body. They weren't strong enough to knock down the thorns, but were sufficient to alter their path. One by one, the thorns veered away from their intended landing spots. Like a receding wave, thorns began to disappear one by one from Taesan's path. Kwand's pupils dilated, snapping him out of his trance. Taesan's sword pierced through his chest. Chapter 194th Floor, The Demon Child, Part 4. Kwand staggered back with a weak groan, his eyes shaking erratically. What is this? Realizing close combat was ineffective, he created distance to utilize curse magic, believing he had the upper hand in this domain due to his demon race heritage. But even his black magic was thwarted. The last strategy he believed in crumbled miserably. Quan bit his lip, grasping at his crumbling spirit amidst the sense of powerlessness. It's not over yet, Quan moved. Clash Teeson laughed coldly at the sight of Quan charging in. All the guides he had faced until now had crumbled mentally and became clumsy in their movements when pushed to this point. However, Quan showed no such signs. This is what an adventurer is. Teeson planned to treat him accordingly. Clang, the swords shook as they clashed, creating loud sparks in their attempt to pierce each other. You have activated flow. Quan's sword, attempting to collide with Teeson's, shook violently. Quan didn't just take it, he responded. Quan activated counter. Quan's body moved naturally, his wavering sword correcting itself to collide with Teeson's. Teeson's response was simple. Teeson also activated counter, crack. Quan, who was hit after getting his guard bypassed, clutched his shoulder and created distance. What the heck? Normally, flow was activated only when an attack physically connected with the opponent's body. However, Teeson's version activated as soon as an attack touched the sword. The counter was also entirely different from the effects he knew. That's why he couldn't respond adequately and had to take damage. Quan groaned as he raised his hand, the aura of will emanating from him changing simultaneously. Teeson, reading this, activated magic before Quan could. You have activated grain diffusion. You have activated tracking. The grains flew towards Quan in a swarm. Attempting to manifest black magic, Quan failed to hit his target and moved hastily. Thud. Quan was relentlessly pushed back, but he did not give up. He desperately sought means and strived for victory, and Teeson trampled over all of it. Ha! Utterly beaten, Quan leaned against the wall and let out a hollow laugh. It was truly dangerous. Throughout many hardships and trials, he had never been pushed to this extent before. This is the end. Quan gathered his strength. A massive demonic energy descended. Quan activated Belial's young beasts. Darkness engulfed the entire space in an instant. Quan, bleeding from the mouth, poured out demonic energy. His body swayed greatly. Barely holding onto his collapsing body, he muttered, "If this doesn't work, then I guess I have to accept it." Boom, from the darkness, numerous beasts appeared. Mutant-like, they bared their claws and teeth towards Teeson. It was as if hell itself had descended. The beasts that appeared possessed strength that even Teeson could not easily handle. Dozens of them charged at Teeson all at once. Teeson grounded himself. You have activated Frozen World. Cold swept through the darkness. Frost began to form on the bodies of the charging beasts. Ice started to overlay the darkness that had engulfed the space. Crack. The beasts howled, struggling not to freeze, but all their resistance was trampled by the cold. Ice covered the room. The beasts froze in place as they charged. The only ones moving were Teeson and Quan. Quan could barely withstand the cold penetrating his body, unable to counterattack. I lost, Quan nodded calmly. Teeson's sword pierced through him. It was enjoyable, Teeson muttered towards the fallen Quan. A fight where both revealed their pure skills and strategies against each other. It was a joy of battle he hadn't felt in a long time. It was a very satisfying fight. Is that so? That's good to hear. Quan also spoke without much change in expression. He showed no will to fight, as if he had given up on the battle. You're not resisting much. I would if I could. Quan lifted his arm, which trembled like that of an old man. For him, a demonic energy wasn't just a simple number like mana. When all demonic energy was exhausted, it's practically a state of collapse. He had used all his stored demonic energy to summon Belial's young beasts, and all of that was blocked at once by Teeson's magic. Now, even if he wanted to resist, he didn't have the strength to do so. Quan looked up at Teeson with admiration. You're strong. The leadership of the guides was monstrously strong. All of them had the strength to trample someone like the current Quan with a single finger, but Quan thought that was because they had descended the floors first. Their talent, their skill wasn't superior to his. He could tell whenever he encountered them. They weren't born with much more than him, rather he believed he had the upper hand. It was because they went down the floors first and gathered much that made the difference. He thought that once he reached the deeper levels, he wouldn't fall behind them. However, he didn't feel that way about Teeson. Even though he was on a higher floor, he overwhelmed him. Every strategy Teeson held was difficult to counter, and his greatest strength was trampled helplessly before Teeson's power. You're remarkable. He sent an envious glance towards Teeson. Teeson shook his head. Don't look at me like that, it makes me feel sorry. Quan was his enemy. He was sent here on a guide's mission. There was no option to spare him and let him live. Well, it can't be helped. Quan gave a bitter smile. I've lost. I have to sacrifice a lot, but it's not bad, so this is how it ends. He was content. He had awakened his talent on his own, living a life devoid of meaning, enduring everyone's persecution and disdain. He broke through the labyrinth, gaining everyone's recognition. He regretted not being able to advance further, but he had already acknowledged himself as someone of value. That was enough. He closed his eyes. Teeson clicked his tongue at his calm acceptance. Quan hadn't come to fight of his own volition either. Taesan, having received much from the demon god, also felt uneasy, but he couldn't let him live. Taesan raised his sword and Kwon awaited death. However, the sword did not come down. When the anticipated pain did not come, Kwon slightly opened his eyes. Taesan was looking down at him, sword in hand. Why? Instead of answering, Taesan looked at Kwon's head. An ominous aura was felt there. I didn't notice it during the fight. It was a very faint aura, buried under Kwon's will, imperceptible until he relinquished all will. Taesan murmured as he vaguely understood the aura's intent. A contract? Kwon's pupils shook. Perhaps due to a conceptual skill, Taesan could roughly understand what the aura in Kwon's head was about. It was some kind of contract. What's this? Taesan carefully read the aura, and he understood. The aura carried the power of the immortal. What does it look like? This is… The ghost groaned. Could it be Patricia's contract? What's that? A contract scattered throughout the labyrinth by the immortal Patricia. Those who have signed it, their souls and power after death are transferred to the person named in the contract. The soul is bound, unable to escape, and the power accumulated over a lifetime becomes someone else's sacrifice. The ghost let out a hollow laugh. I knew the contract was found, but to actually use it, and what about you? Why did you receive it? The ghost questioned Kwon as if probing. It was something incomprehensible to him. And Kwon himself did not understand what was being said. The only recent contract I made was that if I defeated you, my previous contract would be annulled. Ha. These crazy bastards. The ghost gritted its teeth, rarely showing such anger. There's a limit to deception. Are they insane to deceive with this, thinking a contract with the immortal wouldn't backfire on them? What's that? Explain in detail. Taesan asked the ghost. Calming its anger, the ghost explained. Patricia's contract, a contract created by the immortal to mock and inflict pain on mortals. And this contract is perfectly overlapped in 2 layers. Overlapped means, on the front, meaningless false sentences, and on the hidden back, the real contract is written. Kwon's eyes widened in shock. The ghost continued to explain, why do you think I'm still here even after death? Because you made a contract with the labyrinth's wizard. Thus, the ghost's soul was bound to the labyrinth. Yes. According to the contract, the soul can move even after death. An apostle's contract is also one of these types. You offer your soul to a god and receive power. The important thing is that a contract involving a soul must have clear conditions. Conditions? The soul is not light. It's about being bound for an eternity close to death. That's why there must be conditions for the one making the contract. The ghost continued. In my case, I agreed knowing everything, and when my wish was fulfilled, my soul would be released. An apostle's contract grants great power in exchange for the soul. Such contracts involving souls require the other party to also pay a corresponding price, and only beings with that level of power can make them. It doesn't seem like the guides have that kind of power. Kwon's eyes were shaking greatly as he listened to the story. The ghost clicked its tongue. Patricia herself lent out Patricia's contract. In exchange for fulfilling the soul's contract, she collects a significant price. The guides must have paid a not insignificant price to Patricia. Anger and disbelief filled the ghost's voice. So they've decided to side with the immortals after falling out with the gods. They're really something. Taking all the power, huh? I get the gist. Taesan twisted the corner of his mouth. The labyrinth system grants a lot when one adventurer defeats another. But if Patricia's contract was as the ghost described, even if Taesan killed Kwon, he might not gain anything. The contract already determined the transfer of that power. That must have been the aim of making the contract. How can we screw them over with this? Taesan sheathed his sword. Knowing this, killing Kwon now was meaningless. The contract would transfer all his power to the guides anyway. Kwon was also confused. So what happens to me? What can happen? Your soul will be used as they please and then discarded. Once a contract is made, there's nothing to be done. Kwon's face paled. Since the contract with the immortal is already made, even the demon god can't interfere. That's why she must have been distressed. His soul would not return to the demon god but would be bound to the guides. It was a regrettable matter for the demon god, who did not interfere in the affairs of the labyrinth, but there was nothing she could do. It's pitiful, but it has to be dealt with. The ghost spoke softly. Kwon was already bound by the contract. If he was spared now, he would return to fight again. But Taesan did not move. Killing Kwon would be what the guides wanted. His soul and power would return to them. Not killing him would also be what they wanted. Then the surviving Kwon would become stronger and benefit them. The contract of the immortal, the binding of the soul, and the transfer of power, and the skill Taesan possessed. Could it be possible? What? To screw them over. Taesan stood up and pointed his sword at Kwon. Chapter 191, 4th Floor, The Demon Child, Part 5. Taesan approached Kwon, who was shaking, his eyes wide as he gripped his sword. The ghost, discerning the intention behind his movement, quietly asked, "Are you going to kill him?" "There's no other way." If someone with such talent were to grasp Taesan's power and return even stronger, it could indeed be dangerous. Just as the ghost had said, letting him go was not an option, but I think there might be a way to curse him. How will you do that? You're not planning to summon the demon god, are you? Nothing was as certain as the existence of a god to break the immortal's contract. However, the ghost spoke in an ambiguous tone. That would be difficult. No matter how much the demon god pities him, the contract has already been made. The demon god said so herself. The matters of the labyrinth are left to the beings of the labyrinth. If she intended to protect, she would have prevented the contract itself. The demon god was in a position of non-intervention. Taesan calling the demon god directly would not lead to the contract being broken or nullified. Taesan was well aware of this. What he was considering was a different matter. The contract with Patricia involves the soul and power. Right, the condition of the contract was to take the soul and power entirely after death. A contract is a contract only if its conditions are fulfilled. If it's shaken midway or fails to take the power entirely, then the contract is not completed. How would you interfere with that? There's one thing, isn't there? A skill that has been of great help so far. Ah, the ghost realized which skill Taesan was referring to. Soul Ascension? Taesan nodded. Soul Ascension took power when killing an enemy. It included not only stats but also the skills that the opponent had. It was a kind of power plundering. Patricia's contract took the power and soul. Soul Ascension also took power. The two powers could clash, preventing the contract from being fulfilled. There was a significant possibility of that happening. The ghost trailed off. Patricia was an immortal. It was about seizing power through the contract with a being far surpassing mortals. No matter how desperately mortals struggled and tried, overcoming the power gap was impossible. No matter how great their skill, it would be deemed inferior and rendered meaningless. However, the ghost could not provide a definitive answer. Taesan quietly extended his sword toward Kwand. Kwand, having apparently made up his mind, quietly closed his eyes. The immortal's contract, taking power and soul with the force of a supreme being. There was no room for a mortal's skill to intervene, but with soul ascension. Against the monsters of the high gods, the angels of Hammon, the followers of the forgotten goddess, the will of Harfrin's destroyed world. Despite each being related to a transcendent being higher in rank than mortals, soul ascension was activated. Would it work, would it not? Taesan judged it would. Taesan's sword pierced through Kwand's chest. Kwand's health, already near death, dropped to 0. But Kwand did not die. He groaned, his face pale. Something vague within him rose into the air. Taesan knew it. That was Kwand's soul, everything he had built up until now. The power, having lost its direction, lingered in the air. At the same time, a massive power descended. The ghost involuntarily held its breath. An invisible but massive will was overseeing this place. This will slowly began to absorb the power floating in the air. Just as all of Kwand's being was about to be engulfed and disappear into this enormity, power surged out from Taesan's body. The power was not vast, but without wavering, it clearly targeted Kwand's power being absorbed. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your soul ascension has activated. Your health has permanently increased by 854, strength by 201, agility by 134, intelligence by 102, and mana by 58. Your soul ascension has activated. Mana proficiency has increased by 3%. Your soul ascension has activated. You have acquired the beginner black magic Aligur's Rose Thorn. A portion of the power Kwand possessed was stored in Taesan. It really worked, the ghost said with a hollow laugh, a skill that overcame the immortal's contract and plundered power. Soul ascension was a skill that stood superior even to the immortal's rank. Kwand was still not dead. Taesan looked at him with cold eyes. Soul ascension was not a skill that took all the opponent's power. Most of the power still floated above Kwand's head, but the enormity no longer consumed Kwand's power. It just stood still as if shocked by what had happened, doing nothing. The ghost swallowed its saliva. This isn't entirely good news, isn't it dangerous? What will happen now? As soon as Taesan spoke, the will moved. The enormity first showed anger. The very space itself began to twist with the surge of emotions. Through the distorted space, the enormous being showed its eyes. How dare! It was suffocating. The ghost's presence flickered as if it would disappear at any moment. It was the first time a being beyond mortal rank descended in anger directly at him. How dare my possession? Emotion flowed heavily in the voice. Instant death judgment in progress. Instant death judgment in progress. Instant death judgment in progress. The continuous attempts at an instant death judgment. All judgments succeeded, and it succeeded. Amidst the terrible pressure, Taesan laughed. Patricia grew even angrier at that laugh. Insolent mortal, you dare disturb my mood because you possess something beyond your station. Emotions had a physical impact. The outer walls of the labyrinth began to crack and break apart. The eyes sparkled fiercely. Die. A gaze that could bring mortals to their death struck down. At that moment, the bricks that made up the labyrinth's floor rose. They quickly assembled to block the gaze aimed at Taesan. That's far enough. The entity, assembled like a puzzle, spoke calmly. You're breaking the rules, Patricia. You cannot have a direct influence. Balbabamba. The wizard's tool, Patricia's eyes flared with intense emotion. How dare you block me? The bricks making up Balbabamba's body began to scream. His body crumbled, yet Balbabamba's tone remained unchanged. You made a contract when you entered the labyrinth, not to directly influence mortals. I turned a blind eye to tampering with the contract, but if you rampage like this, I can't just stand by. What will you do if I don't stand by? Do you think you can stop me without the wizard? Patricia scoffed at Balbabamba. From their conversation, Taesan could tell that the wizard was currently absent. Balbabamba conceded Patricia's point. I cannot. So I must call someone who can. Suddenly, darkness engulfed the room. The force trampling on Balbabamba was cleanly erased. The space, distorted by immense power, was swallowed by darkness and returned to calm. Patricia was disturbed. Demon God, that's enough. A girl with black hair appeared, laughing. I've been holding back, but I shouldn't interfere. Mortal matters are for mortals, don't you know? Patricia's power was swiftly pushed back. She gritted her teeth. I made a contract. Patricia shouted as if a child was throwing a tantrum at an adult. I was supposed to take power according to the contract. That worthless mortal interfered. Don't meddle. If it had been a legitimate act, I wouldn't have interfered, but this is different. The demon god chuckled and pointed a finger at Patricia through space. Your contract was for Kwan's power and soul. The entirety of it had to be transferred intact. However, Kang Taesan caused a portion of the power to escape. This means the very condition of the contract was altered. The demon god's eyes narrowed. Your contract is void because it didn't meet the conditions. Kwan's soul and power will gain freedom, and you're attempting to enforce it. Nonsense, Patricia roared. Simultaneously, immense power began to repel the darkness. The demon god laughed as if the attempt was futile. A silent yet colossal clash of powers ensued. Taesan did his utmost to protect himself. This is no laughing matter. It was a confrontation between beings beyond mortality. Had the demon god not shielded him, the waves of power would have obliterated him countless times. Disappear, Patricia, the demon god gestured with a hand. Darkness eagerly surged, engulfing the space. Patricia summoned her power, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. If you persist here, be prepared to be trapped indefinitely. With those words, Patricia's presence vanished. The demon god clapped her hands lightly. Is that all? Balbabamba, yes, Balbabamba expressed his thanks. It seems not all immortals are rational, thank you. I could descend without using my power thanks to you, so it's all good. Farewell, I'll seek your assistance again in the future. The assembled bricks crumbled away. After Balbabamba departed, the demon god approached Kwan. Poor child, demon god. Despite Taesan's level increase and the activation of soul ascension due to Patricia's contract being disrupted midway, Kwan had yet to perish. But now his face was growing pale and life was ebbing from him. The demon god extended her hand to him with a gentle tone. Come with me, return to me, my child. Yes, Kwan smiled and accepted her hand. His body was enveloped in darkness and vanished. In the space where tremendously powerful beings had descended, only Taesan and the demon god remained. The demon god spoke first. Thank you. Once a contract is made, even I can't do anything about it. So regretfully I gave up, but thanks to you he was able to return to my embrace. It's also beneficial for me. Does this mean Patricia's contract is completely shattered? Yes. The entire transmission of power was broken thanks to you. The guides also didn't gain anything. That's good to hear. It really was. Just thinking about their stunned faces was enjoyable. What will happen to him? He's alive. Though his soul and power were wounded. This was quite unexpected. Taesan had anticipated Kwan's soul would be freed, but he hadn't known he wouldn't die, the demon god said with a laugh. Probably his power floated away in the collision process between your skill and the contract. Healing will take some time, but he may be able to return someday. If possible, I hope we won't be enemies then. That won't happen. Precisely because I will make sure of it. With those words, the demon god clenched her fist. This is my reward to you. The demon god's interference zone has decreased. You have obtained the beginner black magic Ammon's irregular armor. The demon god chuckled. You received intermediate magic from Zelbando, didn't you? Taesan nodded. Intermediate magic, frozen world, its power was worth the effort. Soon I might give you something similar. Come down diligently. I understand. The demon god left with those words. Taesan finally relaxed the tension in his body. It was finally over, and he had received a sufficient reward. Taesan descended the floors. This place is getting closer to the center of the labyrinth. The darkness here is thick and heavy. Most beings here exist without physical bodies and exist as spirits. 41st floor quest starts. Defeat the boss of the 41st floor and pass through. Reward. Gem of the Pitiful Soul. Secret reward, 41st floor. Reading the description, it seemed that many beings related to the mind rather than the body were present. Taesan descended the floors. Meanwhile, the guides of Sin realized something was wrong. Chapter 192, 41st floor, The Madman Pursuing the Great Spirit, Part 1, Kwan is dead. The sound of voices echoed in the place where the leaders of the guides gathered, filled with groans. So he finally died. It's not an unexpected outcome, but it still hurts. Their shock was minimal. Kwan's power was undeniably immense, yet the power Taesan had shown, even if only vaguely, was formidable as well. They had recognized that the likelihood of defeat was greater than that of victory. Another reason contributed to their relative calm. The Spirit King said, "Still, that power is ours." Then it doesn't matter. According to Patricia's contract, Kwan's soul and power would return to them upon his defeat. Their attention then turned to a girl with ash-gray hair. "You were supposed to receive it, Societ." "Yes," Societ responded tersely. The Spirit King asked with a smile, "How does it feel to receive the power of another?" This was their first time making a contract for the transfer of a soul and power. They asked out of curiosity, but Societ's response was still devoid of emotion. "I don't know, I didn't receive anything." "What?" For the first time, the Spirit King's composure faltered. "Wasn't it stipulated in the contract that you would receive that power?" "It was," Societ's eyes narrowed, "but I didn't receive anything, not his soul, not his power, nothing at all." "What does that mean?" The atmosphere grew tense. "Is it confirmed that Kwan is dead?" "Yes, the gem connected to his life shattered. It signifies that his body has succumbed to death." An old man wielding a gnarled wooden staff spoke with clarity. As the Archmage, he was responsible for creating the gems that linked the lives of the guides across various ranks. "There is no way to circumvent that." "No, precisely, it's impossible." "What now? Just leave the labyrinth." With that, the old man slammed down his gnarled staff. "The life gem only works inside the labyrinth. If you leave the labyrinth, the light of the life gem automatically turns off. However, as long as Patricia's contract exists, it's impossible to leave the labyrinth. There's no way to break that. In Immortal's contract, breaking it was impossible, at least according to their common sense. So, Kwan is dead, and his power did not return to us." With that conclusion, silence fell. "We need to check first, let's call Patricia." "Archmage, damn, I don't want to be a scapegoat." The Archmage crumpled his face and began to draw lines on the ground with his staff. Eventually, a magic circle was completed, and the Archmage fluttered his robe. "Everyone duck down unless you want to explode." They all flattened themselves against the ground. The Archmage chanted something as he struck the magic circle with his staff, and then a powerful force descended. A vast and terrifyingly strong force. A power so immense that they, who considered themselves the strongest among mortals, would appear as mere insects in comparison. The Archmage shouted, "Descend, Patricia. You who have transcended the mortal coil." Kung. Suddenly a tremendous pressure weighed them down and silence ensued. "What is it?" An irritated voice rang out. The Archmage bowed deeply. "This lowly being greets the magnificent presence." The Archmage swallowed. The Immortal's mood didn't seem very good. Displeasing her over something trivial could potentially provoke the Immortal's wrath, so he had to tread carefully. He asked with all due respect, "O Immortal, may I inquire about something?" "Speak." "We offered sacrifices and made a deal with Patricia." The sacrifices they offered were not insignificant. Even those entrenched in the depths considered them valuable enough. "But the power did not return to us. May I ask what happened to the contract?" The Immortal didn't answer. The Archmage quietly waited, his head bowed. After a while, the Immortal spoke. "Going forward, I will not accept contracts related to that person." "Excuse me." Caught off guard by the unexpected response, the Archmage involuntarily lifted his head. Patricia, wearing an annoyed expression, said, "Are you questioning my decision?" "No, not at all. Remember that, if there's anything related to that person in my contracts in the future, be prepared. But about our sacrifice, oh, dare you ask for the sacrifice you offered to me to be returned?" Rage filled Patricia's voice. Overwhelmed by the imposing force and power, the Archmage cried out, "Not at all. The sacrifice belongs to Patricia. Be careful, insects, I can crush you anytime." With those irritated words, Patricia left. The Archmage stood up, wiping the sweat from his back. "Damn Immortals, so difficult to deal with." The contract did not come to fruition. There was no other reason for the Immortal to be so annoyed. In the end, they had given the sacrifice and achieved nothing. "This is troubling." A man who had been silent until now spoke. He was the one who had decided to send Quan last time. "What's certain is that the contract has been broken. And it's possible that the power has been fully transferred to that person." Their contract with Patricia was not only to obtain Quan's power but also to ensure Taesan gained nothing. But all those plans had crumbled. "Who are in the 5th rank?" Nothing much, just ordinary guys." Realizing they wouldn't be able to stop Taesan, their spirits fell. The man said, "Find a way. We must kill him by any means necessary." With Quan dead, they no longer had the luxury of time. They began to move, their expressions grave. No matter what they did, Taesan arrived at the 41st floor with a calm demeanor. The outer walls of the 41st floor were dry and twisted. It seemed untouched by human hands, with dust piled up thickly. The same was true for the floor, not just the walls. Dust rose with every step. The shopkeeper was there. Have you arrived? Yes. Are you going to buy something this time? Taesan nodded. The shopkeeper's lips curled up. How much do you have? Close to 300,000. By diligently selling the materials he had collected and keeping all the gold, he had amassed about 270,000 gold. The shopkeeper whistled. That's a lot. You haven't even reached the deep floors and you have that much. With that, you could buy up to 2 items. Show me, please. As if waiting for those words, the shopkeeper made space and poured out items one by one. At first glance, the equipment was extraordinary. Take your time to check them out. They are quite useful. That's the plan. Taesan began to examine the items with a smile. Executioner's axe. An axe that has beheaded thousands. Among its victims were great magicians, kings greater than any before, and sages who comprehended everything. Attack power plus 130. When facing enemies of noble lineage, attack power plus 30. 300,000 G. Wow. The first axe he picked up had unbelievable performance. Its basic attack power was an impressive 130. The sword he was currently using, the Calvert sword, paled in comparison. The only downside was its hefty price. It was still out of Taesan's budget. Are these items really for sale? Of course not, the shopkeeper said as if it were obvious. Most of the equipment here cannot be bought by anyone ordinary. It's kind of a showcase for those who can afford them further down. Otherwise, you would have to do a challenge quest like you did before, but I can't offer that to you now. That's a shame. If a quest had been possible, he could have bought most of the items. Taesan expressed his disappointment and the shopkeeper waved it off. It's not like it's anyone's loss. Take your time to check. The next item Taesan picked up was a magical staff, its tip adorned with a blood-red gem. Gem staff containing star blood. It contains blood drawn directly from a star. Magic plus 70. Allows the use of the special activation skill Curse of Blood. 290,000 G. Mantra's ring. A ring once wielded by the great mantra. Its true nature remains a mystery, but a power beyond mortality faintly lingers within. Mana plus 400. Intelligence plus 200. Defense plus 80. 250,000 G. Earrings containing the voice of everything. Earrings that encapsulate the sounds of all creation. Their value is immeasurable. Strength plus 200. Agility plus 200. Intelligence plus 200. Allows the activation of the special skill Echo of Sound. 270,000 G. How do they look? The shopkeeper, beaming with pride, inquired of Taesan, who was meticulously examining each item. Taesan nodded in response. They're very good. In truth, he was barely concealing his astonishment. The prices were steep, yet the capabilities of these items justified their cost. Even a single piece could significantly bolster his strength. It's a tough decision. Which item would yield the most benefit? Weapons were currently of lesser importance, particularly since the ghost had mentioned he could reclaim the weapon he once wielded. Armor was in the same category. For Taesan at this moment, high defense held little significance. Accessories or perhaps an enhancement item focusing on attack power seemed more appealing. Or even equipment with a unique effect could prove valuable. It was at this moment that Taesan spotted the item he wished to purchase. Let's go with this for now. Taesan selected a flute. Flute of Silence, a flute treasured by a minstrel who reveled in silence. When played, it prohibits the use of all magic within its range for 10 minutes. This item can be used only once a day. 70,000 G. He had seen the flute in the shop before. As he descended the floors, he encountered more enemies wielding magic. And occasionally, during the trials of the gods in other worlds, there were always those who wielded magic at least once. It was an attractive item that would surely prove useful at some point if he acquired it. Previously, he hadn't been able to afford it due to a lack of funds, but now he planned to make the purchase. The shopkeeper seemed to approve of Taesan's choice. That's useful enough. Better to carry something like that to the end than to settle for something mediocre. So what will you buy next? I'll think about it a bit more. Now with only 200,000 gold remaining, the quality of the equipment he could consider had slightly diminished. As Taesan examined the items one by one, he shook his head. There's nothing significant enough to warrant a change. There was either no significant difference or no urgent need to replace what he already had. The shopkeeper looked at him with a curious expression. Nothing? What exactly are you wearing that makes you say that? The equipment he possesses is unbelievable. Having broken through the trials of the gods, understanding all sorts of things and coming down here, it couldn't be anything but exceptional. Taesan continued his search but failed to find any more items that caught his eye. Amidst this, he noticed a simple leather strap. With no pattern and merely a simple leather strap, it appeared too plain compared to the other items, but the subtly contained energy caught his attention. Leather strap with a faint blessing. A leather strap designed for wrapping around the handle of a sword. Its previous owner and creator are unknown. The only known fact is that it was crafted for a sword destined to bring death. Attack power plus 20. The longer the sword equipped with this strap is wielded, and the higher the proficiency with the sword becomes. The more the attack power increases. Removes all debuff effects received by wielding the sword. This effect can be transferred to another weapon at any time. 200,000 G. The effect itself was nothing extraordinary. Simply put, an attack power of 20 for the price seemed quite low. However, it allowed for continuous growth. Plus, it had the effect of being transferable to any other weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Taesan picked up the band. I'll take this. Not a bad choice at all, a good selection. The shopkeeper looked pleased with Taesan's choice. With that, Taesan's business in the shop was complete. He thanked the shopkeeper and headed towards the passageway. The shopkeeper spoke with an ambiguous expression. Now that you're heading to the 41st floor, you'll soon see them. Yeah, there's something, a bit annoying and irritating. But you should have no trouble. Those words were meaningful. Taesan stored them in his mind as he proceeded through the passageway. A spirit filled with nothing but rage appeared. An opaque sphere appeared. The sphere trembled and Taesan could feel an attack heading towards his mind. Emotional disturbance, judgment in progress. Judgment failed. Taesan shook his head to clear it. Just like what she told me. Lee Tion had said that there were floors in the labyrinth where only spirits appeared. Every encounter with them involved mental interference, making it extremely difficult to break through. But Taesan was unaffected. The sphere tried hard to stimulate Taesan's mind, but to him it was hardly moving. The ghost spoke indifferently. Even the presence and rage of gods have been overcome. There's no way something from the labyrinth's existence could affect you. Taesan swung his sword. The sphere split, but no damage window appeared. The split sphere merged again and continued to vigorously stimulate Taesan's mind. 41st floor. This place was similar to the floor of spirits he had passed before. Ordinary means couldn't damage a spirit. Not impossible, though. He could use the apostle transformation to enhance the spirit strike and could harm even purely spiritual entities. However, this technique was beyond the reach of anyone except Taesan. Thus, similar to the floor of spirits, there existed an entity here that provided quests. Taesan disregarded the spirits and navigated through the labyrinth. He overlooked the intense emotions emanating from every spirit he encountered. I also struggled to break through this. The ghost expressed its admiration in a murmur. This was the 41st floor. The assaults from such creatures couldn't be considered weak. The ghost had spent an entire hour just to get through a single room. It was a creature that had a significant impact on the mind, yet Taesan remained incredibly composed. The proficiency of reconnaissance has increased by 1%. Taesan surveyed the entire room. His actions appeared strategic, but the ghost didn't dwell on it too much. By this point, Taesan had demonstrated too much for such a thing to be surprising. After exploring, he found a room. A black door stood out from the rest, not a speck of dust on it. Taesan opened it. Inside, a man with unkempt hair was laughing hysterically. Hehe, you have encountered a madman in pursuit of the Great Spirit. Chapter 193, 41st floor, The Madman Pursuing the Great Spirit, Part 2. Who are you? The man who had spotted Taesan shouted, his face contorted with anger. Is there no need to ask? An adventurer. His expression quickly morphed into one of laughter, a visage brimming with joy that swiftly turned to sorrow. A myriad of emotions danced across the man's face. Observing this, the ghost opened its mouth. As always, Valencia. Hero. Valencia, the man spoke in a somber tone. Have you died? That's why I'm here. It's regrettable. I couldn't fulfill my wish, but I believed that if anyone could, it would be you, reaching the end of the labyrinth. A lot has happened. Are you still the same? I haven't achieved it yet. Madness was apparent in Valencia's expression. So I am here. Do you really think it's possible, your wish? Nothing is impossible, though weak. I am beginning to see some results. Confidence radiated from Valencia's face. While Taesan pondered the rapid shifts in Valencia's expressions, suddenly Valencia's gaze fell upon him. You are an adventurer descending into the labyrinth. What do you seek from me? A bitter smile crept across Valencia's face. No, it's obvious. You're here seeking the key to conquer this place like all those before you. Exhaustion pervaded Valencia's gaze as he looked at Taesan. Will you be the one to fulfill my wish? I doubt it. You too will likely just pass through. Valencia's voice was tinged with gloom. The beings here are of the mind. To kill them, a special skill is required. Go to the room on the far right and perform the ritual of rage. Bring me the core and I will grant you the skill. Subquest start. The madman seeking the Great Spirit. Valencia seeks something from you. Even if it's not fulfilling his wish, he promises a worthy reward. Condition. Core of Rage. Reward, a skill that allows you to attack spiritual bodies. This quest was reminiscent of that given by the crazed spirit. Taesan nodded in acknowledgement. Subquest accepted. Then go. My expectations aren't high, but let's trust you this once. Valencia waved his hand, his expression full of annoyance. Taesan left him behind. What does he want? The crazed spirit had a clear goal. Revenge against the Spirit King who had made him this way. This was much like how Lilies wanted to learn magic, but finding such clarity in Valencia was difficult. The only evident thing in him was madness. The ghost responded. A complete spirit. He seeks the spirit of an existence beyond mortality. For that purpose, he made a contract with the wizard and entered the labyrinth. The spirit of an existence beyond mortality. Taesan grimaced as he pondered the meaning. Do you mean he wants to achieve that artificially? Is that even possible? Immortals or transcendent beings, their power could destroy stars and create life. To become such an existence artificially seemed absolutely impossible to Taesan. The ghost corrected Taesan's words. Exactly, it's not about their power but their spirit. He desires a spirit that is whole, alone, and close to immortality. It seems the same to me. That's right, it's impossible, but he believes he can achieve it. That's why he entered the labyrinth. In a way, he's similar to lilies. The ghost clicked its tongue. Valencia lacks the talent to transcend mortality. However, he wishes to become a being greater than any other. If he cannot have their power, he at least wants their spirit. So he swallowed thousands of emotions. That's the result, you see. Can't he control his emotions either? Correct. He's becoming more damaged in his pursuit of perfection. That's why he's still there. Normally, only those that are damaged would make a contract with a wizard, but he's exceptional. As Taesan listened to the ghost, he made his way through the room. Along the way, the spirits of rage touched his emotions, but they had no effect on him. Then Taesan arrived at the room Valencia had mentioned. A grudge filled with rage was found. In the center of the room floated a small pillar, and there Taesan could recognize the terrible emotions lingering inside. Taesan had already heard about what this was from Lee Taeyeon. The pillar touched the essential parts of human emotions. Lee Taeyeon also touched a pillar to pass through the 40th floor, and she was swallowed by the emotion of rage. The numerous rage-filled posts she left in the community at that time were practically her dark history. Give it a try. Taesan placed his hand on the pillar. At the same time, emotions rushed over him. The emotions when monsters suddenly descended on Earth and threw him into the labyrinth. The emotions when he had to watch people around him die. The rage when he was weak and fragile and couldn't resist even the tyranny of hard mode. And the emotions when he was the only one to survive. All those emotions rose up. As if they had just happened, they began to envelop Taesan physically. Taesan tightened his grip on the pillar with an expressionless face. The emotions burst like a balloon and disappeared. Quite unique, Taesan muttered without much emotion. A mental trial, not a physical one, it was a fresh experience. From Taesan, emotions surged out and the pillar began to form a core. The core shone white and no speck could be found on it. You have obtained pure rage. As expected, it was easy for you. The ghost hadn't passed so easily. It struggled with boiling rage and had to calm its emotions here for a full 2 days. In contrast, Taesan was unaffected by any emotion. As this was somewhat expected, the ghost spoke calmly. Now let's return. Taesan stored the core and went back to Valencia. Seeing Taesan return so quickly, Valencia was taken aback. Back already, he had expected it to take at least a week. Because that was how long it usually took to control one's emotions. Valencia couldn't hide his bewilderment as his face cooled down. You've given up and come back. Are you asking for a way to conquer it? He assumed Taesan had returned without interacting with the mysterious pillar, seeking a solution. This was a common occurrence, so Valencia presumed Taesan was following suit. Get lost. The only thing I can give you is... Would this do? Taesan presented the white core. Mid-sentence, Valencia halted, visibly irritated. Staring at the white core, Valencia was momentarily at a loss. Wow, wait a moment. Let me see that. Intending to give it away from the start, Taesan handed over the core. Valencia quickly grabbed it and gently caressed the core. Pure emotion, could it be? He whispered to himself. After a moment of shock, he clenched the core tightly. Crack, the core shattered, the power within engulfed Valencia. Ooh, his eyes sparkled intensely. A vast wave of emotion surged through him, visibly affecting him. Regaining his composure after some time, he inhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze with undeniable excitement. Struggling to calm down, he shifted his focus. How did you come by this? What is it? The emotion of purity. A core filled solely with untainted rage. Many adventurers have tried and failed, yet you've managed to bring this core. I don't know, I just did. Valencia's eyes flickered, evidently taken aback by Taesan's casual reply. Then he burst into laughter. It was a laugh tinged with madness. You might just be the one. Do what? Make me great. His eyes gleamed with avarice. Take this. Valencia tossed a key. Key of emotion. A key Valencia received upon making his contract. It is given to others when he truly desires. Go to the 42nd floor, to the room at the very end on the left. There you'll find a closed door. Use this key and like before, you'll encounter a pillar. Touch the pillar and retrieve the core. Subquest start. Impressed by your acquisition of the pure emotion, Valencia wishes to entrust you with the key he holds. Heed his request and accept the emotions from each floor. Condition: core of each floor. Reward: the Great Spirit. The watching ghost spoke. Was it supposed to be connected like this? Back in my time, I only got a skill thrown at me with a disappointed face. You've brought me something worthless, Valencia laughed, showing his teeth. It was better than the others, but it wasn't at the level I wanted. However, this one is different. This one has reached the level I desired. As if you had a choice, the ghost snickered. Valencia looked at Taesan with blazing eyes. Are you going to refuse? The way he said it, it was as if he would devour Taesan if he refused. Taesan nodded. I'll take it. Regardless of what happened, it was a quest, and completing a quest meant receiving a reward. There was no reason to refuse. Valencia visibly brightened. Good, very good. Then first, take this. You have acquired the special continuous activation skill, synchronization of mind and body. Every time you clear a floor and gain a core, come back to me. Then I will inform you of your next destination. Taesan accepted and left him. Passing through the corridor, the ghost muttered, You better be careful. Most beings bound in the labyrinth are friendly towards adventurers, but there are those who aren't. There are those who would do anything to fulfill their own desires. Taesan broke through the labyrinth. When he swung his sword at the spirits he couldn't touch before, they split with a terrible sound. 1987 damage to a spirit left only with rage. An effective strike that was previously impossible became possible. It was thanks to the skill Valencia gave at the end. Special continuous activation skill. Synchronization of mind and body. The mind and body are synchronized, allowing attacks on opponents that exist as spirits only. Taesan continued forward. The spirits that appeared continued to stimulate Taesan's mind, but he felt no thrill. It's not supposed to be this easy to get through. For the ghost, who had struggled with the conquest of the floor, the feeling was peculiar. As Taesan cleared the spirits, he asked, Is it going to feel like this from the 41st to the 50th floor? Since there's a theme of hierarchy, you can assume so. Then it'll end quickly. They were practically sandbags. Unless there was some trial from a god, it seemed he could pass through without any resistance until the 50th floor. However, the ghost contradicted Taesan's thoughts. That might be difficult. It might even take longer than the third room. Is there something? If there is, there is, and if there isn't, there isn't. You can ignore it if you choose to, but that might be difficult. The statement was vague. Taesan attempted to probe for a clearer explanation, but the ghost shifted the topic. I can't say more. There's a limit to what I, not being an adventurer, can interfere with. You'll understand once you see it for yourself. For the moment, it seemed like there was nothing, so he just had to continue moving forward through the labyrinth. Taesan pressed on. And he managed to conquer the 41st floor faster than any floor he had traversed before. Chapter 194 41 floor. The boss of the 41st floor was a spirit consumed by rage. Yet as before, it had no effect on Taesan. After clearing everything on the 41st floor, Taesan began to examine each of the rewards one by one. The first was the secret room reward. Elven longbow, attack power plus 60, accuracy plus 60%, a bow made to protect the realm of the elves. It boasted high attack power and accuracy, not a bad piece of equipment at all. However, it was merely store-bound equipment for Taesan, who does not use bows. Pitiful Soul's Gem. A gem inhabited by the most pitiful of souls. The emotions contained within are not easily endured. Is this a material item? It seems so. I can't use it for a while. The blacksmith Hafren was currently crafting top-tier equipment for him on commission. Since the ghost said that he would only got in the way, he had been advised not to visit. So for the time being, it was just another material languishing in his inventory. This needs to be dealt with too. A gemstone given to him by Umbarak. At first glance, it was extraordinary. If crafted into equipment, it would certainly prove useful. Just wait a little longer. It's much more beneficial to go all the way rather than just making something passably useful. I know, that's why Taesan also refrained from visiting. And then, this reward. Gloriously shining anklet of glory. Strength plus 100, defense plus 70. An anklet known to shine brighter and hold more value than anything else. Not only does it shine, but its performance is unmatched by anything. Oh wow, it was quite impressive. Its defense was a full 35 points higher than the anklet he was currently wearing. Considering he had changed anklets relatively recently, this was a significant upgrade. Is it because the floor series has changed? The labyrinth altered its grand appearance every 10 floors. Accordingly, the performance of the equipment also improved. Having ascended to the 41st floor, the equipment to come would be a step above everything he had obtained so far. And what about this one? A leather strap was wrapped around the handle, continuously increasing the attack power. Upon checking, the attack power had indeed increased from 21 to 1. For every floor passed, there was an increase of 1. Simply put, descending to the 100th floor would yield about 60, but it was likely to be more than that. The further down he went, the greater the increase would surely become. Certainly, it was not a bad effect. This was what he had obtained from the store on the 41st floor. Looking forward to what he would obtain next, Taesan descended to the next floor. Start of the 42nd floor quest. Defeat the boss of the 42nd floor and pass through. Reward. Ring of the Distorted Soul. Secret reward. The monster on the 42nd floor was a spirit consumed by sorrow. Similar to the spirit filled with rage, it attempted to affect Taesan mentally, but just like before, Taesan remained unaffected. Taesan navigated through the labyrinth with ease. This is the first time it's been this easy. You've always breezed through anyway, the ghost chuckled. To the current Taesan, it didn't matter whether the labyrinth's monsters were spiritual or physical beings. Except for the bosses, they were merely beings that would fall with a single touch. I can't even make use of the dark magic I've acquired. The Thorn of Agony he obtained from defeating Kwon and the irregular armor given by the demon god. He wanted to test their effects at least once, but there was no opportunity to use them. As Taesan defeated the spirits, he asked the ghost. Kwon was taken by the demon god, right? Even though the soul ascension was activated upon his defeat due to some contract, he did not die. Instead, his soul and body were taken by the demon god. I wonder if it's possible for him to return. If the demon god personally heals his soul and body, it's not impossible. There's not just one path. The labyrinth certainly makes those who advance through it stronger, but this isn't the only place like that. You've experienced it a few times yourself, haven't you? A trial by the gods, Balthazar, Lacarata's, Maria. The demon god, their trials noticeably strengthened Taesan, the ghost affirmed it. Kwon might also receive a trial from the demon god. He could become stronger from overcoming it and return. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. The ghost spoke calmly. If he doesn't become your enemy, it could actually be a big help. There are quite a few floors in the deeper layers that are impossible to clear alone. Lee Taeyeon had said something similar. That it was impossible to clear alone. That one needed the help of someone else. And yet she managed to clear it through all sorts of means, which was impressive. Crack. During their short conversation, they had nearly cleared half the floor. Taesan continued as he moved on. The difference in power between gods and immortals is bigger than I thought. Immortals are those who have transcended mortality. He thought the difference in power wouldn't be that significant. But the demon god easily subdued the struggling Patricia. It seemed he had gathered power, but it didn't look that great. Is it just power you possess, or do you also possess stature? That difference is significant. We mortals might not understand, but for those who have transcended mortality, there's an insurmountable gap, so it's better to be careful. The ghost spoke calmly. As you know from your experience, most immortals will not take kindly to you. And unlike gods, they're the ones who will interfere directly. Be fully prepared. It doesn't matter. The more they tried to kill him, the more Taesan could gain. It was all about overcoming it. Even as they conversed, Taesan skillfully navigated the labyrinth, securing the secret room's reward. This time it was a shield. Thanks to the activation of his adventurer title, he obtained two, but with the Aegis shield in his possession, they were redundant. These two had to be sold in the shop. With the general tidying up out of the way, Taesan proceeded to search for the hidden room. There, as on the 41st floor, floated a solitary pillar. You found a grudge filled with sorrow. Taesan grasped the pillar, then the emotion burrowed into Taesan's mind. The sorrow of having to survive alone in easy mode. The sorrow of discovering someone he knew dead one moment. The sorrow of having to survive alone, isolated from everyone under Choi Young-hyuk's oppression. Taesan laughed. Overall, these were emotions from his immature days. Clear it. He exerted strength in the hand holding the pillar. The emotions coalesced into a pure white core. Taesan secured the core. Now only the boss remained. As he was heading towards the boss, Taesan suddenly remembered something and said, Patricia mentioned that the magician is currently away from his position. Thus, she taunted Balbambamba, questioning if he could help Taesan in a situation devoid of the magician. In other words, if there were the magician present, it implied that they could fend off an immortal. Is the magician a transcendent? Well, I'm not entirely sure myself. They're a being shrouded in mystery. Didn't you say you've seen them directly? I have, but I felt no aura from the magician. If I hadn't known who they were, I would have thought they were just an ordinary adventurer. So what kind of person is the magician? It's hard to put into words. The ghost spoke in an ambiguous tone. They seem like a madman, but also colder than anyone. They appear steeped in dreams, but are also grounded in reality. It would be best to meet them yourself and decide. Eventually, as you descend. You'll meet them someday. The magician of the labyrinth. Considering Lee Taeyeon never mentioned the magician, it seemed she hadn't met them. While organizing his thoughts, Taesan arrived at the boss. A spirit filled with sorrow appeared. Taesan effortlessly dodged the spirit's attacks and swung his sword. The spirit resisted, but it was all in vain under his feet. You have defeated the spirit filled with sorrow. Your proficiency in reconnaissance has increased by 1%. That was easy. It felt like walking down a leisurely path. At least on the 40s floors, it seemed unlikely he would struggle against the monsters. The ghost grumbled. It's not supposed to be like this. You're supposed to be crying and sniffling your way through. Ring of the Distorted Soul, attack power plus 30, defense plus 20, strength plus 50, intelligence plus 30, once strong but now a soul more broken than anyone else resides within, high attack and defense power. Useful strength and intelligence stats attached. Indeed, from the 41st floor onwards, higher-grade equipment started appearing. You obtained the Piper of the Man. Piper of the Man, a flute of a man who bewitched the children of the village. When played, attempts to enchant targets within range. An item with a special effect. The difficulty of the enchantment check was uncertain, but it was a piece of equipment worth having for now. Having cleared the 42nd floor entirely, Taesan returned to the 41st floor. There he handed the pure core to Valencia, who was waiting. He eagerly accepted the core and inhaled it. The emotions leaking from it penetrated Valencia's body. His eyes shook violently. After a while he calmed down and burst into laughter. Good, very good, the 43rd floor, the third room on the left, it's there. Bring the emotions from that place. Valencia burst into laughter. A dangerous gaze was directed at Taesan. Keep going down, bring all the cores up to the 50th floor, and Taesan collected the core. Valencia's words didn't follow after that, only a twisted laugh was audible. Heh, if it continues like this. If it continues like this, I really. Valencia, who had previously shown significant emotional fluctuations, was now even more intense. He was literally going insane. Having received a new quest, Taesan descended to the 43rd floor. Start a floor 43 quest. Defeat the boss of the 43rd floor and pass through. Reward Helm of the Broken One. Secret reward. The monsters of the 40s floors couldn't stop him. He planned to keep descending non-stop until he reached a god's altar or a special NPC gave him a quest. Taesan began to break through the 43rd floor. The monster on the 43rd floor was a spirit left with only joy. Positive emotions burrowed into Taesan's mind. However, it wasn't just simple joy as one might expect from a monster. If one had weak mental fortitude, they might shake uncontrollably, unable to restrain such a level of joy. Of course, Taesan was unaffected. He breezed through over half the floor in just a few minutes. He collected the secret room reward, a staff imbued with magical power. Not bad, but not the equipment he would use. He planned to offer it as a tribute to the god of magic. Then he found and activated the pillar in the secret room, suppressed the emerging joy, and secured the core. Already, the speed was so fast that it surprised Valencia more than it pleased him. He hesitantly informed him about the secret room on the next floor. After gathering the information, Taesan returned to the 43rd floor to defeat the boss. He collected the clear reward. Helm of the Broken One, Strength plus 50, Defense plus 100, Action Speed plus 5%, a helm once belonging to someone great but who met a more miserable end than anyone else. It was a helm with high defense, twice as high as the helm he was currently wearing. The downside was that changing the helm would remove the special effects linked with the armor, but the condition was too specific. The special effects would activate in cases of hatred and madness, emotions Taesan was unlikely to be engulfed in. Therefore, it was worth the change. This reward was a magic-infused cloth armor. Equipping it came with a penalty of reduced defense, making it awkward to wear. I'll have to offer this as a tribute too. Having finished checking, Taesan immediately went down to the 44th floor. Why so fast? The ghost chuckled in disbelief. Chapter 195, 44th floor, God of Despair, Aphrodite, Part 1. Before heading down to the 44th floor, Taesan first visited Lily's. She greeted him with warmth. Did you come? I've got something to offer. Taesan presented the artifacts he had acquired while descending the floors to the god of magic. Would this be enough for intermediate magic? I don't think so. How much more do I need to offer to get it? The gap in power between intermediate and beginner magic was vast. Naturally, acquiring intermediate magic was a priority. Lily's responded to Taesan's question with an uncertain expression. You'll have to offer very, very, very much more. Is that so? The required amount of offerings was so substantial that it was difficult to quantify. Given the potency of intermediate magic, this was to be expected. I've received permission, but I haven't learned it yet. I must work hard, she grunted in response. Her expression was exceedingly bright, perhaps because she had much to learn. Leaving her behind, Taesan proceeded to the 44th floor. The monster on the 44th floor was a spirit of despair. To Taesan, it was inconsequential. As Taesan dashed through, the ghost murmured, "At this rate, you'll finish up to the 50th floor quickly, or maybe not. It's uncertain how it will react." What's that? The ghost had suggested that it might be possible to quickly advance through the 40s floors, but there could be obstacles. You'll find out soon. If my memory serves right, it should be on the 44th floor. Is it going to take a long time? Perhaps. Then there was something else to do before proceeding. Taesan opened the community. Kang Junhyuk solo. Wow, really? Kim Hweon hard. Yeah, we're a bit surprised too. We had a hunch but never thought it'd actually happen. Lee Taeyeon solo. Congratulations, I guess. Yoongjun hard. Shouldn't we? After all, it's a good thing. The community was alive with conversation. Taesan invited Lee Taeyeon, Kang Junhyuk, Kim Hweon, and Yoongjun among them. Kang Junhyuk solo. Wow, really? Lee Taeyeon solo. Oh, Mr. Taesan. Kang Junhyuk solo. What brings you here? Kang Taesan solo. Just checking in after a long time to see how you're doing. It had been a while since he had contacted other players. He intended to find out how far they had progressed and what they were up to, offering advice if possible. Kang Taesan solo. What were you talking about? Kim Hweon hard. Well, it's something. Someone has decided to get married. Taesan paused. Kang Taesan solo. Someone who was originally dating. Kim Hweon hard. No, people who met in the labyrinth. They asked me to officiate their wedding. Really, after all that fighting, some people are living their lives in solitude. Kim Hweon grumbled. Taesan stroked his chin. People are getting married already. It wasn't that strange. They were trapped in the labyrinth and had to survive here for a long time. Since most people had died, they struggled with loneliness. People who were lonely naturally grew fond of each other, but it took quite a while for that to happen. Initially, everyone was focused on survival, so it was only after 3 or 4 years that people started getting married. However, now less than half of that time has passed. This meant that people had more leisure time compared to their previous life. After discussing various things related to the labyrinth, Taesan asked, Kang Taesan solo, how far have you got now? Lee Taeyeon solo. Floor 15, Junhyuk is probably the same. Kang Taesan solo, that's fast. Kang Junhyuk solo, it's all thanks to you, brother, the ability sword and black magic. It's unbelievably effective. The admiration was so strong that it was hard to hide even in text. Indeed, those were skills that would elicit such a reaction. Kang Junhyuk solo. Before, even a single monster was a struggle, but not anymore. Mana is a bit scarce, but it's not a big problem. It's all thanks to you, brother. Kang Taesan solo. Good to know. On the 15th floor, Taesan paused to consider his next steps before writing, Kang Taesan solo. On the 16th floor, there's a blacksmith. If you bring him the materials you've collected so far, he'll make something decent for you. So make sure to collect them. Kang Junhyuk solo, there's a blacksmith. Lee Taeyeon solo, so that's what we're supposed to do with the materials, got it, thank you. Then Taesan shifted the conversation to those tackling the hard mode, inquiring about their progress and any potential issues. Kim Hweon hard, we're doing fine. Yoongjun hard, Sare's black wind, that's been really helpful, thanks to it we've been descending more comfortably than before. Kim Hweon hard. There's been a bit of trouble with black magic, but it's nothing big, we're mostly ignoring it. Overall, there seemed to be no significant issues. Having finished his check-in, Taesan closed the community window. Kang Taesan solo. Don't die, come down. Taesan resumed his descent through the labyrinth. At the end of his journey, he discovered what the ghost had mentioned. You have discovered the altar of Aphrodite. First discovery bonus. Mana plus 50, intelligence plus 30. The altar was of a metaphysical form, lacking a specific shape. The power emanating from it was profound and dark, a power that tampered with emotions themselves. Is this what you were talking about? The thing that consumes time? Yes, the ghost confirmed. Aphrodite, the god of despair, he delights in seeing humans in despair and overcoming it, thus his trials are somewhat of a perverse hobby. If you're unlucky, you'll suffer quite a bit. The power from the altar began to converge towards Taesan as if inviting him. He saw no reason to decline. Taesan placed his hand on the altar. Subquest started. Aphrodite wants to test you for visiting her altar. If you accept, the trial will come to you. Overcoming it will earn you a reward. Reward. Aphrodite will decide based on your performance. I accept. Subquest accepted. Aphrodite's power manifests. As a price, the interference domain of Aphrodite decreases. Aphrodite makes an appearance using the altar. A colossal entity descended here. Oh, the ghost was taken aback, not expecting a god to descend into the labyrinth. Although Taesan frequently received favors from a demon god and might not find this remarkable, it was exceedingly rare for a god to directly descend into the labyrinth. A man with black hair and a cold demeanor appeared through the space, finally meeting the one who's been the talk of the town. Taesan bowed. The other was a god. It would do no good for him to make the god find fault in him. As Taesan respectfully bowed, Aphrodite's expression softened slightly. I thought you'd be arrogant because you're favored by others, but it seems that's not the case. I like that. May I ask why you have descended? Like the ghost, Taesan was puzzled. There seemed to be no reason for Aphrodite to descend, but Aphrodite's following words clarified everything. Many cherish you, they bestow upon you rewards that we would consider excessive. The battlefield of the gods. The gods who had put Taesan through trials had awarded him, and many gods had questioned the rewards given to Taesan. While Taesan had achieved what could be considered significant feats, whether they warranted such rewards was debatable. Aphrodite seemed to have descended to verify this. From Aphrodite's next words, Taesan could tell his guess was spot on. So I will test you to see if their affection has blinded them or if you truly possess such value. Aphrodite proposes an enhanced trial to you. Will you accept? Taesan nodded. As Taesan readily accepted, the corners of Aphrodite's mouth lifted slightly. I'm pleased. Power began to envelop the room. Aphrodite spoke. Behold your despair and overcome it. That is my trial. Aphrodite's power manifests. Aphrodite's interference domain decreases. Kugugung, power began to engulf the space. The labyrinth crumbled, giving way to a new space. This was not merely a transition to another world, it was a form of materialization. As the space assembled itself like a puzzle, Aphrodite's power intensified. Confusion spread across Aphrodite's face. Wait, power erupted explosively. The ghost gasped. In an instant, every being in the labyrinth trembled. Aphrodite groaned. Aphrodite's power manifests. Aphrodite's interference domain greatly decreases. Kuwung, the space flipped. A familiar world started to overlay the labyrinth. Amidst the disappearing world, Aphrodite's laughter could be heard. So that's what it was. This is interesting. And the labyrinth vanished. Taesan closed his eyes as the distortion of power washed over him. What will happen now? This wasn't a simple spatial shift. The sensation was distinctly different from anything he had experienced before. It was at that moment, as Taesan was gathering his thoughts. Brother, hearing a familiar voice, Taesan's eyes widened. A massive door appeared. Taesan stared blankly before reaching out his hand. The sensation of the door transmitted through his hand. Taesan looked behind him. There lay a devastated plain. Then he looked up at the sky. A gigantic hole was visible there. Brother, why aren't you coming in? The man, staring blankly at him, spoke. Taesan chuckled at him. Yoongjun, yes, it's me. What's the matter, you suddenly? Yoongjun came down, flustered. He looked around Taesan and then asked, what about the guy who ran away? Taesan remembered having this conversation. His mouth opened naturally. He's dead. The monsters ate all of him. What? Yoongjun was startled. That face was also in his memory. That guy was a hard mode player and he's dead already. 3 grade A monsters were tearing him apart nicely. Yoongjun's expression hardened. Taesan was equally perplexed. Where we need to hurry. I've handled it, so there's no need. Taesan walked past Yoongjun. Let's head inside for now. My head is killing me. Ah, okay. Yoongjun closed the door behind them. Inside, Taesan observed the building, the half-ruined structures, people eating potatoes with expressions that he recognized. He chuckled to himself. This was Seoul before he traveled back in time, just before its destruction. What's going on here? Taesan quickly racked his brain. Could everything up to now have been a dream? That seemed impossible. The experiences and power he had acquired were still palpable in his body. Status window, Kang Taesan, level 91, shield 1899/1899. Health 20,920/20,920. Mana 2722/2722. Magic energy 376/376. Strength 4693. Intelligence 4124. Agility 4333. Attack power plus 858. Defense plus 738. The subject is in optimal condition. The status window confirmed it. He wasn't in easy mode, he was navigating solo mode. Could this all be an illusion? He could feel the firm ground beneath his feet, the cold touch on his cheek, and the ominous aura emanating from the sky. Even if his senses were misleading, the aura and power were undeniable. This was no illusion. Yoongjun, who had paused, looked at Taesan curiously. Brother, aren't you going to eat? You must be starving, Yoongjun. Taesan looked at him for a moment before responding. Block this. What? As Taesan raised his fist, Yoongjun, sensing the impending force, raised his arms in shock. Crack. Yoongjun was sent flying while attempting to block the attack. Kuwung, he sprang up from where he had crashed into the trash cans. Brother, why would you do that all of a sudden? No, just conducting a simple test. Taesan shook his fist. From the brief encounter, it was clear. Yoongjun possessed the same strength Taesan remembered. This is quite surprising, the ghost murmured, sounding perplexed. Taesan chuckled while Yoongjun grumbled. A test is a test, but if I had died from brother's attack. Mid-sentence, Yoongjun realized something odd. Huh, brother, you didn't use a skill just now, did you? But you sent me flying. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Taesan, seeing Yoongjun's confused expression, draped his arm around his shoulder. Let's go eat something. They made their way to the dining area where a few people were already eating. They waved at Taesan. Taesan, you're here. Taesan greeted them warmly and took a seat. Yoongjun fetched some potatoes. The fluffy texture was apparent as he bit into them. Taesan chewed on the potatoes, organizing his thoughts. It's not an illusion. Everything was real. The potatoes, Yoongjun in front of him, and the people greeting him. This place was truly Earth before he returned to the past. Chapter 196, On the Brink of Earth's Destruction, Part 1. Taesan closed his eyes, organizing the situation. First, this wasn't an illusion. The texture of the potato he was chewing, the rough touch of the table against his rear, the wind brushing his cheek, and the ominous aura emanating from beyond the sky. All of this couldn't possibly be false. This was reality, not an illusion or a lie. But the question was, what kind of reality was it? Taesan looked at Yoongjun. Under Taesan's intense gaze, Yeonjun slightly shrank back, halting his meal. Why are you looking at me like that? Just. Taesan's casual response made Yeonjun's expression turn bizarre once again. From that reaction, Taesan could tell this wasn't merely a replay of his memories. Yeonjun's reaction was entirely different from before. This world was truly implemented, the world before its destruction. Of course, it wasn't actually that time. Taesan considered each possible explanation. Some kind of implementation, interfering with time itself, summoning that era and temporarily implementing all of it. Then it made sense. Is this what divine power can do, twisting time itself to summon it? He knew their power was nearly infinite, but this extent was astonishing. However, it seemed not an easy task even for the gods. There was a mention of Aphrodite's territory greatly shrinking when he implemented the sliver of time of a previous life. Until now, no gods had shown such a capability. It meant even they had to accept significant losses to make it possible. Taesan watched Yeonjun awkwardly pick up a potato. Kim Yeonjun had a carefree personality. And he wanted to save people, but as time passed, witnessing too many deaths, he became exhausted. His face was etched with fatigue. I didn't expect to see this face again, Taesan smiled slightly. Nice to see you. Brother, Yeonjun reluctantly put down the potato. Did you eat something wrong? I'm fine. No, it seems like you did eat something wrong. You didn't eat a monster corpse, did you? Shut up, man, Taesan brushed off Yeonjun, who was leaning in worriedly. Seeing Yeonjun's aged face after a long time was certainly happy and enjoyable, but Taesan thought coldly, this isn't real. They had already died at that time. The earth was destroyed just like that. This was just a temporary implementation, the twisting of time by the power of a god, merely a sculpture. Still, it wasn't a bad feeling. The ghost had been silent for a while now. Taesan thought again as he ate another potato. The reason the gods twisted time to call him here was only one. Humanity had lost. They were annihilated by the monsters, and Taesan also couldn't overcome the apostle. They were destroyed, and that was his despair. So this time, try to win against that despair. It was a trial with such meaning. Taesan gripped his hand. It seems weird for sure. Yeonjun looked at Taesan with a wary gaze. Taesan waved his hands. Anyway, it's about time. Kyung, then a commotion was heard from afar. The commotion didn't subside but grew louder. Brother, looks like a hard mode player has arrived. Yes, Taesan immediately got up and left the tent. Yeonjun, who had been watching him blankly, followed belatedly. Brother, you always complain before leaving, but today you're quiet. Maybe you really ate something wrong. Do you want to get hit? Taesan raised his fist. Yeonjun flinched and ducked. No, it's just weird. It's just a mental change. At the place where the commotion was happening, a man was shouting, "Don't joke, how is this Earth? This is a hidden camera, right? Don't play around." Young man. This is indeed Earth. The world has changed a lot while you were in the labyrinth. Don't joke, the man swung his fist roughly. The middle-aged man soothing him groaned and stepped back. Taesan. You're here, the man pressing his forehead as if plagued by a headache was delighted to see Taesan. I was about to bring you over, but you came first. What's the occasion? That's what I'm saying. Something's changed about you, brother. Do you really want to get hit? Yeonjun scampered away. Taesan chuckled and passed by them, approaching the fuming man. Young man, what's your name? Lee Changchun. Right. Lee Changchun. Thinking about it again, the man was pitiful. They had won against the monsters during the last return. They had closed the rift in the sky. Believing that all they had to do was rebuild Earth, they diligently tackled the labyrinth, only to be greeted by an Earth on the brink of destruction. Sorry, but this is indeed an Earth on the brink of destruction. It means the situation has changed. If you can't accept it, well, you'll have to get beaten and accept it. Who are you? Kang Taesan. Kang Taesan, the easy mode player who always talked big. Taesan nodded. Changchun sneered at Taesan. Laughable, an easy mode player dares to take on a hard mode player. It was like that until now, but things are a bit different now. He's no longer an easy mode player. Taesan rolled his foot. In an instant, his body disappeared. At a speed that couldn't even be followed by his eyes, Lee Changchun's pupils widened, but he was a hard mode player through and through, a person who had trained, risking his life. He moved his sword by instinct. Kong, I blocked it. That's what he believed when Lee Changchun was sent flying just like that. People gasped and dodged out of the way. Kyung. Lee Changchun rolled away, colliding with the half-destroyed buildings. People stared blankly at Taesan. Taesan leisurely walked towards where Lee Changchun had flown. Lee Changchun staggered to his feet and seeing Taesan cried out and swung his sword. Taesan easily reached out, subdued him, and slammed him to the ground. Eek, eek, Taesan spoke softly to the struggling Lee Changchun. It must suck, you'd want to deny it. You came here imagining a hopeful future only to end up like this suddenly. Frustration and aimless anger filled Lee Changchun's eyes. Taesan released the hand that was subduing him. But this is what happened to us. What can we do about it? We have to try to survive just like we've been doing all this time. Damn it, tears flowed from his eyes. People who arrived later cautiously consoled Lee Changchun. Taesan turned away. Yeonjun cautiously said, Brother, you've definitely changed. More nonsense? No, not that. Well, there's also the physical aspect. Yoongjun scratched his cheek. Taesan had subdued Lee Changchun with simple movements without using any skills. Taesan was a player who used skills to gain an advantage. Considering Lee Changchun was a hard-mode player that even Yoongjun would have difficulty subduing, it was an impossible feat. But what Yoongjun was referring to was not that. It just seems you've become more humane. Until now, you'd always beat them half to death to make them listen, right? This is the first time you've just subdued and then released someone. Ah, realizing what Yoongjun was trying to say, Taesan let out a laugh. In his previous life, he was angry at everyone, though he did not show it. Why were you all so weak? Why couldn't you even win against me, an easy-mode player? Why do you avoid and not learn even when I taught you how to acquire skills? Wasn't that why we were destroyed, filled with only those emotions? Until just before his death, he harbored anger towards others. It was the regret of choosing easy mode mixed with his emotions, making them sticky. As a result, he always became irritable. Even though he knew it was wrong, he couldn't control himself. It felt like he would go mad if he didn't vent those emotions somehow. Well, now my emotions have cooled off. Really? Relief washed over Yoongjun's expression. Seeing that, Taesan realized Yoongjun had always been wary of him in their previous life. He had been too filled with anger to notice before. This is new in its own way. It wasn't bad, indeed. Then once again a commotion was heard from afar. Another hard-mode player? No, that's Lee Taeyeon. Taesan looked towards the noise and said, sorry, but hide for a bit. I'm not sure if you'll be seen or not. Me, not you, I was talking to someone invisible. Taesan entered the only intact house. Their various ornaments and murals were visible. Decorated stylishly, the house was adorned, but in this ruined world no one cared about decorations. If there was someone, it was either a person with a strange mind, or someone wanting to hide something. Are you here? A woman sitting in a luxurious red leather chair grumbled. She proudly pointed with her fingers, her black hair long. Isn't this pretty? I got it from the art museum this time. At the tip of her finger was a giant portrait. The portrait, 4 times the size of a human body, was without a speck of dust or a scratch. In a world overflowing with monsters where tomorrow was uncertain, she cherished this portrait and returned here. Taesan nodded. Not bad, Lee Taeyeon's face clouded. She asked uncertainly, did something go wrong? No, I just said it's not bad. Really? Lee Taeyeon buried herself in the chair with a squeamish face. Taesan looked at her. Not the clumsy, always screaming Lee Taeyeon, but her older self, matured over time. She was comfortably buried in the chair, but her face was filled with anxiety. Her eyes rolled around as if terrified by something. In his previous life, he hadn't noticed her reactions. Taesan was too pushed to his limits, but now he could tell she was terrified. She awkwardly changed the subject. You said you scolded a hard mode player? Yeah, it's fascinating. An easy mode player to a hard mode player. She sent a strange look and then said, status window, Lee Taeyeon, level 258, health. 45,810/45,810, mana 7020/7020, strength 10,152, intelligence 9899, agility 13,254, attack power plus 5421, defense plus 8456. The target is in a state of fear, high figures. Enough to bring an ordinary hard-mode player to the brink of death with a single blow, but the current Taesan knew that those figures weren't so high. She missed a lot indeed. Now, Taesan's level was 91, yet his health reached around 20,000. All his stats had reached at least 4,000. Considering what one gained deeper in, Lee Taeyeon had missed everything and simply descended. Yet she possessed a strength similar to his previous life. Show me your status window too. No, Taesan refused. Lee Taeyeon frowned, not expecting him to refuse. Why, it's not like it wears out, just show me. Sorry, but I can't. His stats now were not of easy mode. Revealing them would bring significant confusion. Lee Taeyeon, quietly looking at Taesan, scowled. You're strange, show me your status window. Chapter 197, On the Brink of Earth's Destruction, Part 2, Something. Hard to put into words, something's different. She mumbled with a vague expression. Lee Taeyeon was someone who conquered solo mode. Her observational and judgment skills couldn't be poor. She asked with sharp eyes. Taesan. Show me your status window. Sorry, but I can't do that. Why not? Lee Taeyeon was puzzled. There was no reason for Taesan to not show his status window. There's a good reason for it. But for Taesan, whose stats themselves had changed, it was impossible to show. It's not important, is it? It won't harm anything, so don't worry. Lee Taeyeon quietly looked at Taesan upon his response. Her eyes shimmered with various lights. Really? Yeah, alright then, that settles it. Lee Taeyeon didn't probe further. It was as if she had guessed something. Let's get to the main point, she said with a calm face. The next wave is about to start. Taesan nodded. The wave when the monsters launched a total attack. Every time they returned to Earth, a wave occurred. Humanity lost soul in the first wave after the last return. Half of the hard mode players died in the second wave. In the third wave, humanity could only defend a small city. It was now the fourth wave. And this time humanity was annihilated. Taesan recalled the words he had said at that time. How many are there? 2 S grades, dozens of A grades, hundreds of B grades, and the Apostle. Lee Tion spoke calmly. Certainly, these were monsters worth saying it was over for. In his past life, everyone died without winning against the Apostle. Defeat was essentially certain, but Taesan had no intention of letting defeat happen. I'll take on the 2 S grades, just handle the Apostle for a bit. I'll quickly finish and come to help. Lee Tion's eyes wavered. What are you talking about? Not 1 but 2 S grades, even for you. There's no one else anyway, right? Lee Tion closed her mouth at Taesan's words. Taesan was right, 2 S grades and the Apostle. Only Taesan and herself could face these monsters, so they had to decide whether to take on the Apostle or the 2 S grades. She was summoned by Taesan for this very reason, yet Lee Tion couldn't help but feel bewildered. Surprisingly, you accepted it readily. Taesan had always been one to complain and express dissatisfaction with every decision. Though he never outright refused, she had expected him to voice his complaints this time as well. It's pointless to complain at this point. Taesan shrugged his shoulders, prompting a puzzled look from Lee Tion. You've definitely changed. Yeah, Taesan smiled and took a seat. Then let's take this opportunity to catch up for a bit. A story, just casual talk about solo mode that you've mastered, for example. In a previous life, Lee Tion had shared details about solo mode with him, what each floor contained and the items she had acquired. At that time, Taesan was in easy mode, so he had listened to most of the stories with forced interest. But now, he was in solo mode himself. He intended to revisit the conversation to organize the information. Lee Tion's eyes lit up with a smile. You were complaining you didn't want to listen. What changed your mind? Now that it's all coming to an end, I might as well listen to something like this. Good. I've been frustrated not having anyone else to talk to about this. She began to share about solo mode, detailing one thing after another. Perhaps because it was a rare conversation, her expression was exceptionally bright. And then the 45th floor, the secret room there is a bit special. Special? Yeah, there's something you can't obtain by normal means, so from there Taesan carefully stored her rambling words in the back of his mind. And in solo mode from a certain floor onwards, the difficulty suddenly increased significantly. Was it the same for you? In Easy 2, starting from the 51st floor, the difficulty spiked at every key floor. Right. But in solo mode it was much worse. Lee Tion shivered. I almost died, plus the 51st floor was quite unique, risking my life to get past it. But that was good. There was a hidden room on the 51st floor, quite unique, where I got something pretty decent. What could be obtained in the future and what lies ahead, he stored every bit of it in his mind. The casual conversation continued. Lee Tion smiled as if she found it miraculous. We seem to understand each other well. It was never like this before. Strange. Taesan too had entered solo mode like her, but she did not know. Taesan simply smiled. They talked for a while and then it was over. It's about time. Lee Tion clenched her fist. Her body was trembling slightly. Taesan looked at her and then opened his mouth. Why didn't you go back to the past? Why did you die holding on to that? He wanted to ask, but Taesan shook his head. Let's survive and see. It was not the time to ask. Everything had to end before asking. Yeah, Lee Tion smiled faintly. Really? Yoongjun looked over the barrier with a restless face. I knew this day would come, but this feels really awful. Destruction was essentially certain. Inside the city, all kinds of shouts and screams were echoing. He saw Lee Changchun. His face was pale, but he was holding his weapon with a firm expression. You look surprisingly fine. It wouldn't be strange if you were a corpse by now. Sigh, I have to accept it too. Considering everyone's dying, I've lived quite long. This is a good death, a good death. What good is there in dying? He waited, holding back the words he had swallowed then. And then the monster's cries were heard. It was the beginning of the wave. Damn it, this is crazy. What did you say we have to face again? 2 S grades. See you in the afterlife. Looks like you'll be going first. Wait for me. Don't worry. Taesan waved his hand and tensed his feet. I'm not planning to go. Whoosh. His body accelerated. Unlike in his previous life, without great leap and complete reconnaissance, he couldn't pinpoint their locations. But it didn't matter. He still remembered exactly where the monsters were located. Finally, he encountered the monsters. Monster 5 has appeared. Monster 7 has appeared. Hello. A monster resembling a house-sized jellyfish and another floating in the air, waving its tentacles like an octopus, were seen. This is strange, really. He encountered the monsters he had once fought for his life against. The monsters turned their gaze towards Taesan. Monster 5 is hostile towards you. Monster 7 is hostile towards you. You have encountered terrible things. Judgment begins. Mental madness judgment in progress. Confusion judgment in progress. Fear judgment in progress. Instant death judgment in progress. All judgments successful. You have activated reconnaissance. Monster 7, health. 325,842/325,842. Monster 5. Health. 105,212/105,212. Taesan's eyes darkened. The monsters were much weaker than in his previous life. The reason was not hard to guess. The god of despair had been taken aback when imposing an enhanced trial on him. It was as if there were things entirely beyond its expectation. Perhaps the high god had interfered in Taesan's despair. The monsters were beings born from the power of high gods. There was a high possibility that they were not fully manifested with the power of the god of despair. Good, Taesan's lips curled up. The strength of the monsters now was as weakened as Taesan. This made it clear. The differences between his past life and the current one. The monster's tentacles moved. Taesan stamped his foot as a green light was shot. Kugugugung. The light melted the horizon. Taesan assessed the situation with cold precision. I can dodge it. Even without physical time acceleration, he effortlessly evaded the monster's attack. Taesan charged at the monster, its tentacles moving as green beams fired towards him. Seeing the incoming lights, Taesan stamped his foot. Ki-eyeing, the lights barely missed Taesan as they whizzed by. In his previous life, dodging the lights by merely seeing them was impossible. He had to evade in advance, guided by premonition. Now, however, he could move upon seeing the lights being fired and still dodge them, thanks to his increased stats. Thud, Taesan arrived right in front of the monster. He hadn't even used first attack nullification. Koong, in front of Taesan, defense-type Monster 7 shielded its body. Taesan raised his sword towards Monster 5. You have initiated a force duel. For 12 seconds, no one except Monster 5 can inflict damage on you. Ignoring the defense-type monster, he attacked the attack-type monster first. In his previous life, he lacked even the mana to use force duel and had to eliminate one immediately upon its first use. But not now. He could use force duel dozens of times without any mana issues, so there was no need to prioritize the defense type. Ki-eyeing, he dodged the beams and thrust his sword. Monster 5 takes 30-43 damage. No multiplication, no copying, no designated skill reset, but he had increased base attack power. Chipping away tens of thousands of health wasn't difficult. You have activated the white rune shield. Small rune shields floated around Taesan. Tentacle beams hit the shields and were blocked. They shattered soon but gave Taesan enough time to dodge. Taesan couldn't help but laugh. He knew a lot had changed, but facing the monsters he had encountered in his previous life made it even clearer. In his previous life, the fight involved approaching with first attack nullification, activating multiplication and copying, and winning by knocking down the enemy in a single hit. If he failed to knock them down, it became an endlessly disadvantageous tightrope fight. In contrast, it was now much more stable. With increased stats, he easily dodged the enemy's attacks, slowly but surely whittling them down. You have activated Frost Arrows. The arrows pierced through the monster. He used skills freely without worrying about mana. Kidding, ignoring the beams with first attack nullification, he continuously thrust his sword. Then all the attack nullifications were used up. You take 18,543 damage, a damage of over 10,000, but endurance did not activate. Taesan's health was over 20,000. He still had thousands of health left. Taesan quickly repelled the monster and drank a health potion. He recovered all his health and charged again. He wasn't as strong as he was then. The him from his past life was probably still stronger than he was now. But he had gained strengths in entirely different directions, and if he managed to gain the strengths of his past life here, he would truly become perfect. Taesan aggressively pressed the monster. Chapter 198 On the Brink of Earth's Destruction, Part 3, Kidding, a beam was fired, piercing the earth and creating a hole in the sky. Taesan dodged all the attacks and severed the monster's tentacles. The tentacles thrashed wildly. It seemed they were attempting to strike him by maneuvering the tentacles themselves, as the long-range attacks weren't effective. However, Taesan didn't allow them to. He swung his sword and fist, repelling all the tentacles. The monsters have become weaker than in his previous life. But the same was true for him. He still hasn't reached Lee Taeyeon's level. Since they both weakened, their levels became somewhat similar. However, Taesan was fighting much more efficiently and effortlessly than in his previous life. It was to be expected. Even Lee Taeyeon, who possessed only the addition skill, would have easily triumphed against two S-rank opponents in a forced duel. It was difficult in the previous life because Taesan was abnormally strong, but with this normal strength, the battle became much easier. The monster appeared to be making a final stand, gathering its tentacles. The beam merged into a massive one, attempting to pierce Taesan. You have activated Random Blink. Taesan's body instantly moved right behind the monster. He thrust his sword into it and slammed it to the ground. He quickly drew another sword and sliced through. The defensive monster tried to block but was thrown off by the forced duel. Gururuk, thus Monster 5 perished. You have defeated Monster 5. It will be settled after the trial ends. Your soul ascension has activated. Your proficiency in twisted soul tuning has increased by 11%. Taesan immediately rushed towards Monster 7. The defensive monster hunched over and charged. Since it was like a tank, Taesan simply extended his sword. You have activated flow. Kwang, the charge's direction shifted and the monster crashed into the ground. There was nothing to fear from a defensive type, unlike an offensive type. In his previous life, he had spent days countering more challenging offensive types without allowing a single attack to take him down. Taesan tightened his grip on the sword. What followed was a simple repetition. He avoided the monster's attacks and retaliated. Even with those poor easy mode stats in his previous life, he had avoided them all. There was no reason to struggle now. After investing a whole day, Taesan was able to take down even the defensive monster. Quajik, you have defeated Monster 7. It will be settled after the trial ends. Your soul ascension has activated. Your proficiency in twisted soul tuning has increased by 8%. Ha, Taesan laughed. He had taken down the monster he struggled with in his previous life so easily. The monsters might have weakened, but since he hasn't yet gathered everything, he believed that after conquering the labyrinth, he could take down real S-rank monsters much more easily. Good, Taesan muttered. His proficiency in twisted soul tuning through soul ascension had also risen quite high. It was a satisfying outcome. He had defeated 2 S-ranks. However, there were no signs of returning to the labyrinth. Taesan stamped his foot and quickly returned to the city where people were still fighting. Block everything, we can do this, Yeongjun desperately shouted and swung his weapon, but it seemed insufficient to block hundreds of monsters. The barrier had been shattered long ago and people were falling one by one. Have we all weakened together? The monsters were weakened. Originally, a hard mode player would have been able to win without any problem. Yet the fact that they were being pushed back meant that Aphrodite had imposed restrictions on people as well while materializing. Eek! Yeongjun rushed to a person who was falling. He succeeded in protecting him, but he couldn't block the monster's attack anymore. When he tightly closed his eyes, Taesan charged in. You have activated acceleration. Quajik. He pierced the head of a monster trying to strike with its huge claw and blew it away. The monster disappeared into the distant sky. BR brother, Yeongjun belatedly realized Taesan's presence. How did you get here? Aren't you supposed to be fighting the S-rank monsters? I've dealt with them all. What? Yeongjun was flustered. There were 2 S-ranks, entities that he couldn't confidently claim would be defeated. However, Taesan, who returned in just a day, had no visible injuries. Brother, sorry, but we need to clean up here quickly. Hundreds of monsters were charging. Taesan touched the ground as he looked at them. You have activated Frozen World. Jejo Jojiang, a chill swept through. A vast world of ice descended, beginning to freeze everything beyond the barrier. Whoa, people screamed and retreated. Even though they were outside the skill's range, the strong survivors felt their fingers freeze from the cold. Jojok, the ice kept spreading. The monsters struggled to escape but were all swallowed up. Taesan lifted his hand from the ground. Most of the hundreds of monsters attacking them were frozen. A-rank monsters showed up, breaking some ice, but they kept staggering, not being okay. As expected, good, most commonly activated skills targeted specific entities. Hence, weak enemies had to be dealt with manually, but magic could handle weak enemies all at once. Can you handle them now? Yes. It's possible, but, Yeongjun stammered, the monsters they were desperately fighting were all cleared with just one skill. Brother, let's talk later. Taesan stamped his foot again. He ignored Yeongjun's urgent voice calling from behind. There was something more important now. Kuwang. A wave of power had been resonating from afar. Despite the world being weakened, it was a clash of forces where victory couldn't be assured. Upon reaching the site of the collision, Lee Taeyeon and an unidentifiable entity were present. Eek! Lee Taeyeon, gritting her teeth, swung her weapon. However, she was too preoccupied with blocking the attacks. Unable to counterattack effectively, she was continuously pushed back by the monster. Thrown far away by the clash of forces, she rolled on the ground and barely managed to stand up. Her fist was clenched tightly as if holding onto something precious. Haha, what am I doing? Lee Taeyeon let out a hollow laugh. Her arm trembled with fear, visible even from a distance. The monster charged again. She gripped her weapon with a face that seemed to bear a heavy burden. A wave of power surged. Lee Taeyeon rolled on the ground once more. She looked at her fist. With a face filled with fear, she pondered over something. But just like before, instead of opening her fist, she gripped her weapon tighter and glared at the monster. When the monster sluggishly charged again, Taesan intervened. He thrust his sword into the side of the monster that was focusing on Lee Taeyeon. Kuuk. The formless monster's body seemed to repel the blade. Taesan exerted more force into his shoulder and foot, driving it further in. Eventually, the monster couldn't withstand the pressure and was thrown far away. Quaring, hello, What? Lee Tion looked up at him blankly. Taesan, how? I'm finished on my side. Lee Tion continued to be flustered. Taesan glanced at her still clenched fist. Inside, there would be the Ouroboros's stone. She had clung to it until death without using it. Taesan shook his head. I'll handle things here, you go help the others. What? Hurry and go. You have activated Ammon's formless armor. A pitch-black power envelops Taesan. Lee Tion's pupils dilated. Black magic, I told you to go, didn't I? She looked very curious but glanced at the path and quickly created distance. Make sure to tell me later. Sure, Taesan chuckled. After Lee Tion left, Taesan looked at the path. The gaze of number, you are instantly killed. An absolute gaze without judgment. Taesan countered the gaze that had been directed at him in his previous life. Dismiss. Resistance successful, Kuruk. A formless monster, its shape distorted beyond recognition. And the first monster to defeat Taesan, the direct cause of humanity's destruction, this was the source of his despair, Kuruk. The monster let out a small cry. Then something terrifying began to burrow into Taesan's mind. Merely facing the apostle was enough to break one's spirit and shatter their heart. Of course, it didn't work on Taesan. He shrugged it off with ease and muttered, "It's easier than my previous life." Like other monsters, the apostle, being a divine entity, had weakened significantly. Taesan looked at the formless entity with sunken eyes, something beyond S-rank. People had named this monster the apostle. They named it well. At the time it was called so without much thought, but now it was clear. It was truly an apostle of the high gods, and the high gods were ancient beings expelled and forgotten by the world. Perhaps that's why their apostles were also distorted entities. Kuruk. The apostle's formless body began to expand. It seemed to grow larger as if to swallow the world itself. Taesan tightened his grip on his sword. The formless, slime-like solid began to seep into the world. One by one, they started to dominate the space. Taesan coolly assessed the situation. Despite his defeat after having faced an apostle in his previous life, he knew what kind of attacks the entity made. The apostle's attacks involved dominating the space itself. Like a tree spreading its branches, the apostle extended its formless body into the world. Its goal was to engulf the entire space, making evasion impossible, and ultimately to consume everything. Soon, the apostle's entire body was enveloped by the formless entity. It resembled a tree in perpetual growth. It seemed necessary to eliminate it before it expanded further, but instead of charging in, Taesan maintained his distance. The apostle, targeting Taesan, stretched its formless body even wider and farther. It resembled the world tree. The spreading formless entities began to encroach upon the space one by one, turning the path to the apostle into a maze. This situation made defeating the apostle more challenging, but Taesan was counting on this complexity. The apostle utilized its surrounding formless body for both offense and defense. Taesan moved his hand abruptly. You have activated Marba's pitch-black wave. Kung, a black wave surged forth. It gradually eroded the spreading formless entities. However, the formless entity grew more vigorously, suddenly expanding to block Taesan's path. Yet Taesan remained unfazed. He simply repelled the approaching formless entities, keeping his distance. You can't kill me with this. In that form, the apostle possessed nearly absolute defense. Even with more power than in his previous life, piercing through the apostle's defense remained uncertain. But the same was true for the apostle. Witnessing its formless body being scattered and blocked by Taesan meant the apostle had to devise another strategy. Kuruk, the apostle's formless body, twisted momentarily. The spreading entities began to retract towards the apostle. Simultaneously, the apostle's body slowly distorted and shifted. Forces converged and eventually unified. The apostle's form began to transform. Now the real battle began. Taesan gripped his sword with a grave expression. You have activated Apostle Transformation Labyrinth. Chapter 199. On the brink of Earth's destruction, Part 4, you have activated the Apostle Transformation Labyrinth. A divine power descended into Taesan's body. Simultaneously, the apostle completed its transformation. What appeared was a human figure draped in a robe. It was holding a massive scythe. The apostle in human form swung the scythe. Despite the distance, it swung as if Taesan were right in front of it. At the same time, Taesan stomped his foot. Crack, the space where Taesan stood split open. Had he remained still, his neck would have been severed. The apostle was a shapeless entity. It had no fixed form, thus the apostle transformed into numerous forms, utilizing different abilities. It's uncertain, but it likely appeared in the forms of beings it had devoured while trampling numerous worlds. In his previous life, he was defeated by the apostle in this transformed state. Taesan bared his teeth. You have activated Apostle Slayer. The desire for battle has been activated. A fair duel has been activated. The proof of limits has been activated. You have activated Contempt for the Strong. Pantheism has been activated. Giant Killer has been activated. Whoosh. He charged, the apostle slowly moved the scythe. Simultaneously, dozens of spaces split apart all at once. As the severed spaces attempted to cut everything in their path, Taesan clenched his fist. Boom. He hurled a punch filled with soul energy forward. The soul's power shattered the split spaces. Crack, Taesan stomped his foot. The ground cratered and collapsed. As Taesan approached, the apostle transformed again. It turned into a knight clad in sturdy armor, wielding a sword as large as a house. Taesan swung his sword. Boom, a heavy sensation traveled up the blade. Taesan twisted his wrist on impact. You have activated flow. The pressure of the sword momentarily twisted. Crack, twisting the blade, Taesan moved closer to the apostle once more. Without changing form, the apostle swung its giant sword like a tempest. It sliced through the ground and air, dominating everything with its sword force. It was a sword technique perfected to resemble a storm's scar. Crack, Taesan moved his hands deftly, drawing arrows to block and deflect all the sword winds as he slowly advanced. Vroom, the apostle slammed down the handle. Instead of blocking, Taesan twisted his body. You have activated the white rune shield. The white rune collided and shattered instantaneously. The slammed handle demolished even the shapeless armor surrounding Taesan. Taesan narrowly dodged and thrust his sword into the apostle's neck. Crack, the apostle tilted its neck. The blade shattered the armor encasing the apostle's body. Though the attack failed, Taesan grinned. The apostle had deliberately dodged his attack. This indicated that Taesan could now land effective hits on the apostle. Indeed, the apostle's form changed into myriad shapes. However, that seemed to deplete its energy, rendering its defense relatively weaker. In his past life, he couldn't breach that defense, but now it seemed feasible. Crack, Taesan, closing the gap, continued to swing his sword. The apostle countered with its giant sword. Groan. The apostle, slightly pushing Taesan back with its shoulder, transformed again. It morphed into a giant muscular man, swinging his fist wrapped in gauntlets. Taesan raised his sword. You have activated flow. The trajectory of the fist momentarily twisted but soon corrected itself. Eventually, Taesan had no choice but to block with his sword. Boom. Your first attack nullification has been activated. The force of the punch overpowered Taesan's nullification. Taesan clicked his tongue at the pressure felt beyond the handle and increased the distance between them. As Taesan widened the gap, the apostle's form changed once again. This time it was a woman holding a bow as big as her body. The apostle, a formless entity, strung an arrow and pulled the bow with great force. Groan. The bowstring was pulled taut. No matter where Taesan moved, the bow kept tracking him, not allowing him any escape. The one with the scythe, the one with the giant sword, the muscular man and the woman with the bow. All of them must have been adversaries of the apostle at some point, and like the previous Taesan, they would have been defeated. Perhaps, without the Ouroboros heart, the previous life's Taesan would have met the same fate. Indeed troublesome. The apostle, with its ability to freely change its appearance and abilities, was a challenge he couldn't strategize against in his previous life. His stats were too imbalanced to handle various situations, while the apostle unveiled dozens of abilities. But now it's different. Taesan stopped. As he ceased moving, an arrow was shot, incredibly fast to the point where dodging or defending was unthinkable. You have activated random blink. Taesan blinked beside the apostle. The arrow flew past him, piercing the horizon. Before the apostle could change its form, Taesan drove his sword into it. You have activated the blade of fighting spirit. At number. Percent redacted, damage. The apostle's body twisted momentarily. The apostle quickly widened the distance. In an instant, it transformed into a barbarian warrior wielding dual axes. Whoosh. The axe was swung violently, crushing everything in its path with ferocious movement. However, the strength itself wasn't that great. Having figured out the attack pattern, Taesan swung his sword. You have activated flow. Using flow consecutively, he twisted and distorted all the trajectories of the swinging axe blades. Taesan then plunged his sword deep into its abdomen once again. Then the apostle's form changed again. This time it was an old man with a long beard. The apostle raised its staff and ominous magical energy began to gather. Immediately, Taesan took out a flute. The flute that invokes silence has been activated. For 10 minutes, all use of magic within a certain range is prohibited. The gathering magical energy vanished. Taesan knocked the staff away and tripped the apostle. Just as he was about to thrust his sword into its neck, the apostle's form changed once again. It was a young woman, not yet an adult by appearance. She waved her finger while lying on her back on the ground. Then formless entities arose in the air. They started to rush towards Taesan like flames. Realizing it was a form using elemental power, Taesan immediately responded. You have activated the deer walking on the wind path. You have activated a small spark. Wind enveloped the flames, rising up. It began to trample and suppress the formless entities. Elemental, dark magic, swordsmanship. Skills, now he had almost omnipotent abilities, able to respond to any situation. No matter how the apostle changed its form to exploit Taesan's weaknesses, he could respond to all. Taesan stabbed his sword into the apostle's body. Groan. The apostle momentarily transformed into a gigantic form and pushed Taesan away, and again, as the apostle's form twisted, Taesan chuckled derisively. What are you trying to be an Usra count? The apostle, with its left and right forms now different, charged at him. From the left came ferocious swordsmanship, and from the right, rapier-like sharp sword strikes. Taesan concentrated his mind. Boom! With one hand he deflected the ferocious swordsmanship from the left, and with the other hand he countered the sharp sword strikes from the right. The appearance was ludicrous but could not be underestimated. Attacks of entirely different types poured in from both sides, necessitating a completely different method of defense simultaneously. Crack, he couldn't block everything. In an instant, his attack nullification vanished and his body bore slight wounds. Seeing this as Taesan's vulnerability, the apostle intensified its assault. The damage gradually accumulated, yet Taesan remained unfazed. Now his physical strength was significantly enhanced. Unlike in his previous life, he could easily withstand a few experiments or errors. He concentrated his mind without end. He broadened his field of vision and differentiated the movements of his body. Taesan's sword, too, began to exhibit completely different maneuvers on each side, mirroring the apostle. Boom. Taesan, having deflected attacks from both directions simultaneously, thrust both swords forward. The apostle's body convulsed violently, cracks emerged in the soul constituting its body. Gurgle. The apostle's form contorted severely. Taesan instinctively knew this transformation was its final form. The transformed apostle resembled a young man, adorned in neat armor, wielding a magnificent double-handed sword and cloaked in a flamboyant cape. He bore the semblance of a hero. The apostle advanced. Its speed was markedly faster than before. Taesan reacted instantly but failed to block the attack. You received 34-23 damage. Tusk. Taesan clicked his tongue and tended to the wounded area. This iteration of the apostle, transformed from its predecessors, was undeniably stronger, a foe of a different caliber. Even with all his resources at his disposal, Taesan couldn't assure victory against this adversary. Taesan summoned his soul energy. Boom, sword met sword. The apostle skillfully maneuvered its blade, targeting Taesan's armpit. Taesan countered with his elbow, deflecting the sword. Crack, he swung his sword. Employing flow, he parried the opponent's blade, yet the apostle swiftly regained its posture and blocked. You have activated Strong Blow. The swords collided. Taesan, determining that using Strong Blow would prevent him from being pushed back, clenched his fist. You have activated the Thorns of a Ligger. Hellish thorns rained down from the sky. The apostle evaded all of them, continuing the fight without showing any openings. Therefore, Taesan decided to create an opening. You have activated Marba's Pitch Black Wave. Whoosh, a black wave surged. The apostle, holding the sword with both hands, lowered its stance as if praying. Then formless entities like beams of light stretched out and suppressed the pitch-black wave. Taesan didn't stop. You have activated Frozen World. You have activated Particle Diffusion. You have activated Tracking. Coldness surged. Small ice particles formed and rushed towards the apostle. Crack. The apostle, moving its sword to deflect everything, seemed slower due to the cold. Boom. Taesan didn't miss the opportunity. He swung his sword, disrupting the stance and pressing forward. The apostle resisted but began to be pushed back. Screeching, a small formless entity coalesced in the apostle's hand, being pushed back. A terrifyingly strong power emanated from there. Taesan didn't evade. Instead, as if he had been waiting, he plunged his sword into the apostle's chest. The apostle, in turn, stabbed the formless entity into Taesan's heart. Crack. You received 50,432 damage. Your endurance has been activated. Attacks that would lead to death have been nullified. All damage becomes 0 for 1 second. He had just 1 second. Taesan twisted the sword. With a strong pull, he yanked it out. Crackle, the apostle was split in half. The formless entities making up the human shape began to collapse. You have overcome your despair. The reward will be given by Aphrodite upon returning to the labyrinth. Skill proficiency of ability sword has increased by 3%. Skill proficiency of prolonged battle has increased by 4%. Skill proficiency of Arak weapon technique has increased by 1%. Skill proficiency of clear mirror still water has increased by 1%. Skill proficiency of magic has increased by 1%. You have demonstrated entirely different movements, as if your body and mind were separated. You have acquired the special continuous activation skill Mind Separation. Since you are outside the labyrinth, the skill is temporarily sealed. Your soul ascension has been activated. You have acquired the special activation skill Spreading Curse Branches. Your soul ascension has been activated. Proficiency in Twisted Soul Tuning has increased by 12%. Ha, Taesan couldn't help but laugh. He had triumphed over the monster that had killed Li Tion and in effect destroyed Earth. Although it was only a replica, lacking even a fraction of the original's power, it was a definitive victory. If Taesan could grow stronger and reach the end, it meant he could also defeat the real one. That thought alone made his journey back in time all the more meaningful. Taesan turned and made his way back to the city. There Lee Taeyeon was staring at him with vacant eyes. Chapter 2045th Floor, Part 1. Taesan looked up at the sky. The sky still bore a huge rift torn open in it, yet nothing emerged from there. The unidentified giant monster he had witnessed in his previous life remained absent. This marked the end. Aphrodite's trial had concluded. However, he had not yet returned to the labyrinth. "What are you doing?" "Nothing." Lee Taeyeon approached him and inquired. Taesan responded calmly. She offered a faint smile. "People are quite noisy. That's to be expected." The power Taesan had demonstrated was utterly unlike anything he had shown before. It was only natural for people to be bewildered and confused. "And that includes me." Lee Taeyeon regarded him with a complex gaze. She understood. The power Taesan had displayed was akin to that of the demons she had encountered in the labyrinth. What do you think?" Taesan interjected, her pupils dilated significantly. "I wondered if it was so, and it seems I was right." "This was correct," she nodded silently. "Yes, that was correct." Her smile was tinged with melancholy. "Can I ask which time this is?" "If you're counting, it's the second. Previous life and current life, easy mode and solo mode, merely two instances. The second." "Just that," Lee Taeyeon laughed, though it lacked genuine mirth. "For now, thank you, I survived because of you." She sat down on the ground, appearing despondent, and hugged her knees. "Actually, it was a monster I was supposed to defeat." Taesan had taken down 2 S-class while she was tasked with 1 apostle. That was their division of labor. And Taesan, after defeating 2 S-class, came to assist Lee Taeyeon. But she failed to launch a proper attack against the apostle. "I am a coward," she bit her lip. Her inability to triumph over the apostle stemmed not only from a lack of ability but also from a deeper issue. She avoided taking any risks. She always opted to fight as safely as possible. That's why she couldn't execute the moves she needed to and constantly hesitated. This hesitation eroded her power. "I try to pass it on to others. To be honest, I was so glad when you came, because I thought I wouldn't have to fight the apostle, putting off rewards, not taking what should be mine, and only pursuing my own life." She poured out what she had been holding deep in her heart. What if our situations were reversed? If she had been the one in easy mode, receiving no expectations and it being natural to be protected? And if Taesan had been in solo mode? If he had been stronger, possessed more exceptional power? It would have been a perfect picture. Indeed, Taesan, who chose solo mode, had even acquired black magic that she hadn't and succeeded in defeating the apostle. There was evidence, so her feelings darkened even more. "Everyone expects a lot from me, but I can't meet their expectations. Just look at you. You effortlessly defeated a monster I thought I could never overcome. It means everything I've done was meaningless." "What's my worth, really?" She gave a bitter smile. "Sorry, this must be awkward for you. It's just nonsense." "It's not really that awkward, I knew it." "What, that you have those feelings within yourself?" Taesan spoke indifferently. "After all, I've been the one you've talked to the most for the longest time. How could I not know?" "Ah, what? It seems like you tried to hide it, but that's not something that can be hidden." Lee Taeyeon's spirit was weaker than the power she possessed. Her deep-seated self-loathing, the pressure of expectations, her desire to drop everything and run away, yet being unable to do so. She couldn't confide in anyone because she was considered one of the strongest and most exceptional solo mode players. Everyone had high expectations of her. Likewise, she couldn't tell Taesan. She was afraid he would be disappointed in her, despite the fact that he was strong even though he was in easy mode, that he might despise her. She was concealing it behind a collection of flashy decorations, as if to declare she was fine, that she had the luxury to amass such items. Yet, those emotions kept surfacing in her conversations with Taesan. Now I understand why Lee Taeyeon had handed him the Ouroboros stone. She was terrified, returning to the past multiple times to descend in solo mode to meet everyone's expectations once more. But she couldn't simply opt for easy mode either. Without her in solo mode, Earth would face doom. She couldn't be that selfish. She yearned to escape, but she couldn't just abandon everything. Under relentless pressure, Lee Taeyeon made her choice, not for herself but for Taesan. She, who feared death, entrusted the Serpent Stone to the one who could save Earth. Taesan chuckled upon seeing the bewildered Lee Taeyeon. "I didn't know I was capable of saying something like this." In his previous life, he lacked the leisure. Thus, he wouldn't have recognized her feelings accurately, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. He couldn't convey this to the current Lee Taeyeon either, because she was navigating the labyrinth with Taesan's assistance, with his guidance. It was different from the outset, so his words wouldn't resonate with her. Only now, to her present before him, could these words be spoken. The Lee Taeyeon before him now, brought forth by divine intervention in time, might be somewhat artificial, but Taesan still wished to tell her, "You've done well." More than enough, you've guided us here. Without you, it would have been impossible. That was no fabrication. Taesan's exceptional skills were suited for defeating a few monsters but faltered against many. Without Lee Taeyeon, they would have either perished or significantly fewer would have survived. So have confidence in yourself, don't reproach yourself. Lee Taeyeon opened her mouth in astonishment. She stammered as she inquired. Do you not resent me for transferring the responsibility onto you? Not really, Taesan shrugged. Lee Taeyeon burst into laughter. What? I was the only one worrying, deciding by myself, choosing by myself. She lowered her head and laughed, then lifting her head, small tears were in her eyes. Thank you, Taesan. With those words, the world distorted. When he came to, he was back in the labyrinth. Have you finished what you wanted to say? Aphrodite asked softly. Have you been waiting for me? It seemed you had quite a lot to talk about with her. It looks like I was right. Are you satisfied? I can't say I'm satisfied. But it's all right. He had many questions for her, about how she acquired the stone, which iteration she was on, among other various questions. He had yet to hear the answers to those. Secrets hold their value when hidden. Those who attain omniscience succumb to boredom and die. Aphrodite spoke leisurely. Not knowing can also be enjoyable, besides maintaining more than that was difficult. The length of time after capturing the apostle was forcibly extended as a reward for what you've shown. Be satisfied with that. I am grateful for that, and this may not be the only opportunity. There may come a day when we meet again. Aphrodite was right. Gods could twist time itself to summon things. It meant he might meet that Lee Taeyeon again. Aphrodite laughed. That was very interesting. His voice full of laughter echoed. So this is the flow, good. Didn't you know, Aphrodite? I knew you had traveled back in time, that you used what the serpent spat out, but I didn't know what happened there. A pleasant laugh continuously came from Aphrodite. I see. That's why they were interested. The gaze of the god turned to Taesan. You are special, very much so, to a degree that even we are surprised. Is that so? First, I should give you a reward. The power of the god spread thickly throughout the room. You have perfectly cleared my trial. You have conquered your own despair. So first, I'll give you this. Divine power from Aphrodite flowed into Taesan. It has settled within you, storing itself. Your special activation skill, Apostle Transformation Lacaratas, has been upgraded to Apostle Transformation Myriad Spirits. He might dislike it. But that's not my concern. I've enhanced the apostle power you possess. You will be able to use it for longer periods and with greater strength than before. Thank you, Taesan bowed deeply. Apostle transformation was a skill that would be crucial in future battles. The mere extension of its duration justified undergoing the trial. And take this as well. A purple core from Aphrodite's fingertips flowed into Taesan. You have obtained the special activation skill, Seed of Despair. It has settled within you. When the time comes, it will bloom. You will likely be satisfied. Aphrodite didn't stop there but clenched his fist. When he opened it, there was a small arrowhead. You have obtained the Arrowhead of Despair. Arrowhead of Despair. An arrowhead that gathers much despair. Attack power plus 60. The one struck will be afflicted with a random status abnormality and a mental judgment. Without a certain level of mental strength and power, overcoming this judgment is impossible. The arrowhead seemed perfectly suited for Taesan's arrows. The attack power was impressively high, and the additional effects were invaluable. Considering it a reward worthy of a god, Taesan carefully stored the arrow. This should satisfy you. Very much so, thank you. He hadn't anticipated being granted apostle transformation. Enhancing just that skill was far more valuable than receiving dozens of pieces of equipment. I saw something good, it's the least I can do. Satisfaction resonated in Aphrodite's voice. Honestly, I was surprised when my domain was drastically reduced, but witnessing something this entertaining, I'll accept it. He suddenly chuckled. The monsters of the high gods possess a level of soul that mortals cannot approach. The level you call apostles are merely beings who have stepped slightly out of mortality. Amusing. A being who is merely mortal managed to somewhat stand against such beings. It seemed he was referring to Taesan's previous life. He had fought an apostle then but was quickly defeated. It was enjoyable, Kang Taesan. You've got something to brag about to them. It's a bit odd to call it a reward, but ask something. I'll satisfy your curiosity. Several thoughts raced through Taesan's mind, eventually narrowing down to one. Where did she acquire the serpent's stone, the Ouroboros' stone, an item that turned back time? Given that even the ghost didn't know about it, it must be something that could only be obtained from the depths. You're asking that? Aphrodite smiled lightly. Truly remarkable humans. A human we deemed worthless obtained something we thought impossible to acquire. Honestly, I'm surprised at your potential. He was referring to Lee Taeyeon. Aphrodite said, Floor 91, the world swallowed by the serpent. You'll find out when you get there. With those words, Aphrodite's presence began to fade. By the way, as if suddenly remembering, Aphrodite spoke, Valencia, the madman pursuing a great mind. You're undertaking a quest from him? Taesan nodded. Madmen always fail to discern and act rashly, keep that in mind. I'm aware. With those words, Aphrodite disappeared. Taesan gazed at the altar for a moment before sitting down. Aphrodite's words raised several questions, but they weren't something he could resolve now. He'd have to meet the gods directly. For now, there was something else he needed to do. He had gained and received a lot by breaking the trial. He needed time to organize each one. First was the change in Apostle Transformation. Special activation skill, Apostle Transformation Myriad Spirits. The power bestowed by the god of struggle and death for the first time since his birth. That power was mixed by another god. For 1 hour you obtain a part of the power possessed by the apostles of the gods. This skill cannot be used again for a day after activation. Wow, Taesan couldn't help but express his admiration. Previously, Apostle Transformation was only usable for 20 minutes, meaning that for opponents where Apostle Transformation was necessary, the battle had to be concluded within that time frame, a significant limitation. However, now the duration of Apostle Transformation has been extended to an hour. This meant there was no longer a need to rush battles due to time constraints. Good. It seems Aphrodite has really changed it for you. She must have taken a liking to you. The ghost, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Taesan quietly observed him. The ghost twirled around. Well, I have a rough idea. About what happened, how that trial came to be. The ghost spoke calmly. But I won't ask first. Once everything is sorted out and you feel like you can talk about it, let me know. I'll wait, got it. The ghost surely had many questions. Who Lee Taeyeon was, whether the information she provided about solo mode was accurate, how time was mixed up, but he refrained from asking. Probably out of consideration for Taesan. Taesan inwardly appreciated it and checked what Aphrodite had given him. He fitted the given arrowhead into an arrow endowed with a will. Self-willed arrow of despair. An arrow that moves on its own to protect its master. It possesses a will and cannot move beyond a certain range. Current master Kang Taesan. User's rank is insufficient. Attack power. 1. Equipped with the arrowhead of despair. Attack power plus 60. Afflicts the struck enemy with a status abnormality and a mental judgment. Now 3 out of 4 arrows had been enhanced with attack power and effects. With this, significant changes could indeed be brought about in combat, and the activation skill he received. Special activation skill, Seed of Despair. Mana consumption 50, proficiency 1%. As enemies feel despair towards you, this emotion feeds the seed, allowing it to grow. When the time comes, the seed will bloom. A growth-type skill, it seemed to have no immediate effect. It would be a skill usable after descending the labyrinth and increasing its proficiency. He had checked all the rewards given by Aphrodite. Now it was time to check the skills acquired from clearing the trial. Special constant activation skill, mental separation. Proficiency 1%, allows for observing, acting, and thinking about many things simultaneously. Currently, there is a limit to the number of tasks. A multitasking skill. The description was exactly that. He tried moving both hands to do different tasks as a test. The hands moved much more smoothly than before, as if belonging to another body. It seemed like a useful skill to have. Special activation skill. Spreading branches of curse. Proficiency 1%, materializes your soul to spread the branches of a curse that swallows the world. If the level of the soul is too low or the total amount is insufficient, life force is used as collateral for the skill's activation. This is unusable. Taesan immediately dismissed the skill. Using Twisted Soul Tuning was already a burden. This skill explicitly mentioned consuming life force. Likely one would die before seeing any proper effect. If ever used, it would be much later, after acquiring sufficient spirit strike in the deeper layers. As he overcame the trials, his skill proficiency significantly improved. Skills such as the ability sword, Arak martial technique, and magic proficiency saw meaningful increases, with the content of several skills undergoing changes. Special continuous activation skill, battle continuation. Proficiency 80%, allows for prolonged combat without accumulating fatigue. You can fight in peak condition for much longer. There's no limit to how long your stamina can last. You can keep moving without stopping. Battle continuation reached 80% proficiency. The change was exactly as described by the skill. Now he would no longer feel fatigue in battle, nor would physical limits hinder him. It was a subtle yet decidedly positive change. The proficiency of flow was also gradually approaching the 90s. It wasn't long until it would reach 100%, and the content of counter also changed. Special activation skill counter, mana cost 5, proficiency 60%, counters the enemy's attack, dealing significant damage, can counter attacks that normally can't be countered, including projectiles. Frequent use in various battles allowed it to reach 60% proficiency much faster than expected. Its effect included the ability to counter projectiles. According to Taesan's memory, if a counter was activated against an incoming arrow, it would send it back at the attacker with the same speed and force. In itself, it was a useful skill, but combined with the effect of the ability sword, it was bound to become an even more superior skill. The content of continuous attack and strong blow also changed. Special activation skill. Continuous attack. Mana cost 3, proficiency 22%. The next attack is used twice. The damage is slightly increased, not limited by time or space. Special activation skill strong blow. Mana cost. Proficiency 23% makes the next attack stronger. Everything that had been accumulating exploded into change. He had definitely become stronger than before, having cleared the trials. Taesan, satisfied, continued to explore the floors. He followed the path Valencia had shown him to gather the cores of emotion. Then he collected the secret rewards and dealt with the boss. Next, he ascended a floor and handed the cores to Valencia. Good, good, not much left now, bring me stronger emotions, he exclaimed, his eyes rolling back in excitement. Valencia seemed to be going mad as Taesan brought him more emotions. It might be a good idea to be careful. I know, Taesan answered and descended the floors again. The rewards on the 44th floor were mostly related to black magic. Since there was nothing suitable for Taesan to wear, he offered them to the demon god. With this, I can give something next time. Despite the significant offerings, the demon god did not grant any new skills. However, Taesan remained hopeful. If this was still not enough, it meant that he was expected to receive a really good skill eventually. Taesan arrived at the 45th floor. Already halfway there, despite the divine trials in the middle, his progress was incredibly fast. 45th floor quest start. Defeat the boss of the 45th floor and pass through. Reward. Green vine root, secret reward. The monsters on the 45th floor were spirits left with only the emotion of powerlessness. Taesan moved forward. First, he secured the core Valencia had mentioned and found the secret room. Click, he bypassed a trap and collected the secret room's reward, a statue made entirely of gems. Extremely precious and its value is exceptional. It seems like it would sell for a very high price at the shop. Although he had collected the secret room's reward, Taesan did not leave immediately. You have activated reconnaissance. Reconnaissance swept through the room. However, nothing out of the ordinary was visible. It must be true then. Lee Tion had mentioned that there was one secret room on the 45th floor. And inside it, another hidden room existed. She explained that it was concealed in such a unique way that it couldn't be detected even with skills. Let's see. Taesan recalled her words and examined the walls. Soon he spotted a small imperfection. He pressed it with the tip of his sword. Click, a clicking sound echoed. Taesan scrutinized the walls once more and discovered another imperfection that had appeared. Click. Upon pressing it, the clicking sound resonated again. After repeating this process more than 5 times, Taesan let out a hollow laugh. How did she even find this? It was undetectable by reconnaissance, indicating she had meticulously found and pressed every flaw. Lee Tion might have been considered a coward, but she was exceptionally skilled at uncovering various tricks and methods. Click. The clicking sound was heard once more. At the far end of the secret room, a passage creaked open. Chapter 2, 145th floor, Part 2. Another secret room within the secret room, fascinating. Taesan entered. Passing through a passage shrouded in thick dust, he discovered a small room. Inside there lay a decayed skeleton and a small staff. Taesan picked up the staff. Staff of the Ice Path. Mana consumption 20, creates a path of ice in front of the user. It was a staff imbued with magic he hadn't encountered in some time. Its effect, creating a path of ice, wasn't particularly impressive. You have activated magic extraction. You have learned the basic magic, Ice Path. Lee Tion had only managed to retrieve a single staff upon entering this place. Taesan reached out towards the skeleton beyond the staff. Keying, however, his touch was thwarted by a barrier. Engraved with numerous magical symbols, the barrier steadfastly protected the skeleton. It's just as the story described. Lee Tion had discovered another secret room within the secret room, and she had acquired the staff of the Ice Path. There was a skeleton, but it was shielded by something, preventing her approach. Taesan applied more force against the barrier. It vibrated violently, showing increased resistance. It might be difficult to break through with brute force. It wasn't unbreakable. However, given its resilience, the potential consequences of breaking it were uncertain. Taesan opened his inventory. The Dagger of Magic Dispel. A dagger imbued with dispelling magic. It can undo magical seals. Seals of a higher grade than the dagger's dispel level cannot be undone. The Dagger of Magic Dispel, previously obtained, was now in his grasp. You have activated magic extraction. You have obtained the Novice Magic. Magic Dispel, Novice Magic Dispel. Mana consumption 100, proficiency 1%, it can undo magical seals. Increasing mana consumption can enhance the variety of magic that can be dispelled. Currently, it is limited in the types of magic it can dispel. The magic imbued in the dagger vanished, turning it into a mere dagger with no effects. Taesan put the dagger away and placed his hand on the barrier again. You have activated Magic Dispel. Keening, waves emanated from the magic circle. Mana containing the power of Dispel spread across the barrier, breaking through. The barrier fluctuated roughly as if resisting. Taesan's mana drained away as if leaking out. Slowly, cracks started to form on the barrier. Crash, and the barrier, unable to withstand any longer, shattered. Taesan brushed off the remnants of the magic and picked up the skeleton. A faint magical power was felt from the skeleton. Taesan blew mana into the skeleton through the hand that held it. Brrr, the skeleton trembled. A blue light settled in its empty eye sockets. The scattered bone fragments on the ground began to rise and fit together automatically. Oh, the skeleton's jaw moved and a voice sounded. I didn't really expect this to work, should have tried and seen, huh? The jaw clicked. The skeleton looked at its body as if amazed. Disappointed by its skeletal physique, it shook its head in dejection. All rotted away, not even a lick, what a state to be in. Hello, Taesan spoke up. Only then did the skeleton seem to notice Taesan's presence, clacking its jaw. Ah, sorry, I forgot about the benefactor who revived me. Thank you, really, truly. There was a deep desperation in the skeleton's voice. To be honest, I thought I'd be stuck here until the labyrinth disappeared, thought it was all for naught. The skeleton wrapped itself in a robe that was decaying into dust. It also held a staff, now unrecognizable due to corrosion, in its skeletal hand. I was almost a great wizard. Akishia, pleased to meet you. You have encountered a betrayed wizard. Do you know how much time has passed since I died? I don't know, as expected. Akishia clicked its jaw, a motion akin to tusking. The ghost, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Were you an adventurer too? I was. Look at me now, seems like you're in the same boat. Similar. Haven't heard of someone like you though. The ghost had ventured deep into the labyrinth. If he was unaware, then it narrowed down to two possibilities. A being from before the ghost's time or after. However, pinpointing the exact time was impossible as the labyrinth offered no clues about time. Akishia groaned and inquired, do you know Mantiak? Why him? A companion who entered the labyrinth with me. Also the one who betrayed me. You entered with him? The ghost chuckled, seemingly grasping the situation. I see, you're an adventurer from before my time then. Oh. You know of him? Of course. A spark of interest lit up Akishia's face. What's he doing now? He's affiliated with something known as the Guides of Sin in the Depths. The Guides of Sin, what's that? It exists. He lives there under the guise of a great wizard. Akishia froze at the ghost's response. He assumed the title of a great wizard. Yes, a cold laugh resonated. Yes. If he killed me and took everything, he ought to at least achieve that. Yes, that's right, that makes the idea of killing him all the more satisfying. Akishia's laugh was eerie. Taesan quickly grasped the situation. Betrayal, it's not uncommon. In the labyrinth, adventurers often gain a lot by fighting each other. The stronger they are, the more this is true. It's surprisingly common to betray a comrade for one's own gain. Right. I was betrayed just like that. Akishia's voice was heavy with bitterness. I was an exceptional wizard in the Tower of Magic, superior to all others. Even the master of the tower believed I could attain his position within 10 years. In 50 years, I could have reached a realm beyond anyone here. Akishia's words were laced with suppressed rage. But I wasn't satisfied with that. No matter how outstanding or unreachable the realm I could reach was, it still felt far too insignificant compared to the many transcendents and immortals. I yearned to become something greater, and to achieve that, the outside world had its limits. That place being the labyrinth. Yes, this place allows the strong to ascend to even higher realms. I searched hard and entered here. But what I didn't know was that someone else had followed me. That being the great wizard. Right, Akishia nodded. He definitely had talent, praised by everyone as a once-in-a-century talent until I appeared. The one who had everyone's attention, love, and trust lost it all overnight to someone with superior talent. I did feel a bit sorry, but I thought it'd be fine once I entered the labyrinth since I'd disappear from his life. Instead, he followed me here, claiming he'd prove he was better than me. Keep talking. The ghost urged Akishia to continue, seemingly intrigued by the story. Akishia spoke reluctantly. You're enjoying this too much. How could it not be interesting to know about that thing's past? Well, what happened next isn't much. I descended into the labyrinth and he followed. But innate talent can't be changed. He always arrived at new floors later than me and was slower in learning magic. Encountering someone with superior talent was distressing, even for an ordinary person. And for someone who couldn't bear that, it could lead to harboring twisted feelings. So he killed you to take the power you had. That old man had such a past. The ghost murmured, as if finding the story interesting. And to think he went around claiming there was no one better than him in magic. This is interesting. I'd like to meet him again. He said that too. Akishia laughed, a low chuckle that abruptly stopped. You're an adventurer, right? Taesan nodded. Akishia's blue eyes blazed. Adventurer, I was betrayed and buried here. I want revenge. Will you accept it? Yes, Taesan readily agreed. He had to fight against the Guides of Sin anyway. Since they were an enemy to be defeated eventually, accepting the quest was no issue. Upon Taesan's immediate agreement, Akishia appeared somewhat perplexed. Thanks for accepting, but I can't just give you the quest that easily. I don't know you, he has taken the name of a great wizard, right? Akishia needed to know whether Taesan had the skills to defeat him or could develop them. Your arrival here proves you're strong, but that's not enough. Akishia waved its skeletal fingers and a magic circle formed in the small room. Woong, a small golden slime popped out from it. Golden slime, it has both physical and magical resistance. Adventurers beyond the 50th floor find it difficult to deal with. This was the 45th floor. Considering that monsters significantly strengthened when crossing one of the labyrinth's thematic boundaries, it was reasonable to assume that a typical adventurer of the 45th floor couldn't handle it. If you defeat this, I'll give you the quest. The slime was flung towards Taesan with a thud. It was quite fast. Taesan brought his sword down, crack. The slime smashed and crashed into the floor, wobbling as if it had taken a significant blow. Taesan stepped on it and plunged his sword down. You have defeated the golden slime. It's nothing special. Huh, Akishia stuttered. This easily, the golden slime, a monster with physical and magical resistance. In other words, if one had the power to penetrate that, it was a relatively simple monster. Akishia gasped in astonishment. This one is quite strong, there should be no problem then. Subquest begins, the betrayed wizard. Akishia wishes to take revenge on the great wizard who betrayed him. Condition, the death of the great wizard. Reward, the most magnificent and superior magic that Akishia possesses along with the magical equipment he used. He reached the depths, you said. By then you'll have grown much stronger, but it will still be a significant reward. The magic I've created is something not even the gods of magic can disregard. Akishia said proudly, waving his fingers. Magical power was imbued in Taesan, and I'll give you this. You have obtained the special activation skill Unilateral Mana Barrier. It will be useful against Mantiac. The blue flames in the skeleton began to fade. Then I shall go back to sleep. Once you defeat him and complete the quest, I will come to your side. With those words, the skeleton crumbled away. No more presence of Akishia was felt. Taesan stepped outside. Now there are two, the spirit that sought revenge on the Spirit King, and the skeleton that sought revenge on the Great Wizard. There were now two leaders to defeat. Do you have one too? Was it Societ you mentioned? Yes. She's there, the Ashen Woman, Societ Garudensha. The ghost had said she was close to him, but the plan to kill him was devised by none other than Societ. There are quite a few, Taesan murmured as he breached the floor. Nothing particularly different followed. No NPCs giving quests appeared, nor did any divine trials. Thus, Taesan cleared the floors without any disturbances, organized the equipment that appeared, and communicated the emotions to Valencia. As a result, he was able to reach the 48th floor. Chapter 2 50th floor, The Insanity of a Madman, Part 1. Reaching the 50th floor won't take long. If there's nothing out of the ordinary, that's likely. Nothing could deter him. Taesan organized the items he had acquired while making his way down to the 48th floor. Excluding those meant for tributes and those destined for sale at the shop, there weren't many left. A wrist guard imbued with murderous intent. A wrist guard that seeks to kill everything except its owner, crafted on a whim by a witch, yet something hidden lies within. It has consumed a red rose thorn and a green vine root. Attack power plus 75, defense plus 10. The reward for clearing the 45th floor was a green vine root. Since it lacked a specific description, he considered offering it to the shop or using it as a crafting material, but then the wrist guard suddenly rose and devoured the vine. Hafren had mentioned it. There's a definite chance that a witch had entered the labyrinth in the past. As he descended further, he might uncover signs of her presence. He also acquired a few more rings. Ring filled with everyone's rage. Strength. Plus 100. Agility plus 100. Attack power plus 30. This ring harbors the feelings of rage towards its wearer from everyone. It contains remnants of such emotions. Ring of one who embraced silence. Intelligence. Plus 150. Defense plus 50. Silence is considered the virtue of the wise. In other words, those who do not keep silent are not deemed wise. Samaria's red ring. Agility plus 100. Attack power. Plus 50. Defense plus 20. Ring of Samaria, who wielded a blood-red sword. The blood of thousands slain flowed down the sword, imbuing the ring. He replaced 3 rings. Now the rings obtained from the higher floors that lacked any special effects were almost entirely swapped out. He also managed to acquire a belt. Belt worn by the Master of the North. Strength plus 50. Attack power. Plus 30. Defense plus 70. It is said that the wearer of this belt can dominate the entire North. In reality, most who wore it did rule the North, and those who did not perished without leaving their names in history. Wearing the belt, his attack power had soared to nearly 1,000. Even without substituting it for a proper weapon, the figure was impressively high. The rewards were gratifying. 4 items underwent such transformation. The rest, deemed somewhat unnecessary, were either offered up or sold at the shop for gold when they couldn't be presented as tributes. Hey hey heek! As Taesan conquered each floor, Valencia's madness intensified with every emotion transmitted. Taesan continued his descent indifferent. With each level, he underwent a verification process. It's become much more usable. Special continuous activation skill, Twisted Soul Tuning. Proficiency 35%. Twisted beings can manipulate their own soul in a twisted manner. This allows control over one's own or possessed spirit energy at the cost of bearing a significant burden. The S-class and apostles he encountered on the earth created by Aphrodite. Defeating them with soul ascension significantly increased the proficiency of Twisted Soul Tuning. Most skills evolved and enhanced their effects once they surpassed 20% proficiency. Twisted Soul Tuning was no exception. Taesan focused and energized his fingers. Instantly, he was hit by a wave of fatigue, accompanied by a powerful force at his fingertips. Even without resorting to apostle transformation, he had become capable of tuning his soul to some extent. Although his soul seemed somewhat limited due to its low level, it indicated the skill's potential direction. The burden felt when engaging with spirits had also diminished. This meant that it was now possible to use soul tuning against not just formidable enemies like apostles, but also against ordinary foes. Not bad. Taesan reclaimed his soul and pressed on. He mastered everything on the 48th floor and proceeded, confronting the boss. Your level has increased. As Taesan's level and the monster's levels had somewhat aligned, his level also rose to a decent extent. Before entering the 41st floor it was 91, but now it was 97. Kang Taesan, level 97, protection 219/219, health 23,020/23,020, mana 3002/3002, magic 426/426, strength 5138, intelligence 4474, agility 4758, attack power plus 996. The target is in the best condition. The rewards for leveling up depend on the actions taken up to that point. Since he had defeated the spirits without a proper battle, he didn't receive as large a reward as before but still gained a significant amount. Now his strength was nearly half that of Lee Taeyeon's. It was an incredibly fast pace. There were no special rewards. Thinking of selling everything at the shop, he handed the core of emotions to Valencia and arrived at the 49th floor. Start of the 49th floor quest. Defeat the boss of the 49th floor and pass through. Reward. The regalia of those submerged in darkness. Secret reward. The moment Taesan stepped onto the 49th floor, the darkness split apart. The demon god appeared. I've come to tell you something. Is it about the guides? There was only one reason for her appearance. The demon god nodded. They won't be waiting on the 50th floor. On the 51st floor, everyone has finished preparing together. The 51st floor, I heard it's not possible to go any lower than the hierarchy, but it seems you've allowed it. It would be too one-sided otherwise. The adventurers of the 5th hierarchy, even if they banded together, could not overcome Taesan as he was now. So the demon god must have permitted it. The 51st floor, what Lee Taeyeon had said was true, and if the guides were indeed gathered there, it could become quite troublesome. Understood, Taesan nodded. The verification was complete, but instead of leaving immediately, the demon god gazed intently at Taesan. What did that one see in you? What do you mean, Aphrodite? My curiosity was piqued after hearing that one's incessant ramblings. Taesan grasped the meaning behind the demon god's words. The gods were aware that he had utilized the Ouroboros stone to travel back in time. However, they were oblivious to the specifics of that process, what he encountered, or the challenges he faced. I'm intrigued what you hold and what you've endured. You'll discover in due time, so it shall be. If not, I shall ensure it. The demon god's smile was faint. Come down a bit further, I have a request for you. With those words, the demon god vanished. Taesan resumed his descent. The 49th floor emanated a spirit of serene emotions. Any average adventurer might lose all motivation and remain motionless like a doll, their emotions dissipating. Of course, this had no effect on Taesan, who swiftly conquered the floor. Malirivaria's bracelet. Attack power plus 65, defense plus 100. This bracelet belonged to a legendary adventurer who ventured to the world's end. Adventure entails risks, and only the truly formidable can conquer them all. Aside from the bracelet, the remaining equipment and items were of no value, destined either for tribute or sale. Taesan collected the core of emotions he had amassed and sought out Valencia. This time he did not burst into laughter but offered a quiet smile instead. This is the final time. Yes, do you understand? The eminent ones always demand offerings. They seize life and spirit in return for their magnificence. Valencia showed his teeth. Bring me the last spirit, then all will be concluded. Anticipating this, Taesan proceeded to the 50th floor without much sentiment. Beginning of the 50th floor quest. Defeat the boss of the 50th floor and proceed. Reward Armor of Hephaestia. Secret reward. At last he had reached the 50th floor. No spirits would appear beyond this point. The monsters on the 50th floor were spirits consumed by nothing but arrogance and pride. He swiftly dispatched them and continued forward. He touched a pillar and was flooded with pure emotions. Then he resolved everything up to the boss. Your level has increased. You have reached the 50th floor. You've obtained the title, the one who reached. You have perfectly cleared the 50th floor. You've obtained the title, the one who takes satisfaction. You have perfectly understood and cleared all floors up to the 50th floor. You've obtained the title, the one getting closer to perfection. You have descended nearly half of the labyrinth. More challenges await you, but it's a significant achievement that will be remembered in history. You've obtained the title, the strong and outstanding one. You've obtained the special continuous activation skill, the strong one. Your footsteps will be followed by those who come after you. Just like before, numerous rewards arrived all at once. Taesan first checked the clear rewards for the 50th floor. Armor of Hephaestia, Strength plus 100, Defense plus 130. Armor created by a blacksmith rumored to have inherited the blood of gods. Not even a dent can be made on this ordinary-looking black armor. With its high defense and decent strength stats, it was superior to the armor he was currently wearing, so he equipped it immediately. Used, gained a wedge. Wedge. When inserted into the target's wound, it can cause tremendous damage and pain. Simple yet evidently effective. The description mentioned tremendous damage, indicating it could inflict significantly high damage even by the 50th floor standards. Paired with addition, it seemed like an item capable of dealing instant fatal damage. Title, the one who reached, the one who has arrived at the halfway point of the labyrinth. Health plus 200, Strength plus 100, Attack power plus 50, Defense plus 50. Title. The one who takes satisfaction. You have begun to achieve satisfactory outcomes for yourself. Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Intelligence plus 100, Attack power plus 50, Defense plus 50. Title. The one getting closer to perfection. You are meaningfully approaching a perfect conquest. Health plus 300, Mana plus 100, Attack power plus 60, Defense plus 50. Title. The strong and outstanding one. You have proven to be incredibly strong and outstanding enough to overcome many challenges. Attack power plus 100, Defense plus 100. The effects of the titles were better than those at the 40th floor. This was somewhat expected, given the trend up to this point. Special continuous activation skill, the strong one. Your resistance to pain has significantly increased. You will not easily fall and can maintain your composure in any situation. As long as your spirit does not break, your body will not fall. A skill that provides an advantage to both mind and body. While the mental aspect was not of much use to Taesan, the physical aspect was different. There were moments when his movements would pause momentarily due to pain, so increased resistance was definitely beneficial. Kang Taesan, level 99, shield 229/229, health 24,020/24,020, mana 3032/3032, magic 535/535. Strength 5450, Intelligence 4614, Agility 4938, Attack power plus 1315, Defense plus 1177. The target is in optimal condition. This is good. Level 100 was within reach. Health, strength, intelligence, and agility all increased significantly, and attack power surged as well. Indeed, he became noticeably stronger with each set theme was cleared. Now it's time to deal with that nagging issue. Taesan collected the core and went down to the 41st floor. There, Valencia, who was waiting anxiously, brightened up at his arrival. How did it go? Here, Taesan handed over the pure core of emotions. Valencia trembled with emotion. Oh, unable to contain his emotions, he screamed loudly. Ha 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 ha, the emotions began to materialize. Thousands, tens of thousands of them gathered, forming a massive force in themselves. Yes, this is it, this is my power, this is where I must reach, Valencia exclaimed, his face twisted in joy. Taesan asked, his face showing no interest. Then I suppose it's time for my reward. Valencia's laughter abruptly stopped. Come to think of it, there's something I didn't tell you, he grinned slyly. The emotions I possess are indeed great and varied. However, they're insufficient to reach a great spirit, because a spirit needs a corresponding body and my body is too frail. Valencia's smile tore wider. So you'll become the sacrifice. Emotions surged like a wave. Taesan immediately stomped the ground. Boom, with the entire room swirling with force, Taesan calmly drew his sword. I thought as much, it was too obvious. As Taesan collected the quests, it was clear Valencia would attack him. Be devoured by me. Whoosh, emotions turned into blades, attempting to pierce through Taesan's entire body. Taesan concentrated his spirit, Clash. He knocked down all the pouring emotions and landed on the ground, murmuring, I wonder if I kill you, what happens to the adventurers who come here after? What? Never mind, it doesn't matter. There had been instances where spirits disappeared before. Balbambamba showed up temporarily to fix it then. Then there's no issue, die madman. Chapter 2 3/50th floor The Insanity of a Madman Part 2 Be devoured by me mortal. Emotions surged, spreading throughout the room, and those spread emotions began to penetrate Taesan. Ha ha ha, Valencia was confident of his victory. He had swallowed an immeasurable amount of emotions. Merely coming into contact with the fragments of emotions he released could drive a person mad. He unleashed all those emotions at Taesan at once. It's over, survival was impossible. Even if one somehow managed to keep their sanity, they would be overwhelmed by a wave of emotions that could reduce them to idiocy. Of course, Taesan had been gathering pure emotions without any issue until now. But even with that level of mental fortitude, he couldn't block Valencia's power now. He smirked. Now, by using Taesan's body as a sacrifice to gather the emotions together, everything would be over. As he expected, a tumult of emotions was raging inside Taesan's head. Anger, pleasure, regret, emptiness, all those emotions hammered at his head as if being struck by a hammer, and Taesan calmly accepted these emotions, a violent torrent. A wave that would crush and erase everything about the one who had swallowed it. But that was it. Compared to the despair he felt in his previous life, this was infinitely weaker. Taesan threw a punch. Valencia, coming at him, was blown away by the force of the punch. How could this be? Because you're weak. Taesan simply answered and charged at him. Valencia hastily gathered emotions and launched them at Taesan. Once again, a multitude of emotions crashed down, but they were easily shaken off with a light shake of the head. Valencia screamed in denial. Why? What's the use of having so many? Those emotions are utterly worthless. It was, perhaps, an obvious outcome. The emotions Valencia had swallowed were all from those who had given up and stopped halfway. The gathering of such emotions could never have any significance. They were just numerous in quantity, nothing more. Eek, Valencia gritted his teeth. He kept releasing emotions, but none took effect. Valencia's eyes began to shake violently, and then slowly began to calm down. He stopped running away. Taesan's sword pierced through his chest. Valencia, with blood dripping from his mouth, looked into Taesan's eyes. Holding onto Taesan's head, he shouted, Your mind. Show me what you've got. A mind fusion check is attempted. Checking. With the judgment window, the world changed. In front of Taesan, a world of ash unfolded. Taesan instinctively realized that this place was the world of the mind. Is this how it is? They called each other to the world of the mind, and then they captured the mind itself. If that's the case, this place must be inside Valencia's mind. Taesan walked through the world of the mind. Their fragments that seemed to be Valencia's memories were scattered. Through them, Taesan could understand Valencia's life. He was a person from an ordinary world. Born as the son of a tax officer in the medieval era, he lived his life dealing with tax-related work. Taesan found it strange. It was literally a smooth life, and he was living it contentedly. Why he went mad, what he wanted the Transcender's mind for, Taesan couldn't understand. Then a fragment of memory caught Taesan's eye. The fragment was a dark, murky color. As Taesan approached the fragment, the memory it contained began to reveal itself. Taesan grimaced. There was only destruction. The city was on fire, people were dying, and knights were riding horses. Dragons flew in the sky. A transcendent power began scattering towards the horizon. It looked as if it was blocking something, Kuang, and with a wave of a massive power, everything crumbled. Knights were trampled and dragons bled as they fell to the ground. The world was ending. Immortal, Taesan squinted his eyes. The power that trampled the world felt like an immortal's. Valencia frantically ran away from that place. Something approached him as he ran, consumed by fear and despair. Valencia closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Crack, and it was over. The fragment of memory shattered into pieces. This is. Taesan narrowed his eyes. While Taesan delved into Valencia's mind, Valencia was doing the same, advancing into Taesan's mind. If I just swallow this place, the one who controlled the body was ultimately the mind. If he swallowed Taesan's mind, Taesan's body would become his. He spread his mind in all directions, his eyes filled with madness. He would swallow everything to make it his own. What? But soon he realized, the power of the mind he was spreading couldn't reach far. Darkness. Then it dawned on Valencia. He was engulfed in darkness. A darkness so pitch black that he couldn't see an inch ahead, an endless darkness that even swallowed his existence. Valencia advanced in panic, but the darkness did not recede. He scattered his power, but all of it was devoured by the darkness and disappeared. Valencia was horrified. He realized this place was Taesan's mind and soul, but he saw nothing. The reason was simple. His spirit was infinitely inadequate to interfere with Taesan. He who had devoured the spirits of tens of thousands couldn't even touch a fragment. Judgment success. Crash, the world shattered. Taesan, returning to the labyrinth, frowned. Immortal, the being that trampled over Valencia's world and subdued him, it bore the unmistakable aura of an immortal. Why does this exist? It wasn't merely a fragment. It meant the immortal had directly crushed Valencia's world. And the energy that approached Valencia at the end, probably an immortal. But then there was a question, why was Valencia here? He wanted to inquire about it, but Valencia was not in a normal state. Ha 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 ha. With a sword embedded in his chest, he offered no resistance. You are that kind of thing. He looked at Taesan, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Yes, you must have brought a pure core. Originally, I possessed a status unaffected by such things, more formidable than anyone. I wanted to take revenge on the immortal who made me this way, but how vain, how utterly vain. Years, perhaps decades, centuries passed. The madman who had settled in the labyrinth dreaming of becoming transcendent died just like that. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. You have acquired the special always-on skill, emotional interference. Your spiritual ascent has been activated. You have acquired the special always-on skill, torrent of emotions. The special always-on skill, torrent of emotions, has been integrated with the special always-on skill, 3 proofs. The skills have integrated. Special always-on skill, 3 proofs. You have proven yourself, to the gods, and to the world. What you have built up in your emotions become phenomena surrounding you and having a material impact. The aspect that not only what is built up in the 3 proofs but also emotions become phenomena has been added. It's become a bit stronger, not just in status but now including emotions. The power of the emotions shown by Valencia was not weak, merely overshadowed by the status of the sage. The 3 proofs have been strengthened. Special always-on skill, emotional interference. Proficiency, 1%, you can interfere with others' emotions, or you can imbue your attacks with emotions to attempt a mental judgment on your opponent. The stronger the mental strength, the less effective it is. Let's see. Taesan activated a frost arrow, and when he used emotional interference, the torrent of emotions shown by Valencia began to frost over the frost arrow slightly. It's not bad. If one were to argue, every attack could be considered equivalent to inflicting a status ailment. Although this wouldn't work against the truly strong, it would prove quite useful against enemies that relied on sheer numbers. But it didn't end there. You have reached the destination desired by the designer of the labyrinth. A reward will be given accordingly. Clank. The floor bricks began to rise, fitting together like a puzzle, starting to form a shape. It's you again. Hello, Balbamba. The administrator of the labyrinth, Balbamba, appeared. He murmured as he looked at Taesan. It's unusual for an adventurer who hasn't even entered the depths to meet me so frequently. Isn't that a good thing? It depends on how you see it. For now, I must do what I need to do. Balbamba's body clicked. The corpse of Valencia began to descend into the depths of the labyrinth, clank, and in its place a small spherical object appeared. It seemed to be a temporary NPC replacing Valencia's role. The guides who have been with the labyrinth for a long time on the 21st floor and also the 41st floor have both disappeared. And that too by the hands of a single adventurer. Should I be sorry? There's no need. Their disappearance means that in some way their wishes have been fulfilled. Balbamba's body clicked and clashed. We had a contract with them. Accordingly, they took their place in the labyrinth. The fulfillment of that contract and the end of their role is a good thing in itself. The hero behind you would agree. Maybe. The hero's voice trailed off at the end. My task here is done. Now it's time to give you your reward. Balbamba's body clashed and power began to descend. You have reached the second realm that the magician of the labyrinth desired. Level 100, huh? If expressed in numbers, yes. The magician has prepared a reward for you. At level 55, Balbamba had appeared and offered him choices. What were they? Equipment, skill proficiency, stat increase, knowledge of the labyrinth, hidden truths, and desired information. That's what he remembered. This time, as Taesan pondered what to receive, Balbamba spoke. It seems you are pondering, but this time there are only 2 options. It's less than last time, do not ask me. It's what the magician decided. Balbamba spoke in an annoyed tone. This time what you can receive is either precious equipment or a skill. Choose. The choice was obvious. Give me the skill. Equipment can be replaced eventually. But skills, not so much. Balbamba clicked as if he knew this would be the choice. Receive it. This is the gift the magician bestows upon you. You have acquired the special activation skill, Adventurer's Will. Special activation skill. Adventurer's Will. Mana consumption 50. Only adventurers who descend into the labyrinth possess the will to endure. A firm will and spirit ignore all judgments inflicted upon oneself for a certain period. An immunity skill to status ailments. Taesan's face lit up with interest. Ignoring all judgments meant everything, including cold or burn judgments, emotional judgments, instant death judgments, confusion judgments, etc. were all included. Although Taesan had never experienced a mental judgment, he knew that being immune felt different from successfully resisting. You have descended to a level satisfactory to the magician. Then a reward fitting your achievement must be given. Are you satisfied? Taesan nodded. Balbamba's body began to crumble away. Then I must return to my duties due to my busy master. Such is the life of a servant. Balbamba grumbled as he was about to leave, but Taesan stopped him. Wait, just one more question. That is not permitted for you. It's nothing grand. Just a simple confirmation. Balbamba's disintegration stopped. He asked, speak, what is it? Is the floor's clearance reward guaranteed upon clearing any floor, so that's what you were asking? Balbamba replied in an annoyed tone. Of course, that's the purpose of floor rewards. Understood. Taesan nodded and Balbamba's body completely disintegrated. Then let's meet again next time. Having confirmed his question, Taesan descended further. This place leads to the deeper parts of the labyrinth. This is a place where beings filled with mystery reside. The corrupted and the uncorrupted coexist in harmony. 51st floor quests start. Defeat the boss of the 51st floor and pass through. Reward, Anklet of the Brokenhearted. Secret reward, the blacksmith on the 51st floor greeted him. You've finally made it here. He looked at Taesan with a sentimental face. Your speed is incomparable to others. From here, the labyrinth changes once again. Various beings will appear. How you relate to them is entirely up to you. He briefly advised. Taesan took the advice to heart and turned into the passage. Then, the demon god had said that the guides of the Fifth Order were waiting on the 51st floor, and Lee Taeyeon said that the 51st floor was quite unique. Creak. Taesan opened the door. What appeared was a vast city. Numerous medieval-style buildings were placed along the streets, and one or two expressionless people were walking around. Monsters were nowhere to be seen. It was more like a village than a floor. It's real, it's been here a long time too. Many adventurers have come to the labyrinth, and among them some descended to the depths while some died on their way. However, such individuals were extremely rare. Most who came to the labyrinth gave up descending. The despair of being able to die even with their talent, the skepticism that they couldn't descend any further, etc. Many who faced these emotions gave up on conquering and settled in the midst of the labyrinth. This was the 51st floor, a city where the brokenhearted gathered.